The specs for the Atrium 5, yes, they have a 5-inch woofer and a 3/4 inch tweeter. And here they are, so fresh and so fly. Actually, they look really good. I'm impressed. And this is all they come with. There is no mounting hardware or anything like that. We're going to be using Tapcons. Now, if you don't know what a Tapcon is, it's what you put into concrete. So we will put these into the actual side of the house and run the wiring up through the soffits to the attic. And we already do have a connection where my garage was on the switch. All we have to do is put a little bit of wire on here and then tie everything up inside the attic, which will take about literally 5 minutes. I think what I want to do is go ahead and install the Atrium 5s before we get this rug undone, because I am going to have to work out there with my ladder. So let's get moved outside, get these Atrium 5s mounted. But first, let me show you the speaker wire we're going to be using. In the Supercar Street Racing kitchen, and we have this Amazon Basics wire left over from our last project. It is 16 gauge. That is plenty of gauge for what we are doing. So what we will probably do is put about 10 feet on each speaker so that we have enough to reach into the attic. We already have a lot. We have one speaker right next to it in the attic where these are going to go, and we have another one on the other side of the attic. So I believe both wires will reach with no issues. So all we should have to do is just get up there and splice these together. So this is the wire we're using. Let's get moved outside and see where we're going to mount these things. Okay, we did get the speakers installed out here in the lounge area. And what we did was we ran the wire up through the attic, and now I have to go into the attic and tie in to the existing switch that was switched on the garage before we converted that over to its own system. But you can see right here and right now, I put the same spacing from the edge of the wall on both sides and aimed them straight down. Once the love seat is down here, these chairs will be spaced closer to the speakers and there will be ample sound for everyone right here. Let's get up in the attic and get this rest of this done. Well, one of the wires doesn't work at all. It's connected and doesn't work. No clue what's going on with that. I did put the fish tape up here so I could find the other one, and I do see it. I'm trying to get back up here, and getting up here is tricky. All right, guys, a little update, and hopefully this is not copyrighted music, but for whatever reason, it just started working, and I guess maybe there is a slight short in the wires, and when I finally cranked it up a little bit, it started working, but as I say that, it is not working. Did I not turn it on? We have it connected to, okay, we have to hit garage right here on the switch thing, and it is not on. And I noticed when I raise the volume, it comes on. Okay, I must be having an issue with my switcher because when I crank the music up a little bit, it does come back on. So my switch box may have an issue, but that's okay. For now, we're good. And we did get our speakers installed outside. And tonight we will come out and give a tour of the lit driveway for the same video. Alright guys, just a little update from the SCSR compound, heading outside while dinner cooks, and you guys can see right here that we have all new sod, and it came out amazing. And so mulch masters came in today, they leveled out the yard, they graded everything, that's just a sprinkler pipe, so no big deal. But they did all new sod right here, all new sod right here. And then tomorrow they will come back and finish this section here where they busted the sprinkler pipe and a little bit of extra fill in. And then we will update you guys again on the new sod situation. But this is the way it looks now. And it actually looks kind of crazy. I'm hyped to have grass finally. Tomorrow we'll get another update. And I hope you guys are doing amazing. All right, we are out here in the Supercar Street Racing front yard where the yard guys just left. We were unsuccessful in coming up with a plan to edge the gardens. However, they did repair the sprinkler head that they broke, and so the sprinklers work now, but now we just need to get something done with the actual patterns on the sprinklers, because they are, and yes, they ran out of sod, so they will be coming back to finish. But yeah, we could not come up with a plan for any of this stuff over here, and it looks like they didn't even finish that part. And so it's a good look at what we have to do now. We have to get this part painted on the bottom of the bricks. We have to get that part at the bottom painted as well. But I think I'm going to repaint the whole house white and do the trim in black. and the front door in black, because the garage door is black and it is coming in the next 2 weeks. But yeah, this is it, how it looks from the outside. You guys can see right here that the driveway looks awesome, the lights look awesome, and the new side with no tree there looks pretty dang awesome. But so my next project is literally to figure out a way to edge these gardens and then put rocks in the garden that match the pavers. We tried using the pavers for the edging and it just simply did not work out for that. So guys, I hope you enjoyed the video and an update on our little project. And I guess I'll give you one more view of this part. So this is my seating area that just got all wet from the sprinkler, but this is going to be a lounge area, and we did get the speakers installed as you saw in this video. Now that's going to do it and wrap it up from the Supercar Street Racing compound, and we will see you guys next time. Okay, me and Patricia absolutely hate onions, so we're going to see if this alligator will eat them. Get it. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Nope. I wanted to make a follow-up video for you guys while I am actually traveling to show you the ultimate, what I believe is the ultimate setup here for monitoring for the 3 Series BMW. So we've got the ID4 screen set up now, and we've got MHD running on my Android head unit here in the middle. I was going to show you guys a bug I found here. So the speed limit's 65, I want to go to 70. Well, see the green line there on the speedometer? That's the cruise control indicator. It's obviously way off. It says it's like we're doing, like it says the cruise control is set for 40. So I just reported that bug. Also noticed that when I get in the car in the mornings, it says battery drain. I don't know if the cluster is staying on for a long period of time or if I just need to lock the door when I get out to prevent that from happening. But yeah, there's MHD set up to monitoring mode in the center console. I'm also running Waze in the background for navigation. And there is the cluster. And if you see, I can toggle into appearance. And then I can go to themes, default, because it'll change themes when I go to sport mode, but there's toggling through the different themes. So you can set one for regular driving and one for sport mode. So yeah, so there's how you toggle through the themes of the display. Still got to take the thing out again and line it back up better, and also repair my vent in the back where I absolutely destroyed it. I've got a little bit of an idea besides their metal plate because I just could not get that to work. But as you can see here, I got my preferred gauges on MHD set up, and I've got my preferred screen here, and it's kind of a cool thing to bring the E90 up to modern times. I really like it. I just wish it would have fit better, and I'm going to have to repair that probably today. So yeah, so you guys have a good day. It's been Supercar Street Racing. Good morning, guys, and welcome back to Supercar Street Racing for another unboxing video. You got Brad here, and I am hyped this morning for the Roland Star nightstands that we have here unboxed on the table. The only reason I did not unbox with you is because this one got set in oil, and you can see it maybe down inside of that box, and I was concerned that maybe they got ruined, or at least this one got ruined, but it did not. But when we open the box, we see this lovely styrofoam condom leading to the Roland Star nightstand table with power USB and LED. Guys, here we have the Roland Star ED009 EWERR nightstand And this guy is a powered nightstand with both LED built in and ports on top, such as power and charging. We have not seen that yet, but we will get to it soon. And when we open up the box, the lovely box filled with the styrofoam useless condoms, we trash those and get these out of the way. We have the following inside. We have this beautiful IKEA-like documentation here, more styrofoam to get in your way. Actually, I'm grateful for good packing, so I'm not going to get mad at it. But yes, we have this, can't figure out which way is up, but we have this lovely instruction manual here, which we will go through shortly. We have this accessories list here, shows you everything in it. I did read that the instructions on this guy were really good and that it was easy to assemble. It says you need a drill, pencil, Phillips, and a flat edge here. And then it has your instructions for putting together this nightstand, which we will get to here shortly. It does have this power strip thing, so it looks like it has two USB type Bs on it and power. And here is the rest of the accessories and parts that come with the ED009WERR side table, which is going to be loaded onto the hype train here momentarily to be installed. And there is the lovely LED strip on the table. And this is a look what's inside. So we will get all these parts out and laid out for a beautiful video of putting the nightstand together next. Okay, we have all the parts for the lovely nightstand laid out on this wannabe workbench, my brand new Wayfair mattress and bed frame. And what we're gonna do right here, right now, is assemble this right here. We got through step 2. I was a little bit confused about these screws, but it's clearly labeled. That is my fault. And we are on to step 3 now. right, guys, so we got this thing mostly put together now, and we are on step 17. And I actually skipped step 14 to put in the power strip. I'm gonna go ahead and do that now. Okay, we're going to eventually not power the LED strip here because the wire comes up and connects it. We'll power it down at the bottom. But now we have the remote here and we have to pair it. So it says within 5 seconds after the light strips are on, hold the on and bright buttons at the same time until the light strips flash white light. On and bright minus. On, bright minus. Oh, it's actually already paired. It's already good to go. So there you have one of the two side tables fully assembled, and now we will work on the other one. Guys, that is going to wrap up the Roland Star side tables. The LED side tables are right there, fully set up and good to go. And what I think the plan is to not power them up here. They can be powered by any USB adapter. So I think I'll power them in the back and avoid that cord, and also give us an extra spot for a USB type B up here. And so that is what they look like sitting next to the bed. And of course I need lamps, so I will order some lamps and clean up the wiring and all that. Overall, the only issue I had, the screw type B was the only one that really was an issue, and it wasn't too bad, but it was almost like it wasn't biting good, but I eventually got them all in. Other than that, super easy, maybe 15 minutes for the second one, 25-30 minutes for the first one when I wasn't prepared and experienced. And also, they both are configured. This one's configured to open up from the right, so it's convenient for that person. This one is configured to open up from the left, so it's convenient for that person. So that is going to wrap it. Guys, I will have a link in the description for these guys. Please click through my links on Amazon, no matter if you're ordering this or other things, because it helps me. It costs you zero and it pays me just a tiny bit. And I hope you enjoyed this video. And this is how it looks. It's hard to see it all at the same time. But I'm glad you guys watched. Thanks for watching Supercar Street Racing. We'll see you again real soon. Back in the Supercar Street Racing closet today, we got to do something with this guy. So this JBL Venue Sub 10 was bought in a thrift store. Back when I could get good things in the thrift store, I can no longer find stuff like this anymore, and I don't know why. This thing was in the closet in the hallway. It did eventually die. I'm assuming the amp was bad, so I have a replacement amp for this, and all we have to do today at Supercar Street Racing is go ahead, get this subwoofer out. It is heavy, it's a 10. Get it out of the closet and then bring it into the office and fix it. So let's get busy today. We got to get this subwoofer working again so we can have 1,000 subwoofers in my house. All right, we got the replacement amp for the JBL Venue Sub 10 right here. This fan is loud, so that's what you're hearing. We're gonna go ahead and get this sub taken apart now and replace this amplifier. You can see right here, don't know when this was actually manufactured. I would say this thing's probably 10 years old or more, but let's go ahead and get this done real quick. Got the JBL Venue Sub 10 right here in front of us, looking so fresh and fly, and it is ready to come apart. I think these are the screws to take it out. Pretty sure this amplifier is completely fried. If not, we spent $30 for nothing. I think this is a 250 watt. Okay, it's just sealed really well. There's a gasket. Yep. There's a gasket around it to keep it airtight. Wow. That is a short, very difficult to get the wires off the sub. Now looking inside of the Venue, there is the sub. The wire is extremely short. And there's the new pigtail wire. Positive was on the right side. That was the one that was really hard to get off. It is so short. How in the world are you supposed to get that on there? I mean, I guess it will go. I can't get the black one to stay in. It's loose. It's broken.
Got him! Got him!
It broke.
Oh! Whoa!
I'm gonna have to repair it.
Whoa!
All right, well, the wire broke, the clip. Okay, I have to cut and splice because the clip broke. So I'm gonna take the black off of this one, and in the meanwhile, give myself a little bit more room. Need my strippers.
Got him! Got him!
Got this wire strip back here. Just gotta cut this one off. Do the same. This clip is broken. Okay, got it stripped back. Just gonna splice them together like that and zip some electrical tape around them. No biggie. And now I have more room to actually work. I'm gonna go ahead and plug this guy in. It's not exactly easy. All right, that was much easier. And then all we have to do is put our gasket back. Return our amplifier to working condition. Back in the Supercar Street Racing closet now, and we are going to wire up this subwoofer. We don't need much wire, actually, because we're just gonna bridge off the other one so that we can get 1 million comments about the ohm load. I need my wire strippers, this is crazy. It is so hot outside. We got our wires all stripped back now, so all we have to do is connect this guy up. Should not be difficult, unless the wire won't fit inside of the terminals, but let's see. And we're gonna do positive is going to be the side with the writing on it. Okay, this might be harder than I thought.
Got him! Got him!
All right, we are all done with the project. You can tell that the JBL hits much lower than the Sony. You can just feel the frequency response is lower and its output is so much better. So yeah, this is all done. This project is finished. We have successfully replaced the amplifier in the JBL Venue sub. And that is all for now. We'll see you guys next time. Hey guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing once again, and we are here in the 4K production studio, as you can see right behind me. And today we're talking about something that I have a lot of experience with, and that is powered subwoofers. And you know that I have quite a few. I probably have about 10 of them. There is one here in the studio and quite a few more inside the Supercar Street Racing compound. So today what we did was our old JBL powered subwoofer that I did get at a thrift store died for some reason. It was in the closet, in the audio closet in the house. We did pick up a amplifier for it for all the haters, because they said when I replaced my amp in my Cerwin Vega subwoofer, I wasn't really repairing it. So this time we repaired it again with a new JBL original plate amplifier, and it did get repaired correctly and looks and sounds really good again. Now, taking a look at some of the powered subwoofers on Amazon, which I will link in the description, you can see that there are quite a few clips on the very top, and they all have very good reviews. Like the R125W, you can see right here. This one has a lot of good solid reviews. It is a 12-inch woofer, and looks like it's sitting at about a 4.8, which is very difficult in a speaker to get reviews that high. Now, looking back on the front page, there are a few other ones up here, like Audio Engines S8, the Soundtown Oberon, which actually looks like a Pro because it has this big kind of pro-looking grill on the front, or grate if you want to call it. And then if we scroll down some more, there's a couple of other Klipsch's. There's a 10-inch Klipsch there as well for $179. And if we get even further down, you'll find one of my favorite subwoofers, and that is the PSW10 by Polk. It is a good value. It has gone up in price lately. Used to be able to get it for $159. I can't believe that, but now it's sitting up at about $249. Also has a lot of good reviews, over 15,000 reviews, and it is sitting at over 4.5 stars. So that would be another good option for you if you are looking for a powered subwoofer. Now, like I said, I'll put 3 options down in the description for you to pick out a good powered subwoofer for your home. But check it out right here. We've got things like the ELAC for $149, which also has 1,039 really good reviews. Now, some that you may or may not have heard of, because I sure haven't. We have the Rel and we have the Edifer as other choices for subs. And then if we keep going down, there's some like the Kanto, which I also have not even heard of. So there are a lot of choices out there for a powered subwoofer. I love all my powered subwoofers, so you know what I have. You've seen some in my videos. You can always go back and watch some of those older videos. But for now, we are going to be calling it a day at Supercar Street Racing. We have to go shoot another video for the golf cart of some products that we just got in. Please like and subscribe, and always order your Amazon products through any of my product links. If you click on a link in the description and then order anything, doesn't have to be that product, it helps out Supercar Street Racing so much, because you know we don't make any money on the channel, we actually lose money. Now we got to get out of here. We got to go shoot and edit another video today. Hey guys, welcome to the channel. Supercar Street Racing here with an unboxing of a product that I have been asked to review by the manufacturer. So this is the first time I've ever been asked to review something and been sent a product for free. So I just want to get that out of the way. This product was sent to me at no charge. I'm under no obligation to review it in a positive way though. And what we're looking at today is a tripod. So here is the packaging here. I'm going to go ahead and get this opened up and take a look. See what we got. And then I'll give you all the information about the seller in the description here. Alright, so inside the box here we have stand, tripod, 1/4 screw, soft is what it says. Let's get the tablet out, get a little video of this guy here, still in the box. There's a good look at the label here. Stand, tripod, 1/4 screw, soft, X0035E2511, whatever that is. And so now let's go ahead and take this out of the box completely. All right, so it's packaged nicely. There it is. And we've got a cell phone tripod, video stand, height adjustable, 360-degree ball head, gooseneck, phone floor holder for live video, is what it says on that. And then let's take a look at this inside of the packaging and see what we have here and see how well it does. We'll have to switch to the tablet at that point because the phone will be on, hopefully on the new tripod. All right, so first thing I can say is, wow, it feels very heavy, so that's a good thing. It feels very capable. Go ahead and packaged very nicely, by the way. Got a little white box here with something in it. Let's see what's in there. So it looks like inside the box we have like a swivel mount, I think it is. And so there's a good look at the swivel mount that was inside of the white box here. And then let's go ahead and open the actual packaging. Like I said, it feels very, very high quality. And again, I am not getting paid to say this, and I was sent this product for totally free. But this looks like a professional tripod. It doesn't look like a cheap tripod that you get off of Amazon sometimes, where it's so cheap it can't even hold the phone up. All right, so then there's a instruction manual here. Kind of tells you how to set it up. And supposedly there is a clamp for the phone that goes with this. So I haven't seen that part yet. Aha, it's in here. And then here we have like a gooseneck. Looks like. Yep. Very solid too, by the way. Nothing cheap about this. And so here's a good look at the gooseneck up close. And the adjustable thing there for the top. And inside the bag is the very last piece of the puzzle here. And this is the phone connector. Phone holder, so to speak, right here. See on the back it's threaded. And then it looks like it's adjustable here, so it's not a spring type like the other ones are, like the one I have now. It is a adjustable to make it wider, so it'll have to be really wide for my phone to fit. We'll see if that works out. So let's go through these instructions now and see how you set this up. So it tells you to open up the legs to make it extended. So I'm sure they're talking about this. There is an adjustment here to loosen it up. Still pretty tight, but that's good. So that's fully opened up now. It says, okay, first step was open the leg and make it extended. So it is right here. Oops, something fell. Step 2. Install the tube on the tripod and use the knob to lock it. So it wants to put the gooseneck on top, I believe. Let's see. Tripod head and then tube. So it does want us to put this on there. I think. Well, okay, so there's an adjustment you have to turn. And of course, I dropped it. Okay, guys, I found the screw underneath the desk, of course, and so now we have to take this tripod head here, and the screw is kind of like it prevents it from coming out, it looks like. Yeah, it's interesting because this has a screw on top, but you don't really use that part. You just put the tripod head there and tighten this. It also shows it like extended like this. I guess it doesn't matter, but it shows in the picture that it's extended, and it has like 3 or 4 ways to extend here. You guys can see that. So then we have it here like this, and we tighten up the set screw like that. 3, install the ball head on the tube. So the ball head goes on top here. By the way, guys, this is really, really high quality. I wouldn't just say that for, you know, to get a free product, but man, this thing's pretty solid. This is probably going to be my new tripod. Hopefully you're still in the shop there. Let's see. Yep, okay, cool. Just wanted to make 100% sure, so get the tablet out. So far, this is what we've got. So we've got on step 3, install the ball head on the tube, which is right there. For whatever reason, the video turned off. I've got my old Galaxy Note here. We're going to try that guy. It's pretty wide, so let's see if this thing can open up enough. It looks like they thought of everything. Nice. Okay, yeah. So here's the way it looks with the phone installed on it, and I hope you guys can see that. It's a little bit too high. Let me drop this a little bit so you guys can see what it looks like with the phone installed. And so if you notice this guy right here, here's the gooseneck, so you can literally bend and do this whatever angle you want. And let's see, that little screw came untightened, but see, this is cool because it's really sturdy. It's well made. I really like all the adjustability of this thing. I like the fact that you can change the camera to either direction on the actual mounting plate here. You can either mount it from the bottom or you can mount it from the sides. I do like the screw down thing. It's a little less convenient than having a spring clamp, but it still works great. It keeps the phone in, and this is an old Galaxy Note 2, so very old. I like the adjustability of the length of the tripod, and I like the fact that the thing feels well made, and I am definitely saying right now that I'm going to go ahead and recommend this product. So I'm going to get a link for this guy, and that's going to be in the description. And I highly encourage you guys to pick this up if you're looking for a tripod. He did not send me the listing, but I'm going to find it. So I'll figure that out. I'll have that all in the description below. I'm so glad you guys got to look at this. I think what we're going to do now is put the actual phone on it and walk around a little bit with it and just kind of see how it feels as as an actual, like if I'm going to carry it, because I do carry mine around a lot, and the other tripod that I have, I already did a review on, is much lighter. So what I'm going to do now is raise the legs, if I can remember how. So you just go upward with them. So those are all raised like that, and then there's a tightening screw here. Now this guy's ready to just be, you can walk around with it like this. It's a little bulky to do that, but it works fine. So I'm going to switch to this now. Okay, guys, so this is from the new tripod, and I don't know what to call it right now. Phone floor tripod is what I am going to call this guy until I get the official listing. There's the box it came in. Let's see if the seller is actually listed on the box. Let's see. Nope, it doesn't say the seller, but I will contact them if I can't find the listing, and I'll make sure that it's in the description. But yeah, this thing's super solid. No problem at all, like carrying it around like this. And actually, you could ditch the gooseneck too if you want to, and you can just put the phone mount directly on the top of the tripod, and you don't need, if you don't need that extension, I'm saying. But I'm carrying this around right now with no issues. I'm using one hand, and I can show you guys outside with this. There's the lovely pool that's turning green because it's getting redone. I can show you guys outside with the alligator is sitting right there. Right there. And yeah, so very, very easy to carry around. I am having no issues right now with just one hand. I mean, it does weigh a little bit, but I am thankful for that because, you know, sometimes you get these ones, like my other one is a lot less high quality, even though it gets the job done. Oh, my yard guy came back. So, all right, guys, well, that is going to do it for today because I got to talk to the yard guy, but thank you very much. I hope you guys enjoyed this review, and the link will be in the description.
Forehead.
Look at this. Like, this is you when you come and break in. That, my friends, is a pretty big alligator on the other side over there. And you can see him chilling on the beach. Big ass alligator. Guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing, and we have a studio update for you today. And I have been working hard in here, but also had some other things going on outside of this. So I took most of the day yesterday to go buy a beater car, which I will put on the channel soon. But what I have done in here is I have continued the acoustic foam tile work, and I have the acoustic foam tiles laid in on the ceiling all the way as close as I could get to here. But Joe and I are going to go tonight and get the foam board so I can finish the front wall. But I got the acoustic foam tile done literally to past halfway through the room, and then I ran out, so I ordered some now. I need about I think 80 more to do the rest of this. And what else did we get? That's pretty much it. I've been working on foam tile for days. It's very time consuming to put these in, and I have to cut around these lights as well, so I've been doing that, and cut around the in-ceiling speakers. And I ordered the amplifier. I ordered the receiver for the front, for not the front, for the whole room. It is a Marantz 7.2 Slimline TX NR1711, I think, just NR1711. It'll be here tomorrow, so we'll be able to test out this surround sound here. So that is a little update. The studio is looking awesome. AC is kicking, and the tiles are going in, and all that is really left to do is this front wall, which is going to take me a while. I have a lot of electrical and wiring to do in this front wall. The actual cutting of the foam will be easy. It's the actual putting the boxes in and planning all that, because there's 2 boxes up here, there's several boxes here, there's 3 or 4 down here, there's more boxes there and down there. So yeah, it's going to be a big, probably an all-day thing. But yeah, wanted to get you guys caught up on the Supercar Street Racing Studio. We'll talk to you guys soon. What's up, guys? Welcome back to Supercar Street Racing, and today we have a special thing for you right here in this big cardboard box. Yard Care reached out to me and asked me if I wanted to show you guys their 2-in-1 dethatcher and scarifier, and of course I was like, yes sir, I would love to rep your products, so go ahead and ship me one out. They did just that. It's right here in the box. So today on Supercar Street Racing, we're gonna get this thing wide open. Let's do it today on Supercar Street Racing. Alright guys, today on Supercar Street Racing we have something super special for you. Yard Care reached out to me directly and wanted to know if I could show you guys their 2-in-1 dethatcher and descarifier, and of course I said yes, because I'm bringing you guys all the best stuff. We're not just going to open it, we're going to actually use it on Rich's yard because he needs it over there. I don't on my yard, but let's get this thing open today. I want to show you guys all the features of this, what it can do, because it has one for dethatching and one for scarifying your yard, so helps your roots grow better and your grass grow. So basically the descarifying process slices through the roots and makes the soil looser. Now when you use their scarifier, it cuts through the roots of the grass and allows the roots to get a healthier hold on the soil and grows your grass so much stronger. I'm hyped to try that on my yard because my yard growth is awesome, but I feel like this might help. Now this guy is fully adjustable. You can adjust the scarifying depth and the dethatching depth up to a certain amount. So whatever your yard needs, if you need a certain level of each one, this guy will allow you to adjust both, and I'm hyped about that. This thing holds 10.5 gallons of dethatching, and it has 2 safety switches to make sure that there's absolutely no way this thing will start while you're actually working on it. It's safety first. Now this thing also has 7-inch front wheels and 5.5-inch rear wheels. The tires are also puncture proof. Now the Yard Care dethatcher and scarifier doesn't have many reviews yet, but both of them are 5 stars. I'm gonna get this thing out of the box now and show it to you, and then after that, we're gonna go ahead and use it and see what it actually does on Rich's yard. Now I don't know what depth to put it at. I think that's an experiment for the future. We'll have to figure that out. All right, you guys just took a look at all the features and the details about this Yard Care dethatcher and yard scarifier. There's only one thing left to do right now. In my right pocket here, I have the SCSR patented Smith & Wesson knife. This thing right here is ready to go ahead and open up the box. Well, let's get it sliced open. I already took the exterior condom off. All we have is the actual box. Let's get that opened up. All right, I did, completely honest, 100% truthful, There were a lot of things inside the box rattling around, and I see now what that is. It is basically just like parts that have to be assembled. And on the very top of the box, we have a nice manual here for you guys to check out at some point. So this is the electric dethatcher and scarifier user manual. Right on top of that, it looks like we have some parts to put together. This was rattling inside the box. So just completely honest, yeah, this stuff here is not packaged, it's just in the box. Here is a bag of accessories here. It looks like things that you tighten up. And here we have another metal wire frame here. Here is the bag. This is a catcher bag. And it does say yard care directly on it, but there are definitely loose items inside the box that are not packaged in anything, and they definitely move around. So just be aware of the packaging when you get your yard care out. Here is the top part. It is actually connected to the bottom. You cannot remove that. So here's the handle, and that won't come out either, so I've got to figure out that. All right, so the rest of everything is this one piece with the handle connected to it, and it just does come right out, and it is pretty light. To be honest with you, it probably weighs 15 pounds, no more, and that is the complete unboxing. Let's get this thing on top of the chair for you guys to check out. Thanks for taking a break from the video to take a look at today's sponsor. It's Tron. Tron sent us this brand new rotating outlet extender for you guys to check out. I got one in my hand right here. It's pretty cool. Basically, you plug this into any existing outlet, and it allows a little bit of an extension on the outlet, and also allows you to have 3 whole entire plugs from one outlet. And if you look right here, it does spin also. That gives you convenience that you can spin the plugs on any direction that you want to. Now it does also spin, so that gives you the advantage of putting the plugs on any side that you actually want to. Since it has side plugs, you will not block your existing plug. This thing is awesome for business trips and travel too. You can throw this in your suitcase and take it along with you when you go on trips. So since this doesn't have any kind of internal protection at all, it's perfect for cruise ships. It is approved for use on cruise lines. It's so cool because it fits into tight spaces like behind furniture or behind appliances in the kitchen. So go ahead and take a look at this Tron multi-outlet splitter extender. I'll give you guys a link down in the description. Please tell them Supercar Street Racing sent you, and go ahead and buy from our official sponsors. And there it is. There is the yard care detacher and scarifier on top of the Supercar Street Racing stool right here. So I guess we have to put this together, and it looks like this guy goes right here. There's a control here for the depth of the dethatch or the scarify, and I guess you would have to play with that in your own yard to see what your custom depth would be on yours. Let's break out the manual now and see how you actually build this. All right, I got my reading glasses on now. You guys have never seen these, but this is the only way I can read this tiny text on the manual. The first step is to put the cable holder on. It says the switch side of the handle, but I'm looking at it and it looks like it's aligned that way, and that just keeps this cable. You can actually pull some slack there like that, and then it'll just kind of sit like that on the side. Lower handle assembly onto the deck. Make sure the metal handle is in the slot of angle adjustment block 11. Handle, it does, oh, I did this wrong. This is completely incorrect.
Robert, it goes down.
No, it don't.
It do go down.
Oh!
All right, guys, the next step in the process is putting these side handles on there. I'm looking at pictures to see which way they actually go. You need to make sure that the offsets are on the outside, not the inside. Both on there. They're both to the outside, like it shows in the picture. Okay, these next bolts go to the outside. So you just put them from the inside of the handle to assemble the handle. All right, guys, you just saw me build this whole entire dethatcher and scarifier, and it took me about an hour because basically I could not figure out the part with the bagger. Yeah, now after we built this thing, all we have to do, now reminder, this is electric, so it needs an extension cord, so it is not battery powered. But now that it's built, all we have to do is go directly over to Rich's house, go ahead and dethatch his yard and see if we can make his grass grow a lot better. Let's go over to Rich's house now with this yard care dethatcher and scarifier. It's time to take this dethatcher over to neighbor Rich and Trisha's house and go ahead and test it out. In order to do that, we need an extension cord. I did not plant the cord holder. I did not secure it to that, so I don't have that. I think this is the cord holder. I think it's actually supposed to go on here through this metal thing. I'm just gonna leave it off for now. But we need to go out to the shed and get the extension cord first and then go try this thing out over at their house. Okay, we're right here with the dethatcher. I'm not sure of the height. I've got it on -9 mm. I'm gonna try a little bit like that and see if it does anything, if it has a good effect. Now to use it, you simply push the button on the handle and you hold back on the lever. You can hear it and see it working. Now you notice this is already almost full with grass, and the strip that we did looks awesome. It didn't cut the grass, it just pulled up all the thatch. Actually does a really good job. Check out the strip that I did with the dethatcher, it looks awesome. And it did just fall right out. But this is what it took out of Rich's yard, that whole thing. I'm actually gonna raise it a little bit. It filled that bag up quick. Okay, that did some. But you can see there, we have a full bag of different stuff from the yard. That's exactly what this thing is designed to do. That was like 2 minutes worth of dethatching and I got a lot of the leaves. Look how much it got. Now the other blade is for chopping up roots and growing your yard better by letting it aerate your yard. I'm not going to attempt that on my yard or Rich's yard, but you get the idea. That's kind of what the dethatcher will do. It pulled out all of these dead grass roots right here. All right, guys, you just saw us over at Rich's house dethatching his yard. He really needed it. He had a lot of dead grass in his yard, so we thought we could help him out by taking the yard care dethatcher over to his house directly. But now let's throw it to Supercar Street Racing Studio B with me. I'm going to tell you guys how to order this on Amazon. There'll be a link in the description for you to go ahead and order that. It helps us out greatly. If you can order all your stuff through any of our affiliate links, you don't have to buy this product. If you buy anything, we get a little bit of dollars and it helps the channel grow. And thanks for 160 something thousand subscribers. Let's throw it to Brad. We're back here once again in Studio B after a short vacation up to Canada to check out the Hamilton Tiger Cats with Rich and Trish. But we're back in full effect now in Supercar Street Racing, and we want to show you guys this awesome dethatcher from Yard Care. We got a chance to put this dethatcher together and put it to a test, and it performed very well in Rich's yard. I would definitely use this again if I had a yard with a bunch of leaves in it. It pulls them straight up. The only thing is it fills the bag up very quickly, so I can see you getting a full bag fast and having to empty it multiple times. It also has an adjustable height. It is plugged in power, not rechargeable, so keep that in mind. I'm going to put a link in the description down to this dethatcher and this scarifier. It does both. It has a interchangeable blade that allows you to both dethatch and scar your yard if you want to do that as well. That's supposed to increase the root health and allow you to grow thicker, greener grass. Like I said, it took a little bit to install. The instructions were not great, but there is a video to help you install it, and I will drop that down in the description as well to help you guys. If you have any questions, let us know down in the comments section. Let me know what you thought of the dethatcher and scarifier, and let us know also how you feel about Supercar Street Racing. Thank you so much for all the likes and subscribes. Please buy this from our official product links down in the description. And before we go today, just want to talk about something that happened in my life. My father actually had a stroke about 2 weeks ago. I had to go to Memphis at the last minute and be with him in the hospital. He had a blood clot in his brain that he had removed. My thoughts are with my father right now. Of course, he is recovering at home, but I love you, Dad, if you hear this. I love you, and I'm with you. If you need anything, you know I'm there for you, Daddy. So let me know if you need anything. Guys, pray for my dad. He is recovering from a stroke and needs your help. But that's all we're going to do today. We got to get out of here. It's almost dinner time. I'm very hungry, and I have a date tonight. Let's go. What's up, everybody? It is Tuesday morning. I'm over here at S&S Custom Exhaust, waiting for these guys to get here. Gonna get some brakes put on finally. Gonna get some lowering links put on. That's gonna be awesome. Wheels and tires will be here on Friday probably. I'll give you some more updates on this later. Wait for these guys to get here. Come on, bro. Let me in. Just picked up the car from S&S Exhaust. And first impressions are, I actually watched the technician drive the car, and they are extremely noisy at first. So you can expect them to be squeaky and noisy when you first get them. They do take some bedding in. Gonna take quite a few really hard stops from like 80 to 20 or 60 to 20 to get that that pad worn in. I did call the manufacturer and verify that. So don't be surprised if when you first get these rotors, they are pretty noisy. When I get back to the house, I'll shoot some pictures of the rotors on the car. On the way home, in the process of bedding these new rotors and pads in, it's gonna take probably good 10 or 15 stops from 80 to 20 to get the pads and rotors nicely bedded in. So after that point, later down the road, maybe 1,000 miles or so, I'm gonna make another video and do a review of how these things are holding up. But already the car feels so much better than before. The factory rotors were warped, and when you tried to stop from high speed, it would vibrate your face off. And even at low speed, you could feel like a slight shuddering in the brakes. Back at home, take a look at the
factory, these are the factory links that were replaced by the lowering links. That's all they are. There's the key for size comparison. They're tiny. Walk out here, take a look at the car. So the car is now 1 inch lower with the lowering links. Keep in mind that the wheels that are going on this car are going to be 20-inch wheels. So that wheel well is going to be 1 inch more filled. So, yeah. So, I'm gonna switch I'll grab a light real quick. So these are the new racing brakes, rotors, and pads on the factory Mercedes-Benz calipers. There's a little RB logo right there. I was on the phone with these guys today a couple of times, back and forth. They were very cooperative, great customer service. I was asking them about bedding in the rotors and pads, how to do that. And there's that rear pad and rotor. So once I put a few thousand miles on these, I'll be able to report back and let you know exactly what I think about these things. So, like I said, I did order wheels and tires. I'm not going to reveal which wheels I got yet, but I will reveal that they are matte black. So now you see my reason for blacking out the side markers there and the emblems in the side and in the back of the car. Stay tuned, the wheels and tires will be here on Friday. We're also rolling these fenders because the new tires are 305s, these are 285s. Putting some more meat back here. Deal with that 850 plus foot-pounds of torque this car generates. So we will see you on Friday unless something develops between now and then. Have a good one, guys.
Hey guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. Brad here, good to have you back. And I wanted to just quickly say thank you for subscriber count, about 134,000 today. Today, we need to concentrate on something else, and that is getting my deck outside over the water redone and getting some furniture on it. So today we're gonna look at that on Supercar Street Racing. Hang out with us, it's gonna be a cool show. Guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. Today we have a few things to talk about. One of them being getting my deck outside over the water, my dock, redone completely because I noticed in the last couple of months some of the boards were getting kind of soft on it. So what I did was I went ahead and found someone to do the work. I was not wanting to actually go do it, and since I don't have a truck, it's difficult for me to get wood from the store. So what I did was I used the same guy who did my gates. His name is Ray. Him and his buddy went and checked out the dock. They measured it out, and at the same time, one of my big goals was to see if I could get this enlarged at the same time. Now they were able to do that, so you're gonna see here when we take a look outside what exactly they did
to replace all the wood on the dock and then also expand it. Let's go take a look. All right, guys, we are out here on the new deck. As you can see right here, the carpenters could come in and they replaced my deck with actual 2x4s and then 2x8s. This is 10 feet now going this way. They actually expanded the dock as well. This is 8 feet going this way, and I just bought furniture for this. All right, guys, you just saw my new dock outside. Now, basically, when those guys came to replace my dock, they took all the boards off the top. Those were just deck boards originally. They took them all off. They looked at all the stringers underneath. They inspected the posts. They did find that the stringers all needed to be replaced. They went ahead and replaced those. And so that means everything underneath the deck boards, the long 2x6 boards that connect the posts all the way back to the bulkhead, were all replaced underneath there. And a few things were added on each side also so that it could be expanded. Now, they did expand the dock by 1 foot on each side. That's pretty good. Like, I needed a lot more room out there. So now the next step is to show you guys what we have to do to go ahead and protect that deck from the sun, the water, and the wind in Florida. Let's take it outside and show you what we used on the wood to protect it. My job today, and you can see right here, I've already done 2 coats. I'm gonna go ahead and sweep all this off and go ahead and put a 3rd coat of poly. That's my one mission today, get the 3rd and final coat of poly on the deck. And here come the dog, and they will bark until the owner comes out. Guys, you just saw what we used on the dock to go ahead and protect it from the sun. We used the Bare polyurethane. It is a water-based finish design, and we did put 3 coats on it, our rug and our furniture out on the dock. Now let's take a look at what furniture we decided. We did go out to Florida Backyard to look at furniture. It is a higher quality store, so you know the furniture will last longer. They do set up everything for you as well, and I like that. We did go to Florida Backyard to look at furniture, and we purchased a furniture set for the dock. They still have to come and deliver it and put it together, so we're waiting on that. But in the meantime, let's show you what the rug looks like that we purchased for the dock. Look at that dude, sitting in the grass. What's up, dude?
Perfect. Perfect.
He's coming over. Still kind of wet. I'm gonna let it dry out for like another hour. He's hissing at me. What you hissing about, dude? Yeah, this is still wet. I'm gonna let that dry. All right, we got our new rug right here. I haven't measured it or anything. I just went by eye. That's gonna go right out here on the dock, but I'm letting the dock dry out for like another hour before I put it down. I'll do it right after lunch, right after I eat, because they're gonna be here between 12 and 2 o'clock. That's the new rug right there. Okay, now that everything has dried out sufficiently, it's nice and warm out here. Let's go out here and see if we can get this rug put in place. There is a fence post. There's an entire fence in the pond right here. That's awesome. All right, guys, welcome back to the channel. Don't you hiss at me. Now, we got this stuff from Florida Backyard. We replaced the old furniture, we replaced the dock, and we replaced this outdoor rug right here. I'm gonna step back because this lens is very close, but you can see right here, we got the chair, we got the love seat, and we got two 18-inch tables, and they are looking so fly and so fresh. I love them. Came out so good. But guys, I'm gonna put a link in the description. I got the upgraded material on the cushions as well. I did do the polyurethane coating on the dock as well. I did 3 coats. This guy's mad. And there's a good look at the pond, guys. We had 3 different things done. We made the deck bigger, much wider, so we could put bigger furniture on it. We extended it by 6 inches, and we also redid most of the entire thing and got new furniture. Hey guys, and welcome back to Supercar Street Racing once again. We're here in Studio B, and right in front of me you can see the Pollywood Lakeside Deep seating set. Now, Pollywood has a bunch of different choices for you on colors and also different choices for you on the cushions themselves. You can see right here, this is gray with textured linen is that color. I did go ahead and get the white on mine, and my cushions were actually made by Florida Backyard. They made those for me, and I got the upgraded fabric so that I could get a good waterproof, bleach-proof fabric. You can see right here, this set is only $1,049. I paid around $2,300 for my set with the upgraded fabric. So expect to pay about $2,300 for what I have, which is like a 4-piece set with 2 small tables, a love seat, and a chair. And they look awesome and they'll last forever. When the fabric gets dirty or moldy, you literally can spray it with bleach and hose it off, and it does not affect the color on the fabric. We would have to pull everything off the dock though and get that rug out from under it, so we didn't ruin that first. But it's good to know that you can clean those without having to actually take them off the dock and store them inside during times when you're not using them. a lot of people will take their stuff and just store it inside to keep it from getting ruined. I'll put a link in the description to at least one of these types of polywood furniture. You can go from there and find your own and buy it and use our affiliate links, and it does help us out greatly at Supercar Street Race. Now, we did get these at Florida Backyard. If you are in Florida, go take a look at Florida Backyard. I'll put the address and phone number in the description. They did set everything up for us as well. Now, at the time of this recording, we have 150,897 subscribers. We thank you so much for your support. If you're new here, go ahead and click subscribe and like the video. It helps us out tremendously. Buy everything through our Amazon affiliate links, and we'll see you guys on the next one. We got to get out of here. This tiny Tesla is charging next to this tiny charger. We got the Alien, and then we got the Peel. Let's go with the Peel satisfaction on the Tesla Model S Plaid, fully peeled with the Alien and the charger. Guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing, and we're getting buzz bombed. This dude won't stop. There he goes. I don't know what he's doing. He fly over the house like 50 times. But hey, I sold the golf cart 3 days ago that used to be sitting right here. And I bought something else, but I can't tell you what it is yet. But I did break this out from up on top of the storage area up here. And this is my 4-channel, actually 5-channel power amplifier that I may or may not be using in a new vehicle pretty soon. Check it out, guys. 5-channel Rockville amplifier. Alright guys, so we just got a visit from the golf cart Santa Claus, and he brought my club car. This is a 2014 club car Precedent with at least an aftermarket motor, and it might have a controller too, I'm not sure. But my buddy Joe, who knows all about these guys, is coming over after work, and we're gonna break into it. But it's got a plumb quick motor for sure, and it may or may not have a controller in it. So yeah, so 2014 has some wood grain stuff which will come out. It has some seats that are alligator skinned with brown, which that's some people's taste, it's not mine. But the first thing coming out is this weird golf thing, this sticker here. So we're gonna get out our Goo Gone. There's also some sticker leftovers on the body itself. It has the LED light kit, so it has everything. We're gonna get rid of that club car logo and put a Supercar Street Racing logo on there. And it has aftermarket wheel and tire. Nice street tires, 215, 40, 12. And this is my club car Precedent, ready to do some modifications to it and make it good. But the first thing we are going to do right here, right now, is get this ugly sticker off of the dash right here. All right, here we are in the new club car with the annoying backup sound. So we found out it has a 10 horsepower motor. We don't know about the controller yet. Same lights as yours, I think. Same headlights.
You think your neighbor will wreck it?
Yeah. He comes over and destroys all my shit. Doesn't care. You tell me from the pickup.
That's not bad.
Okay, yeah, that does kind of feel like yours.
Yeah.
How's the steering?
It's not bad.
This thing rips, dude.
It's actually not bad at all.
This thing rips.
It's not totally.
Needs better lights.
Yeah, I got the Amazon lights on me. Super bright. Floating lights right in the wood.
This is tinted.
Yeah.
This thing rips.
Yeah, we definitely need to fix the tires a little bit. But it's
Toe?
not bad. It's not bad.
It moves though, huh?
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Used to be in a loud car. This is so nice. Yeah, I think the first thing's going to be, I don't know, maybe a matte. Maybe rip these side things off, paint them satin black, or they have powder coated on mine for like $70 black. Rips. And then like if there's any suspension parts that we can replace easily, like bushings or anything,
Yeah, bushings.
let's just fucking do it. I mean, I don't hear any weird clunks or anything like that.
That whining, that's the motor.
Yours is louder though. Yours sounds like a jet engine. Man, I like this thing. Needs LEDs in here too, like light up the inside. What's up here? Yeah, those lights are not
One thing you always want to make sure is check the air pressure on the tires.
Okay.
Low air pressure on a single tire, man, it'll slow you down big time.
Oh, you're moving now.
That's all it is.
Wait, look at GPS.
I'm recording a screen now. All right, here we go. Ripping it. Well, 28. 29. There's 30.
That's what I wanted.
30.
That's what I wanted.
Nice, you got your 30. Sick. All right, Rich is driving the car.
Like a
And
bad
he's
hell.
ripping it. And so
78 miles an hour.
78, double the speed. No, it does good, man. It's fun. It's plenty fast enough now, and it's clean.
All right. Let's see what it'll do.
Let's do it. Here we go. See the floor? Alright. I don't got no GPS while I'm recording, so I'll go GPS. Alright guys, welcome back to the channel, and you saw me detail this entire cart, and wow, what can I say? It came out. I know it's hard to see in here. I'll get some better pictures during the day, but I detailed the entire cart from top to bottom. Took me about 3 hours, and it came out absolutely great. I did the wheels and tires as well. I want to get that diamond plate either painted black or get the powder coated ones for it. I don't like the chrome. Want to get new wheels and tires. There is definitely some paint issues. I was thinking about maybe doing a wrap as well. So yeah, the cart came out absolutely fantastic. And I know you guys can't see all that, but like, I went through this whole thing and I just saw something I missed under here. Right here. I missed all this underneath the gas pedal. Live cleaning happening now. That's better. All right, now it's good. I had sprayed some Armor All back there and didn't get it up, but I want to get the mat. I want to start modding this thing for the channel, and they make a really nice mat that goes right there for like 150 bucks. We took off the ugly we took off the steering wheel thing, but we didn't clean that. Let's get that polished up real quick. All right, now it is nice and polished up, looks much better, and this cart is ready to start being modified. But I hope you guys enjoyed the brand new addition to the channel, and we'll see you guys next time on Supercar Street Racing.
Are we alone? It's a question that's fascinated people for, well, probably as long as we've been looking up at the stars.
It really is one of those fundamental questions, isn't it? And today, we're taking a deep dive into it.
That's right. We're going to explore the history of how we've thought about extraterrestrial life, the scientific methods we're using to search for it, and some of the most tantalizing clues we've found so far.
And who knows, maybe by the end of this, we'll have some answers, or at least some new ways of thinking about the question.
At least some more questions, I'm sure. But let's start with the basics.
Okay, that was good.
Have we already found evidence of alien life, but we just haven't recognized it yet? What do you think?
Well, it's certainly possible. And that's actually one of the most intriguing ideas that we'll be exploring today.
It's pretty mind-blowing to think about, right?
It is, especially when you consider how much our understanding of life in the universe has changed just in the past few decades.
Exactly. I mean, for centuries, people could only speculate about what might be out there. But now we have actual scientific data to work with.
Yeah, we're discovering new planets almost every day. And some of them are in that sweet spot, the habitable zone, where conditions might be right for life as we know it.
And maybe even for life as we don't know it.
Exactly. But before we get too far ahead of ourselves, let's rewind the clock a bit.
Okay, let's go back in time, way back. Did people in ancient times even consider the possibility of other worlds, other life beyond Earth?
Oh, absolutely. Ancient philosophers, even early Christian writers, were already grappling with the concept of plurality of worlds.
Wow, really? So this isn't just a modern idea.
Not at all. Thinkers like Democritus and Epicurus in ancient Greece, and later Christian writers like Augustine, they were already pondering the vastness of space and the possibility that Earth might not be unique.
I love that, these ancient thinkers just looking up at the sky and wondering what else might be out there.
They didn't have telescopes or space probes, but they had their imaginations. And they weren't afraid to push the boundaries of what was considered acceptable to think about.
And sometimes those big, bold ideas, even if they seem a little crazy at the time, they can end up leading to incredible discoveries.
That's so true. And we see that throughout history as we explore the evolution of how we've thought about extraterrestrial life.
Okay, so we've got ancient philosophers pondering the possibility of other worlds. When did things start to get a bit more, well, concrete?
Let's fast forward a bit to the 15th century. Now, this is where things get really interesting.
Okay, lay it on me.
William Vorlong, a theologian, actually proposed that Jesus might have visited other worlds to redeem their inhabitants.
Wait, hold on. Jesus visiting aliens.
I know it sounds pretty wild, right?
Mm-hmm.
Especially for the 15th century. But it shows how people were already grappling with the theological implications of extraterrestrial life.
Yeah, if there are other intelligent beings out there, what does that mean for our understanding of religion?
Exactly. And it's a question that still resonates today. But it wasn't just theologians who were pushing the boundaries of what was considered acceptable to think about. Nicholas of Cusa, writing in 1440, described Earth as a brilliant star, just like all the other celestial objects we see.
Okay, so he's starting to see Earth not as the center of everything, but as just one part of a much larger system.
Exactly. He theorized that all these extraterrestrial bodies, including the sun, could potentially be inhabited. It's a remarkable vision, considering the limited scientific knowledge of the time.
So we've got this idea of a plurality of worlds gaining traction. Was everyone on board with the idea of extraterrestrial life by this point?
Not exactly. René Descartes, a prominent philosopher of that era, argued that while we can't definitively disprove the existence of intelligent beings on other planets, it remained a matter of speculation.
Okay, so a healthy dose of skepticism, always a good thing in science, right?
Absolutely. We need to be cautious about jumping to conclusions, but even Descartes couldn't completely dismiss the possibility.
Right. The seed had been planted. And over the centuries, that seed would grow into a full-blown scientific quest for extraterrestrial life.
Exactly. And it wouldn't be long before that quest took some major leaps forward.
So when did we actually start looking for alien life?
The mid-20th century is when things really took off. And it split into two main branches, the search for any kind of past or present life, and the hunt for intelligent life. That second branch, the search for extraterrestrial intelligence, or SETI, that's had a huge impact on our culture.
Oh, absolutely. Science fiction has given us some incredible alien encounters on the big screen. Close Encounters, E.T., Arrival, just to name a few.
And those stories, they've done more than just entertain us. They've helped shape public perception and spark debates about the potential consequences of contact.
That's true. I mean, what would it actually be like to meet an alien civilization? Would it be friendly, hostile, something we can't even comprehend?
Those are some big questions. And science fiction has helped us explore those possibilities, even if just in our imaginations.
Yeah, but it's not all about hypothetical scenarios. Scientists are actually out there actively searching for signs of alien life, and that's where the famous Drake equation comes in, right?
You got it. The Drake equation is an attempt to estimate the number of communicative civilizations within our galaxy.
So how many alien civilizations are out there? Does the Drake equation give us an answer?
Well, not exactly. It's based on a series of factors, many of which are highly uncertain. Things like the rate of star formation, the fraction of stars that have planets, the fraction of planets that could support life, and so on.
So it's more of a framework for thinking about the problem rather than a definitive answer?
Exactly. Even Frank Drake himself, the creator of the equation, acknowledged that these are speculative estimates. They're open to debate and revision as we learn more.
But even if it doesn't give us a precise number, the Drake equation has played a crucial role in the search for extraterrestrial life. It helped to kickstart the scientific search and focus our attention on the factors that matter most.
And that search has led to some incredible discoveries. We're finding new planets all the time, and we're developing increasingly sophisticated tools to study them.
So what are some of the methods that scientists are using to actually look for signs of life out there?
One of the key approaches is the search for biosignatures.
Okay, biosignatures. What exactly are those?
Think of them as clues that might indicate the presence of life. They can be anything from chemical compounds in a planet's atmosphere to geological features that suggest the presence of liquid water.
So like finding oxygen in the atmosphere of a distant planet, that could be a biosignature.
Exactly. Or methane, or even more complex organic molecules. These are all potential signs that something biological might be going on.
And scientists are actually finding these biosignatures on other planets.
We are. It's still early days, and we need to be cautious about interpreting the data. But there are some really intriguing findings out there that suggest we might not be alone.
This is getting really exciting. So are there any places in particular that have scientists buzzing about the possibility of finding life?
Oh, absolutely. Our own solar system has a few hotspots that have scientists really intrigued. Mars, for example, has long captured our imaginations.
Yeah, Mars, the red planet. I remember watching those first images from the Viking landers back in the 70s. It was like looking at another world.
And in a way it is. And what we've learned since then is that Mars wasn't always the cold, dry desert it is today.
Really? So what was Mars like in the past?
Evidence suggests that billions of years ago, Mars was a much warmer, wetter place with rivers, lakes, and possibly even oceans.
Wow. So you're saying that Mars might have been habitable at one point?
That's what the evidence seems to suggest. And that raises the tantalizing possibility that life might have emerged on Mars, even if it's long gone now.
Okay, so Mars was potentially habitable in the past. What about now? Is there any chance that life could still exist on Mars today?
Well, Mars lost most of its atmosphere and became much colder and drier over time, but some scientists believe that microbial life could still be clinging to existence somewhere beneath the surface.
So like little Martian microbes hiding out underground?
Exactly. Perhaps in underground aquifers or hydrothermal systems, places where there might still be liquid water and a source of energy.
That would be incredible if we found even microbial life on Mars.
It would be a game changer. And it's one of the main reasons why we keep sending missions to Mars, to search for those signs of past or present life.
Okay, so Mars, maybe microbes underground. Are there any other places in our solar system that have scientists excited about the possibility of life?
Definitely. Europa, one of Jupiter's moons, is another prime candidate.
Europa, isn't that the one with all the ice?
That's the one. But beneath that icy surface, scientists believe there's a vast global ocean.
Wow, a whole ocean hidden under the ice. How deep is it?
Estimates vary, but it could be tens of kilometers deep. And what's even more exciting is that this ocean might be heated by tidal forces from Jupiter.
Tidal forces, so like the moon's gravity pulling on the Earth's oceans.
Similar idea. Jupiter's gravity creates friction within Europa, generating heat. And that heat could create hydrothermal vents on the ocean floor, similar to those we find on Earth.
And on Earth, those hydrothermal vents are teeming with life, right? Even without sunlight.
Exactly. They're like little oases in the deep ocean. And some scientists believe that similar vents on Europa could provide the energy and nutrients needed for life to exist.
So we've got Mars, maybe microbes underground, Europa, maybe something swimming around in those dark depths. Are there any other contenders in our solar system's life lottery?
Well, there's one more that might surprise you. Venus.
Venus, really. But Venus is like a furnace? The surface temperature is hot enough to melt lead?
I know, the surface is definitely not hospitable. But recent studies have suggested a surprising possibility microbial life could exist in the cooler, high-altitude clouds of Venus.
Wait, life in the clouds of Venus? That sounds like something straight out of science fiction. What kind of life could possibly survive in those conditions?
We're talking about extremophiles, organisms that thrive in environments that would be deadly to most life on Earth.
Okay, so like those microbes that live in boiling hot springs or acidic mine drainage?
Exactly. And in the case of Venus, we're talking about microbes that could potentially tolerate the acidic conditions and high pressures found in the Venusian atmosphere.
So instead of little green men on Mars, we might find microscopic life floating around in the clouds of Venus.
It's a possibility. And it highlights how our understanding of what's considered habitable is constantly evolving. Life might find a way to exist in places we never thought possible.
This is all so mind-blowing, but it raises a crucial point. how can we be sure we'd even recognize life that's radically different from anything we've encountered on Earth?
That's the million-dollar question. Our understanding of life is based entirely on what we've observed on our own planet.
Right. DNA, carbon-based life forms, water as the essential solvent. But what if life elsewhere has evolved in entirely different ways?
What if alien life uses different building blocks, different energy sources, even different solvents? That's where the concept of life as we don't know it comes in.
It's a pretty wild idea, isn't it, to think that life could exist in forms that we can't even begin to imagine.
It's a challenge for scientists, but it's also incredibly exciting. It forces us to rethink our assumptions about what life is and where we might find it.
And that brings us to some of the most cutting-edge research in astrobiology today. The search for life as we don't know it.
And that's exactly what we'll be diving into next. You know, one of our sources makes this really interesting comparison between the search for exoplanets and the search for extraterrestrial life.
Oh, yeah. Like, what do they say?
Well, they basically argue that just like scientists once assumed planets existed beyond our solar system, long before we actually had the technology to detect them, we might be in a similar situation with alien life. Like, the evidence could be out there.
Yeah, that's a good point. We just might not have the tools or the right mindset yet to recognize it.
Right. We're always discovering new things about the universe, constantly refining our instruments and our understanding.
Yeah, it's totally possible we've overlooked something crucial, or maybe we're just looking in the wrong places.
Well, think about those early exoplanet discoveries. The first ones we found were these massive gas giants.
Oh, yeah, those are the easiest to spot, right? Because they cause those huge wobbles in their stars.
Exactly. And it took time, more advanced technology, to find those smaller rocky planets that might be more Earth-like.
So maybe we're just starting to scratch the surface when it comes to detecting life beyond Earth.
I think so. It's like we're still focused on what's familiar to us, what we can easily measure with our current instruments.
So we could be looking for the wrong things or using the wrong methods because our understanding of life is limited to what we've observed here on Earth.
Exactly. What if alien life is so different, so bizarre, that it's literally beyond our current comprehension? It's a pretty wild thought.
Yeah, it's like trying to imagine a color you've never seen before.
That's a great way to put it. And it's a challenge that astrobiologists are constantly facing.
And speaking of challenges, one of our sources actually highlights the skepticism and debate surrounding the field of astrobiology.
Oh, yeah. What do they say?
Well, some critics argue that it isn't a true scientific discipline, you know. They say it's more speculative than rigorous because we haven't found definitive proof of extraterrestrial life yet.
I can see where they're coming from. It does require a certain level of, I guess you could say, faith to devote your career to searching for something that you might never find.
Right. But even without that definitive proof, astrobiologists are making significant progress in understanding the conditions that are necessary for life and the potential for life to exist beyond Earth.
Oh, absolutely. They're exploring some fascinating areas, like extremophiles.
Yeah. Those organisms that thrive in those super hot hydrothermal vents or in the freezing depths of the ocean, those are pretty incredible. They really push the boundaries of what we thought was possible for life to exist.
Exactly. And by studying those extremophiles, scientists are gaining insights into the incredible adaptability of life and expanding the range of environments where we might find it, broadening our perspective on what's considered habitable.
So if life can survive in those extreme conditions here on Earth, it could potentially exist in even more extreme environments on other planets or moons, right?
Precisely. And it opens up the possibility of detecting life through unusual signals, which reminds me, one of our sources mentions the famous wow signal.
Oh, yeah. I remember reading about that. Wasn't that a strange radio signal detected back in the 70s that some people thought could be a message from an alien civilization?
That's the one. It was back in 1977, a radio telescope picked up this strong narrowband signal from space, and it lasted for 72 seconds.
So what happened? Did they ever figure out what caused it?
Well, despite repeated attempts, the signal was never detected again, leaving its source a complete mystery. Was it a glitch? A natural phenomenon we don't understand yet? Or was it a fleeting message from an alien civilization? We may never know for sure.
It's kind of unsettling to think that we might have already brushed up against evidence of alien life and just missed it, you know?
It's a good reminder that we need to keep an open mind and be prepared for the unexpected in our search for extraterrestrial life.
So, the wow signal, a potential hint, but still a mystery. Are there any other observations out there that have scientists scratching their heads?
Well, there's KIC 8462852, you might have heard of it, also known as Tabby's star.
Oh, yeah, Tabby's star. I remember reading about that. That's the one that has those weird, unpredictable dips in brightness, right?
That's it. Astronomers have proposed a bunch of different explanations for its strange behavior.
Like what?
Swarms of comets, dust clouds. But honestly, none of them fully explain the observations.
And I think I remember reading that some people even suggested that it could be a sign of an alien megastructure, right?
Yeah, some have proposed that, the idea of some kind of megastructure built by an advanced alien civilization to harness the star's energy. But that's considered a very unlikely scenario.
I mean, it would be pretty amazing if it were true, though.
It would be groundbreaking.
Yeah.
And it highlights how our thinking has evolved. We're starting to consider possibilities that might have seemed outlandish just a few decades ago.
Okay, so we've got these potential hints, the wow signal, Tabby's star. But what about more concrete evidence? Has there ever been a discovery that's come close to proving the existence of alien life?
Well, one event that generated a lot of excitement and controversy was the analysis of the Martian meteorite, AL-884,001.
ALH-84001. Refresh my memory.
It's the one that came from Mars and landed in Antarctica.
Oh, right. I remember reading about that. Scientists thought they found fossilized bacteria inside it, right?
Yes. Back in 1996, a team of scientists announced they'd found what looked like fossilized bacteria within the meteorite. It was huge news.
Yeah, I remember it was all over the news. But what happened? Did other scientists disprove the findings?
The debate over ALH-84001 continues to this day, but most scientists now agree that the evidence is inconclusive.
So another case of tantalizing hints, but no smoking gun.
Pretty much. It seems like we're still searching for that definitive proof that we're not alone.
And in the meantime, scientists are developing new ways to search for that proof, right? Even if that life is completely unlike anything we've ever seen before.
Exactly. We'll dive into those new approaches in the next part of our deep dive. So we've covered some pretty fascinating ground in our search for an answer to that age-old question. Are we alone?
We really have. From ancient philosophers imagining a plurality of worlds to modern scientists searching for biosignatures.
And let's not forget about that mind-bending concept of life as we don't know it.
Oh, yeah, that one really stretches the imagination.
It does, doesn't it? But it's a crucial part of this search, forcing us to challenge our assumptions about what life is and where we might find it.
And I think one of the biggest takeaways for me has been the realization that we still have so much to learn.
Absolutely. For centuries, we assumed Earth was unique, the only planet capable of supporting life, and now we know that our galaxy alone likely contains billions of planets.
Billions. It's incredible to think about, and many of those planets could potentially harbor life.
It really is mind-boggling. The discovery of exoplanets has completely shifted our perspective.
It really has. It's no longer a question of if there are other planets out there, but rather how many of them might be suitable for life as we know it.
Or even life as we don't know it.
Exactly. And that's what makes this search so exciting.
It really is. We're not just looking for another Earth, another planet that looks just like ours.
We're exploring a vast universe of possibilities, acknowledging that life could take on forms that we can't even begin to imagine.
And you know what else has really struck me during our deep dive? Life might be far more adaptable and resilient than we ever thought possible.
Oh, I totally agree. I mean, just look at the extremophiles we find here on Earth, thriving in those incredibly harsh environments.
Exactly. Boiling hot springs, freezing cold depths of the ocean, acidic mine drainage. Life finds a way.
It makes you wonder what might be possible on other planets and moons.
It really does. It highlights how important it is to be open to new possibilities, to challenge our assumptions about what life requires.
And that's where life as we don't know it comes in.
Exactly. Thinking about life that might be based on completely different biochemistry, using different building blocks, different solvents, different ways of harnessing energy.
It's a challenge for scientists because it means we can't just rely on the biosignatures we're familiar with from Earth.
We need new ways of detecting life, even if it's completely alien to us.
So instead of looking for familiar signs of life, like oxygen or methane, we need to focus on those fundamental properties that define life itself, regardless of its chemistry.
That's exactly right. Things like complexity, organization, the ability to maintain a state far from equilibrium.
It's like learning to read a language we've never encountered before. We might not understand the individual words, but we can still recognize patterns.
That's a fantastic analogy. And that's what groups like ELEB are doing, developing those tools, those frameworks that will allow us to recognize life even if it's radically different from anything we've ever seen.
It feels like we're on the cusp of a new era of exploration, one that's not just about finding another Earth, but about expanding our definition of life itself.
and embracing the incredible diversity that might exist out there. It's an exciting time to be in this field.
It really is. But as we push the boundaries of our understanding, we're forced to confront that fundamental question once again. Have we already found evidence of alien life?
It's the question that's been driving this search for generations, a question that has fueled countless debates, inspired scientific missions, and captivated the public imagination.
You know, after all the research we've done for this deep dive, I can't help but wonder if the evidence might already be out there.
Hidden in plain sight.
Yeah, just waiting for us to develop the right tools and the right perspective to recognize it.
I mean, think about those tantalizing hints we've discussed, the wow signal, the strange behavior of Tabby's star.
Even the controversial analysis of that Martian meteorite, ALH 84001.
What if those weren't false alarms, but rather glimpses of something we didn't fully understand at the time?
It really makes you think, doesn't it? The answer to this age-old question might not come from some grand singular discovery.
But rather from a gradual accumulation of evidence.
A shift in perspective, a willingness to embrace the unknown.
And you know what? Here's a final thought to leave you with. Imagine for a moment that we do find conclusive evidence of alien life.
Okay, I'm imagining it.
Not in some distant galaxy, but right here in our own solar system.
Wow, okay. In our own solar system.
Maybe on Mars or Europa, or even in those enigmatic clouds of Venus. How would such a discovery change us?
That's a huge question to think about. It would completely change our perspective on everything.
It would force us to confront our place in the cosmos in a way we never have before.
It would challenge our beliefs, our understanding of science, our very sense of identity.
It would be a defining moment for humanity.
It's both exciting and a little bit terrifying to think about.
It is. But you know, as we wrap up this deep dive, I'm left with a sense of wonder and a renewed appreciation for the sheer vastness and mystery of the universe.
Me too. Who knows what incredible discoveries await us out there?
And maybe, just maybe, the answer to the question, are we alone, is closer than we think.
Well, I guess the search continues. Thanks for joining me on this deep dive into the search for extraterrestrial life. It's been an incredible journey.
It really has. And for all of you listening out there, keep looking up at the stars and keep asking those big questions. Who knows what we might find?
Are we alone?
What's this switch do? Welcome back to the channel, and today we have this electronic rat killer we're going to be taking a look at, so hang in there on Supercar Street Racing. We are back on Supercar Street Racing, and we're so happy that you joined us today. And we're taking a look today at this electronic rat killer from Xpest on Amazon. Now, the way this thing works is you actually charge it, and once the charge indicator goes off of green, you will know this thing is fully ready to go, and then you'll have a solution that is more humane for killing rats and mice. And you just slide this door right off the top of this guy, you put some bait right inside there, slide the top back on, and on the side here there is an off-on switch that you do turn on. All right, once you have this electronic rat killer loaded up, it does come with an indicator LED right here. It is a small little LED light that you plug into the side, and supposedly it will let you know when this has actually activated. And you take this LED right here and you plug it right in next to where the charger goes, like this.
And now this thing should just flash whenever something is caught in the trap and killed. Now, XPest does not recommend that you use this thing outside. I am going to break all the rules, of course, and put this outside on my patio because I need something to try to get the mice out there. I do know I have a mouse problem out there because last year I would find droppings and things like that. That's a good indication that you do have a problem. Now, it has some LEDs on the front here, and actually right now it is in charging mode. So if this guy right here has a green LED on it still, it is charging. It is plugged into a standard USB-A 5-volt accessory jack here on my nightstand. Now the red indicator light is on. High voltage electric shock, keep working, whatever that means. The translation is a bit rough here. 2 blue indicators on the trap and power line flash separately. Rats were killed, flashes once per 5 seconds, and that is this LED here that we just plugged in, and this blue indicator right here on the front. Green indicator light means that it is charging, and it will go off when this guy is fully charged. The red indicator and blue indicator flash alternatively. That is a low power warning, and you need to get this thing on a charger. The buzzer alarm reminder after your electricity is finished, it rings twice of 30 seconds. Not sure what that means because the translation is really loose on this. Right here in front of the XPest electronic rat and mice killer, and there are some cautions in the manual I wanted to go over with you. It says avoid touching the metal plate in the bottom of the machine so you don't get shocked. We would hate to see you get shocked. Only for indoor use. What I see out here, don't do. I am putting it outside because that's where I need it the most. Do not leave the mousetrap open where children or pets can reach it. So obviously you don't want to leave this top door off here, which slides back because of the risk of electric shock. Wait until the blue light flashes and the buzzer prompts to open the cover when the mouse is shocked. Don't open it before that until you do get an indicator light on here and on this LED that is so coolly connected to the trap. When the yellow indicator is on, the battery is low and it does need to be charged. The mouse killer trap supports 30 times electric charge after it is fully charged. And if the place where you put the trap is not convenient to see the indicator, plug it in the power cable with the LED indicator to remind you to clean up at the electrocuted mice in time, which is some very crazy translation. This has a 12-month free limited replacement warranty on it, and you can contact them if you have any more issues. Now this is a pretty simple thing to understand how it works. Basically, you put food on the bait slot inside, the scent attracts a rat or a mouse into the product. When they touch the metal plate, the high voltage inside will electrocute it. Compared with traditional cage and trap, the electronic is more efficient, safe, and hygienic, and it does not need to touch the dead animals and kills rats and mice safely. Okay, taking a closer look at the XPest electronic rat killer. Basically on this side here, it does have your power switch, which it is off now because it's charging. It has a high voltage indicator warning right here, some little instructions on how to operate it. It does have on the back a neat little door for them to go in, which they can't come back out of because it only goes one way right here. And it has a little charge thing on there, like a lightning cutout, which is pretty cool. And then on the side, it just does say electronic rat killer. And you have your connections here for both the LED indicator light and also the power connector, which is USB Type A and is charging this guy right now. Now that we've taken a closer look at the XPest rat killer, we're going to go outside, put some bait in it, set it up, and see if we can get any results overnight. We are outside of the Supercar Street Racing Studios and the compound, enjoying this beautiful day in Florida, and we do have this rat trap here, and I know for sure I have an issue in this corner with rats because I have seen droppings, and this little LED indicator, really don't need it at this point. Basically it just glows when you catch something, so I'm gonna just put it on top right here. Now what should happen is after we turn on this guy, it should light up in red on the front LED. Let's see what happens when we turn it on. All right, we got 2 beeps. And so I'm assuming it's on. Let's see. I'm gonna try it again. All right, it lit up blue, then red. So I'm honestly just gonna leave it kind of like this. And hopefully they don't chew through the actual wiring. But that will keep the LED up here, facing up, that we will be able to see it next time. So I'm just gonna kind of leave it like that. And the rat does go through that hole right there. There's a little flap door that only goes one way. So it just says, after the rats are shocked, the 2 blue lights, one on the trap and one on the power line, will flash together and the product will enter a safe mode. So at that point, you have something in the trap. So let's leave that guy overnight and see if we can get anything for tomorrow. Okay guys, it has been 2 days now and we are going to see if we got anything. There are actually rat droppings right there. So all you have to do is slide this off. I just turned it off before I started the camera. And I don't think there's anything in here. Nope, it has not gotten anything yet, guys. So I will replace this and let it sit out here for a little while longer, see what happens. How's it going, everybody? You are back inside the Supercar Street Racing wonderful 4K production studio, and I'm Brad as usual, and today we have this XPest electric trap, high voltage electric shock to kill mouse, rat, other nasty rodent, blah blah blah, and the description goes on forever. We were provided this trap by the manufacturer. You saw the results of what happened last night. Now it might take several days to actually get something in your trap. So let's go down here and see what's going on. The price is $47.99 on Amazon. And when you do order this, please make sure you order it through our official affiliate link below, or any other products you want to order. It helps me greatly. It gives me a commission whether you buy the trap or not. Click any of my links in the description of the YouTube video. Now looking at this, it has solid 10 reviews with 5 stars, so definitely people are enjoying it. There's some pictures here of it right here. High quality, good device for crawling area. Within a week they got results, so we're going to test it out tonight, and if we don't get any tonight, we'll keep testing and report back later. But so far, all the reviews are excellent for this XPest electric mouse trap. And if you can compare it to some other products down here, you can see that there are some other ones available that are similar, that have some similar amount of reviews. There's glue traps, there's standard mouse traps, and then there's the electric trap. All of them with 4-star and plus reviews, and we don't have any negatives to go by here. But if we go to one of these other ones, not going to play that, but let's go to the actual listing and look at some of the negative reviews here on this type of trap. They won't snap, they just attack ants. I don't know what that means. Small food cup, don't waste your money, worked once, blah blah blah. Not very effective. So that's what some of the other tests are getting right now on their other mousetrap types. But if we take a look here at the bigger picture here, you can see that is where the LED is on the side. And then back here on the back where my mouse is, one of those is the charging port, and it does charge for about 4 or 5 hours until the green light goes off here in the front. And then right here it says keep away from children, don't touch the steel board, obviously turn it off when you are actually loading it. Read the manual. It says indoor use only, but I have a problem outside, so I ignored the advice of the manual and put it outside. Now here's instructions on how you actually use the device. You open the sliding cover, you place the bait, you turn on the device, and you put it where mice are active. And now you can put nuts, cheese, cookies, ham, or sugar in there, and those guys have a very, very good sense of smell. They will see it or hear it and smell it and come get it. And here is a little overview of how it works, a diagram of everything. They don't show you the LED port, but it is right next to the charging port here. It does have rechargeable batteries, a indicator on the back. Here's the high voltage plate, the bait slot, a protection switch, and then there's the indicator and the charging port on the side. And this thing is about 10.5 inches long to accommodate some bigger rats and 3.9 inches wide. And you guys saw it right outside there on the patio is where I am putting it. And that's going to do it for the X-Pest electric mousetrap. Guys, please like and subscribe. You don't know how much that helps me as a channel, and it helps us stay alive and do other reviews for you because we lose money on the channel. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, buy everything through the Amazon links in the description. And I got to get out of here because I am... Peace. We got the peel set, we got the garage door keypad, we got the sham board, and we got the garage door keypad, and we got the peel. Let's go with the peel set. That peel set's actually so good with the sham board and the garage door opener. What's up, everybody? Out here at Racetrack on 103rd with Chad over here somewhere. About to get some E85 here. Heading to Tuner's Inc. right now with Chad. Gonna fill up with this E85 right here and hope that it has good content. Who knows? Get some E85 over here with Chad. See how many gallons it takes. It's cheap too. It took 10 last time and 7 this time. So that's gonna do it. Alright, I'm out here with Chad and we were literally leaving this light here and we broke the car again, so the car's been broken twice. This time I think the shifter linkage bolt came out, or the nut came off the bolt and they all fell out, but we're gonna go look for it, and if we can't find it, we'll be going to Home Depot to find a new bolt and nut. I bet the bolt's gone too, honestly. Out here at Tuner's Inc. Tracy's fixing a broken car, and yeah, he's having fun. So looks like we popped the bolt and the nut off the linkage.
Looks like you blew a nut.
Yep. And
Looks like you blew a seal.
and then haven't even told you, but I've been having trouble getting it into reverse, and I think I figured out why. But there's a good look at the linkage. Well, that might be it too, but I think it's hitting the lockout plate up top. I'll show you. Somebody removed the reverse lockout where you pull up on the ring. They took that out completely, and they have the shifter, like, I'll show you. It's gork. But there's a good look at the V160 transmission. Here comes Chad. About to get checked on the laptop. A little bit more. Well, you're centered on the dyno. Never mind. About to get cartooned. That's what broke, or came off actually, right there. There's a good look at the billet Superstore transmission mount. And while we're under here, I look at the exhaust. Now we can see what exhaust this thing has. This bugs me, look at this. It goes from 3 to 2.5 from here to here.
Let me take care of that. 2.5 not gonna, that's not enough flow.
Yeah, it's not.
Even 3 is
It's pushing it. Yeah. Well, you can tune that out.
no. Well, except for the Acrobat. Usually the caterpillar is at like 420, 430.
Laptop in here.
Could be the cab.
map right now. It looks like 2.5 minutes. Okay.
So you can let it down.
That was a quick fix. Thank goodness. About to dyno tune this guy's car. 40 horsepower. He's gonna. It's a best guess. We're gonna get a baseline. What's your guess on the baseline?
430.
All right, whoever gets closest, that'll make. No, baseline. Baseline. Wow, no wonder. All right, so here's the deal. Whoever gets closest, the other person has to buy lunch. All right, I got it. All right. So I say, and it's okay. So I think it's 438 is what I'm going for. What about you?
I'm gonna say with 430.
430? All right, he says 430. I say 438. Tracy, you don't have to buy lunch, but what do you say?
Baseline 445.
445.
Final 480.
480. He's gonna make 40 wheel horsepower with no bottle. That's his liquor bottle. All right, we're about to find out. We'll get this thing strapped down. About to attach it directly to the drive shaft. Because that's
Wrapping around the shaft a couple times. That's in a good spot.
I know. Ice Cube.
Well, actually, it's
Ice Cube. Yeah, the dude sampled it. Yeah.
what?
Ice Cube.
That's the Ice Cube.
Eiley Brothers. Yeah. Go ahead, look it up.
Oh, before doing, the heads and cams, you guys see what it
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
sure.
we're gonna make the first one.
Yeah. Before.
About to do a stock pull here. Moment of truth. About to find out if you bought lunch or not. Oh, I only see torque. 427. You were closer. Yeah. I bought lunch. We were all under. Seems low, huh? Where are you going, dude? Oh my god, that's cool. Wow. What's up, buddy? He's so cool. Just made a second run. 40 wheel horsepower with one adjustment. Look at that curve. Whole bunch of adjustments. One set of adjustments, I'm sorry. Yeah. Look at that. All the way from the bottom, picked up. Big torque. There's so made less torque but made more power.
No, it picked up
Right?
442.
Oh right, picked up 30, yeah, 40.
Picked up 40 torque.
40 and 40. About to make another run here, see if we can get more. Another horse.
And we just want to kind of explain about how this house is actually going to be paid for in the next 2 weeks. I am super hyped about being able to do this. I've worked really hard for this for the last few years. Guys, continuing our tour of Supercar Street Racing Mansion, so huge, 1,500 square feet total. We are heading out into the garage now. Let's take a look at what we have out here. And we actually do have some laundry going right now. And let's get some lights on in here. All right, so let's talk about the Supercar Street Racing garage. Now, the first thing you will notice out here is that we do not have a car at this time. We have a non-running mini bike and an awesome golf cart because I am in the process of finding a vehicle. Now out here in the garage, out in my garage, some of the things that have been done out here are when I bought this awesome LG Signature set of washer and dryer, I repainted this whole entire wall there. I did recessed lighting back in here. I did this light here, and also I did these cabinets up top. And when I did the cabinets, I put power inside of there, which turned out really good for all of my tools and stuff. So taking a look inside here, we have tools, charging, and then over here we just have miscellaneous stuff, electrical equipment, and on top we have a nice area of storage, and we have the audio system for the garage entertainment. Joe, Dukes of Duval, and myself built this workbench years ago, about 10 years ago almost, so that is still there. And you can see I have my tools on top. Joe and I did a video with the vise and the grinder install. Over here on this wall we have tools hung up on pegboard style. My whole garage has pegboard, as you can see. We also have our landscape light timer here for one side of the yard, and we have our Wise sprinkler controller for the other side of the yard. Looking up here, we have our new garage entertainment system, and behind that is where we did all the nice work up through the wall. And that is our garage entertainment system. It is a 1080p television that I have had for almost 12 years. I have 2 of them. Here we have, again, we have our LG Signature washer and dryer, and these guys are actually connected to Wi-Fi, and they will notify you when your wash and your dry is done. I have added power right here, but one thing I would like to do is add power all the way down both walls and put a retractable power up here where the Chamberlain garage door opener is. This is actually a smart garage door opener which does Wi-Fi. I replaced that about 1.5 years ago. We also have a dot right here if we need to do any smart related stuff. And we have a nice storage area under here for our air compressor, our miter saw, and other miscellaneous items. And stepping back to the front of the garage so you can get a good look here. This is what the garage looks like. We borrowed this table from Rich and Trish to work on the mini bike. But there's the golf cart, and that golf cart does charge from right here. There is the charger, even though I need to get power done here on this wall, and I will get that done soon. That is a look at the Supercar Street Racing garage. All right, everybody, so just a good look at the orientation of where we are. The living room's there, the outside is there. If we take a left here, we have our dining room here, which you already saw, but straight ahead is the master bedroom, which is now the Supercar Street Racing studio, and also this is my work area. And so just stepping in here, if we made a right, we would be out at the pool. There is a sliding glass door there. Over here is where we have our editing rig. It's also the setup for my work. We have 2 setups here. So if we need to work, we can do personal stuff on one and work on the other one. We have a monitor over on this side, which actually has, for editing, we can see our master output there. And there is the Supercar Street Racing editing rig. That's the Supercar Street Racing real work rig. We got our keyboard back there and our amplifier as well. But yeah, this is the Supercar Street Racing office / studio. We have a bunch of the gear here that we use to actually shoot videos. We've got a nice smart single light switch right there. We've got a Show 5 here. We've got recessed lighting up in the ceiling, which I did when this was an office for my ex-wife. We also have in-ceiling audio to the whole home audio system. We have a nice Red Hot Chili Peppers poster and some LED lights that I got out in LA. We have a stereo speaker set which is going out into the studio. Those will be the mains for the studio right there, and we will have a subwoofer as well. And that is a look at the office. It needs to be spacious. I do so much in here related to the channel and related to actual employment. And then if you were to step right here, you would see the beautiful outdoor view, which we will take you guys into after the tour of the bathroom. Okay, so looking into the master bathroom from the Supercar Street Racing office, if we go over here, we see this awesome LCD smart switch from Landbahn. We press that, and the lights do come on in the master bathroom here in Supercar Street Racing, which has had a lot of work done since I bought the house, but most notably, my most favorite project was the LCD LED smart mirrors, and they are not only smart, they have built-in makeup lighting, but I also added the Govee smart strips behind the mirrors, and they are all controlled with the show right there. And when I did this last remodel, when I got this brand new vanity, I had to remove the trim on the wall to get the vanity in because it is so tight. But when I did that, I made an effort to hide the wiring for the show, and also added electrical behind the mirrors for the Govee smart strips. And there you have the epitome of my favorite project in the world. It is also lit from below, and if we turn the lights off in here, we get a good look at how this looks with the door closed. And this is the Supercar Street Racing master bathroom in its full glory. Hope you guys are enjoying this as much as I am. I'm loving giving this tour. And now this is the Supercar Street Racing master bath. Nothing special, white tile, same tile down here on the floor. All this tile was redone when I bought the house. Let's get some lights going again. This tile was replaced. There was actually carpet in here in the master closet as well. This was all replaced when I bought the house, and we also did some of the same glass and marble tile down there to kind of finish off that ledge. When we did the floors, we also did the trim in the floor stuff as well, which I came up with that idea. And yeah, you can see here we just have a regular old white bathroom. This whole thing was refinished. It has a rain shower head, and we keep all the stuff there. This room actually has been converted to recessed lighting and recessed lighting in the shower, and it does have whole home audio. The outer bathroom has the other side of the whole home audio, so it's left in one and right in the other one. And I did add these LED lighting fixtures years ago, but I have upgraded them to better bulbs. And then here we have the Supercar Street Racing master closet. It's also storage for electronics. It has been converted to recessed lighting, as you can see, which made a huge difference. It had one light right there, and now it is where I keep all my clothes and extra electronics, all kinds of extra PCs and computers. And getting a look there, you can see how it goes out into the master bathroom. But yeah, this is the SCSR master closet. Guys, this is where our tour takes us out of the Supercar Street Racing editing facility and onto the backyard for the yard tour. And you walk out here and you do see that this is where our patio is. And we completed all this work on the patio. We did the beam, we did the fan, we did all the electrical and the lighting, and we did a new rug when we built and remodeled this backyard. And you can see here, that is the sunroom there, and then that enters into the Supercar Street Racing office, which is also my work office. So this is the patio. It has the RGB Govee sconce lighting. It has RGB lighting in this lamp as well. We do have some furniture out here. We do have a television with a fire stick in it, and that is the entrance to the sunroom. We have a beautiful Sofucore fan with a remote control in there. And this turtle was found in the yard and refurbished. It was buried in the yard. And I painted it the nice copper paint color. We also have some things on the wall here, some art, and we have speakers up there that can either be run off of this television or the inside whole home audio system. And turning out here to behind me, we have the wonderful, beautiful supercar street racing backyard, which we will give you a tour of now. We started by remodeling this entire pool and pool deck and adding sections on. We remodeled this pool with PebbleTech, and we did glass tile on the edge. You can see the glass tile there on the step tiles. And glass tile all the way around the edge of the pool. And it does have some pretty cool looking reflections when you walk around. Kind of hard to see because the sun isn't shining on it now, but this pool was redone completely with PebbleTech, and this pool deck was redone with travertine. This entire pool deck redone. Both sides of the house were also redone, but more importantly, this section was added with pavers so that I could put 2 more chairs out here, because the sun doesn't always hit those chairs and the sun doesn't always hit those chairs, but at certain times of day you can be on either one of these chairs and get sun. So the pavers were added. We also refreshed, that is my fish pond, by the way, my real fish pond. No alligators allowed in fish pond. Yep. Got a little bit of algae in it, but yeah, I built that fish pond. We did refresh all the mulch and all the landscaping in the backyard. The wind has knocked over my plastic chairs. We do have a fire pit right there. We have some lovely birds down there, and we will see some alligators today as well. We have some little cranes out here doing their thing right there. They just took off. There's the fire pit, and those chairs go right up against the fire pit. I made those chairs out of palm trees, which there was a palm tree next to that, and we cut that down and used those for stools, which they're very hard on your legs. So not a good idea, actually, in hindsight. Your legs get scraped by the actual palm. They need to be sanded down. We had our existing patio furniture out here, which we bought new cushions for and placed over here. We were able to move, and we'll get to that in a minute, we were able to move our, well, we used to have an umbrella till it blew away in the wind. We were able to move that table and chairs from here over to the new patio. We will go over that shortly. We refreshed all this landscaping and added borders around it. And out here we have the dock that was built about 10 years ago, and we have a bunch of wildlife creatures around here, and we have turtles right out there, and we have an alligator right here swimming towards us, and he is right out there. Let's see if I can zoom in on him for you. He is right there, and there are other ones in here as well. There's another one coming this way, heading towards us from back there. We've got this guy chilling, and this is a look back at the backyard from the dock. The dock does have furniture on it. I just cleaned all this furniture and pressure washed the dock and the bulkhead there, so it all looks very nice. And there is the alligator and the other alligator and a third alligator coming towards us as we speak. Right there. See, we got 3 of them coming. One on the right, one on the left, and one straight ahead, all the way down there, of varying sizes. That's a little guy right there, but here he comes. And he's getting closer. So that's how the house looks from the back with this tour. And I'll show you what happened with the fence. All this fence is brand new all the way around the property. It's all brand new vinyl fencing, and we were able to move the fence from where that gutter is all the way to the front to get some more space for the backyard. We added the rocks on the side of the fence as well, and all this concrete is new, every bit of it, you can tell.
Concrete was not there. It was none of this was concrete. We added all of this concrete here, all the way up to the front to the fence. Added this patio, which did have an umbrella until about a week ago. I went on a trip, I came home, and it was gone. So it either got stolen, which is unlikely, or the wind took it, but it was very windy here, so it definitely was the wind. This is a cool little patio. I just need to buy another umbrella. And there's a look at the pool and the landscaping on this side. Walking back to this other side, we will show you the brand new pool equipment. All this concrete is new. We made this garden out of existing yard. We had plants here, they died in the last rain, or in the last freeze, sorry. But it looks like they're coming back on both sides. All this concrete was added along with this fence. The fence used to be behind where that AC is. We moved it up to the very front of the property so we could build the Supercar Street Racing Studio, which is still being worked on. This is the brand new pool equipment. It's all Wi-Fi enabled, brand new stuff, the newest technology available, and it's all Jandy with the control panel there. And our landscape lighting back here is also Wi-Fi enabled, and it controls all of the landscape lighting. And then we have nice lights on the fence there all the way around the house. All this was added. I know it looks crooked, it's really not. The fence is actually running away from the property line. The shed is, the Supercar Street Racing Studio is actually straight with the house. And if we go up here, we have a nice pad here to add a shelter one day if we want to park something under, which I think that is my plan, so I can have 2 cars in the future. But we have the studio here, which we are going to take a look at next. This is the lean-to addition to the house. That is the Supercar Street Racing Future Studio. And let's go ahead and enter this guy right here. And it is all locked up. So let's go ahead and go in. We don't want anybody stealing the nothing that's inside. It's literally oxygen. And this is the Supercar Street Racing Studio here with dirt in it because it's not sealed up all the way underneath the door. So I got to get that done. This is actually just blowing through underneath the door because there's no weather stripping around the door. But this is the future home of the Supercar Street Racing Studio, and we have to get some AC put in here. We're going to get a split system. We're going to seal around that door completely. We are going to get insulation done, and this wall here is going to be beautiful with 250-inch televisions, 4K, and we will have a desk to actually broadcast on and the best lighting available in the Supercar Street Racing Studio. But yeah, this is it. It's about, I don't know, 150 square feet. It's perfect for a studio. It's not very hot today, but it does get hot. It either needs a window AC unit or it needs a split system. So this is a good look at the studio. It's going to have a bunch of wiring done, and it is going to have insulation drywall. And all the wiring done on this wall, all the wiring done into the house so that we actually have Ethernet out here and not Wi-Fi. And I will update you guys on this after we get more done. Here we are in the Supercar Street Racing editing facility, and you can see we have all kinds of editing equipment around here for us to create the Supercar Street Racing content daily. We try to do 1 video a day. It's very difficult sometimes, but now we are actually testing out our HyperX mic while we do this voiceover for you, and we just want to kind of explain about how this house is actually going to be paid for in the next 2 weeks. I am super hyped about being able to do this. I've worked really hard for this for the last few years, and I just want to tell you guys kind of how that can be done. So the first thing is, I would say to save all your money possible,
cut corners when you can and make those extra payments. The first problem that happens with people is they try to just get by with the minimum payments on the mortgage. It would benefit you so greatly if you just take one extra payment per year, or even 5 extra payments per year, or 6, or if you can do an extra payment per month. You have no idea how fast that will decrease that debt in your mortgage. Now for me, I've been really lucky because I've had some good investments and things like that, and I have been able to not only do the pool renovation outside, but I've also been able to put more than a couple of extra payments per month into that supercar street racing mortgage. So I've been able to get the house paid down quite a bit in the last year, and it looks like around March the 15th, I will have paid off this beautiful house. That's right, I think it's about 20 years early if you calculate the time that I've gotten this thing paid. Now the interesting part of this also is I've been watching the payments go down as far as interest, and the payment are showing an interest level of like $40 for the last payment, which is absolutely amazing. It looks like over the span of the loan, this is going to save me about $50,000, and that will actually pay for a vehicle for supercar street racing. So how can you pay your house off early? Well, it's all about making good investment choices and putting that extra income into the house. You may not have the ability to do as many payments as I did, and that's totally fine. You can still get this done because there's other ways to do it as well. I use my credit card points because I have a Wells Fargo credit card, and I apply those points directly to the mortgage. On the Wells Fargo site, you can actually pay off your credit cards or your mortgage if you have a Wells Fargo mortgage with your actual points from your Wells Fargo rewards card. And I have been able to get some payments done on the house, and like I said, looking like February 14th, this place will be completely paid off, and I will be just having to worry about property taxes and insurance on the place. Guys, if you have any advice for anyone else, or if you have some experience paying off your mortgage early or making extra payments, I'd love to hear about it down in the comments. I really appreciate you guys clicking through our links to purchase our products. It helps the channel greatly. I don't make money off the channel. I actually lose quite a bit of money per year on supercar street racing. Please like this video and subscribe, and I hope you like the house tour of the soon fully owned by me supercar street racing mansion of 1,500 square feet. And we'll see you guys next time on the channel. Hey guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing, and this is the video before the video. And I wanted to get on here before we start installing this device and talk to you guys a little bit about why this device is so important. Chamberlain absolutely refuses to work with Alexa. They will not pay the fees to be integrated with Alexa, so you cannot control your garage door with Alexa. You would have to subscribe to a service to do that. So this Tailwind smart Wi-Fi garage door opener allows you to integrate with Alexa. All you have to do is put it on your garage door and your opener, and then you can integrate for free, just the cost of the actual device. So Chamberlain, shame on you, but guess what? We're gonna get to work today and show you guys how you can do this on your garage door. So let's get to work. Guys, right in front of me and right here also directly in front of me is the Tailwind Smart Garage Wi-Fi Door Opener. Chamberlain hates this. They don't want you to know about it, but we're going to tell you about it today on the channel. Hang out. Guys, Chamberlain does not want you to open your garage door with the smart devices that you have available. They have blocked that capability unless you subscribe to their app, and you still cannot do it with the common smart devices that are out right now. So this is supposed to help you open and close your garage door with things like Alexa. This is the Tailwind Smart Garage Door Opener, and you can see right here that it comes with a track sensor, a smart module, a remote control of some sort with 2 little wires on it, which I don't know what that's for. Looks like a remote, but I don't think it is. A power supply. Okay, I haven't watched the install video yet, so I am not 100% sure about what everything is in this. So this adapter is for openers with yellow learn buttons, and I'm assuming I have that. I did on my old garage door. I haven't checked the new one yet. All right, I did verify we do have the yellow learn button on the device. So we do have the right options here for this. So I am on the website now and looking at the installation videos. And there is also an installer manual right here. Okay, so there is an app. Let's go ahead and scan that. And there is the Tailwind app. So that is the first step. Installing the Tailwind app is done. Second step is select a mounting location for the control module. And that is this guy right here. That should be easy. We have a pegboard, or we can just put it on top of the garage door opener. It says make sure the power adapter will reach. It says locate the module on the side of the door opener. Mount the 3-track door sensor if included. All right, for this next step, we have to move out to the garage, and I have to get you guys over there somehow. So I'm gonna stop down. Okay guys, for the next step, it wants us to power on the Tailwind controller where the power outlet is that we plan to use. And there is one, of course, right up here for the garage door opener. So I'm gonna go ahead and get up here and power this guy on. And there is our outlet. I'm gonna leave this hanging pretty low at this point and go ahead and power on the device. All right, I'm going to the next step here. Wait 5 to 10 seconds, then check the status light. It is flashing red, as you guys can see right here. It says press the reset button. All right, I have the pin tool. Okay, it turned blue. You guys can see it's blue right now. Is the light flashing blue? Yes. All right, so it's asking for the Wi-Fi password, and I'm assuming it is going to connect to Wi-Fi now. It says it'll turn green within 5 to 10 seconds. I'm naming it now, SCSR Garage, 1 door, and it's learning my location accuracy now. It says it's done. It did find my address. It wants me to put my name in and then the email address, and it is sending me a verification email. And I'm setting a password for my Tailwind account. And I am registering as a new user, and it's going to tell me to start hardware configuration. All right, guys, so today we are doing this garage door opener. The whole reason for this is that Chamberlain will not let you integrate this with the smart home. They do not allow it. And right here you can see me struggling to figure out this sensor that goes on the garage door, because the guy in the video did it on the other side, and I was just having trouble figuring out how to mount this thing. But basically it mounts to the hook, and then you slide this little thing in the back to lock it in, and you'll see that at the end of the video.
Make sure it's dry before you stick it. Also, you'll notice there's 2 sets of mounting holes on the magnet, and that's so that you have a couple of options on how to position it on the door.
Okay, so the next step is mounting the magnet to the door. And I guess we're gonna have to do it like that because it's too far out like that. So we're gonna need the double-sided tape for this. I'm gonna go grab it. Now we have to clean the area on the door where we are sticking the tape. I have some Windex here. It needs to be less than 2 inches away from the door. It is going to be mounted on the angle bracket like that. Just like that. Make sure it's not touching the door or anything close to the door before you go ahead and apply pressure, and hope that this doesn't fall off and mess your car up. And I'm giving it a good amount of pressure here. So that looks good. Let's go ahead and continue. All right, we're back, and I took a picture of this because I cannot read it, but we have to connect the white blue stripe wire from the Tailwind module to the red wire of the adapter. And after we are all done, we'll tie these wires up nice. Okay guys, right here I'm just doing wiring. I am connecting the Tailwind module to the adapter, which looks like a remote control. If you have one garage door, it's super easy. You connect the white with the blue stripe to red all the time, and then if you have one garage door, you connect the white wire to the green wire. That's all it takes for one garage door. Okay, so I guess I don't connect to the opener. I think we're already there pretty much. Now, I don't think anything hooks to our opener because the remote control does everything. This remote does it. Okay, let's see if it works. It wants me to update the firmware now. I'm gonna go ahead and do that. It says my garage is green, so it says it's updating the firmware. And it looks like it has started the firmware update process. Okay, it is back. All right, guys, all you see me doing right here in this clip is tying up the wiring really nice to the side of the garage door. And also I have heat shrink tubing over the joints, and I use soldered connectors that use the heat gun to go ahead and make them stick. So I'm doing that all right now in this clip. And that is that. Should be done with this project besides getting this thing linked up to Alexa. Okay, so the final part of this project just involves you linking your Tailwind account to Alexa. And I know I'm gonna wake up every device, never mind. And so what you do here is in your Alexa app, you go to Skills, you search for Tailwind. It will find two, it's the one that says Smart Home. Then you click Launch and you link it to your Tailwind account using whatever account you signed up for with Tailwind. It will then locate your opener and call it a lock. And if you look here, here is the garage door right here, and I have not tested it yet. I'm going to right now. Let's see if it actually opens with this. And it does. And now we will go ahead and close it when it is done. So you say lock it, it actually closes it. Chamberlain does not want you to do this, so just remember, Chamberlain will do everything in its power to not let you control this with Alexa. Okay guys, I just wanted to give you a good close-up view of this, the way this actually installs. So you take this Tailwind sensor here, it hooks around the J track right here, and then this little plate pushes through to kind of jam it up against the track. And then you tighten down this screw here to get it completely tight. Hopefully you guys can see that right there. So this just hooks around the back and this little plate slides through there. The magnet that it has to sense mounts right on the garage door right here. And you can see I use the angle. If you don't use the angle on this, if you use the flat, it would be too far out. So the angle lets it sit just next to it. And we went ahead and installed the actual smart box and the adapter on the very top of the garage door opener right up there. And the power goes up to the ceiling right there. We went ahead and tied up all the wiring and did heat shrink tubing. Even on the stuff that they gave us that had wiring nuts, we did heat shrink tubing and we did the solder shrink wrap connectors. And that is how the system came out. Let's go into the Supercar Street Racing Studios with Brad and see how you can get yourself a Tailwind for your Chamberlain garage door. Hey guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. This was a difficult one for me to tape and film because of the fact that there was a lot of downtime in between clips and stuff like that, and also pretty boring, but I wanted you guys to see this because Chamberlain refuses to allow you to let your device work with Alexa. They don't want to pay the licensing fees, and in order to use it at all, you have to do like IFTT or something like that, and I don't even know if that works anymore. But this Tailwind device will allow you to do smart home with your garage door and also open and close it, which you cannot do with any other device. So you got to get this Tailwind. You can see it right here on your screen. It's basically a control box right here. And what happens is if your garage door has a yellow Learn opener on it, then you will need the special adapter, and it basically looks like a remote control that wires into the Tailwind smart home device and then allows you to link your Alexa to that and use it in smart home and use your voice to control it. It will ask you for a PIN because it thinks it's a lock. So you will have to give a PIN number to open and close the garage door, but that is totally fine because otherwise you can't use it at all. Now I've had this sitting in the closet for almost 2 months and I was really putting off putting it into the garage. I wanted to get everything in there first on the new garage door opener. So we do have it installed now and it works great. And then you can program it and put a routine in there to where if you say open my garage door, it will go ahead and open that by doing the lock part. So go ahead and order yourself a Tailwind, because Chamberlain, you're not going to let anybody do it. I know you're not. And guys, we got to get out of here because we have to go open the garage remotely 1,000 times. Guys, right here in front of me in the Supercar Street Racing living room, we have the Lumery RGB AI Smart Pathway Light Pro Kit, 36 watts, 2800 lumens, RGB AI to look at today on the channel. So let's get rocking. Looking so fresh in this box, and it's sitting right here in front of me, and it is right now also in front of me, the Lumery RGB AI Smart Pathway Light Pro is a 36 watt 2800 lumen smart RGB AI light designed for outdoor use. It is rated at IP65, which we will explain later, and it has 48 feet worth of wire. It is a 4-pack, and today, in about 30 seconds here, we're going to be unboxing this in front of you guys and let you know what we think. We're going to set it up, see how it looks at night, and let you make a decision on whether you trust your money with Lumery. So let's get busy. The Lumery RGB AI Smart Pathway Light Pro sits in front of me inside of this box, right next to my drone. And we're going to open this guy up right now and see exactly what it is made of. But before we do that, we need the Supercar Street Racing knife. All right, inside the box now, and we can see this nicely laid out packaging here. And we can see the one light here and one light here, and a nice instruction manual on top from Lumery. And inside of this little package right here, the styrofoam package, we do see the stakes. And here is one of the lights, and they are very, very solidly built. Pretty heavy. There is a good look at them. And if you're wondering if these rotate, they do. So the actual light will rotate. And I would say these weigh a good 2 or 3 pounds. And if you expected them to be plastic, they are not. They are solid metal, so very well built. And they do have on the ends here the quick connectors. The only concern being, of course, is that what do you do with the extra wire if you have less than that amount of space between? And right here and right now is number 2 on the set, which I am just placing back on the table. Then we do have the Lumery remote right here. And it looks like right here is the power supply. And if you're wondering if you're going to be able to use a plug, you can't. You have to use this brick. And then underneath, the same exact thing on the bottom. Let's get all these out of here, get them plugged in and connected to Wi-Fi, and see how this works. Now, my plan was going to be to use these on the dock. I do see that there is a large amount of wire. They give you a lot of extra wire, which in most cases is helpful. But in my case, it's going to mean a lot of wire to hide. And if you look at the control box here, there is a larger plug on this, and that goes right into the bottom of this AC power adapter. And they have it keyed so you can't do this incorrectly. This will only go in one way due to the keying on the bottom. Let's get this connected. Back with the Lumery LED lights, and the very last light will have a single connector on it. All the other ones are Y adapted so that you just go in a chain and it makes your life easier. So let's get these connected up the way that they're supposed to be connected. It took about 10 seconds to connect these lights together. They are keyed in between the connectors so you can't do them wrong. And right here we have the remote control for these guys, but there is already a control right here that allows you to turn them off and on. We do have the app open here and it wants the Wi-Fi information. All right, so we do see Lumery Pathlights Pro there. It did come back on and ask how many bulbs we have total, and we do have 8, so we hit confirm there. And now we can see the nice little screen here with the colors. It is set on warm white now. Go to color, we can go ahead and set them to whatever we want. I love how bright these are. Our next step is going to be getting them installed on the dock. We do have a challenge. We're going to put one at each corner on the dock and clamp them to the dock using this tape here. This has screw holes in it. We will get it very tight, and then we will clamp these to the dock, and then we have to figure out wire management. I'm kind of leaning on wire management inside. There's a hole right here, but it doesn't go very deep, so you can't put the wire inside there. We're just gonna have to see when we get out there and get this thing connected to power. All right, we are out here at the dock, and we see here that we have the old rope lights installed. Our first job is, these are completely broken, so we have to cut these off and get them right out of there right now. Now we have to be careful while we do this because there are alligators literally everywhere out here. So there might be one up in the yard. Nope, I don't see any there, but we need to be careful. No alligators there. Maybe they are out somewhere resting, but while we're working on this, we got to be really careful, like not to fall in like I almost just did. All right, we have our little friend out here watching, but we have our first light. And what we're gonna do is connect this light to this power source here, and then we are going to attach it to the bulkhead, or sorry, the dock, not the bulkhead. All right, I should have painted the other one before I got it on there, but I'm gonna go ahead and pre-paint these black, just the fronts of them, and let them dry for a little bit. Alright, I went ahead and taped up and painted the existing strap so it would not stand out so much. Just waiting for the other plastic straps to dry now. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and pull the tape off and put some clear silicone behind this guy to start holding it. All right, our next light is going to go right in the corner here, and we need to make sure that we have it the same distance above the dock. So we're going to grab our measuring tape and just see how many inches we have it below the edge here and match that up completely and try to get it just as tight this time, and then go ahead and silicone seal it together. Okay, it is supposed to rain today, so I went ahead and put a plastic cover over the other one so the silicone could dry. It is not fast drying. Unfortunately, I don't have any. That is a bummer. But I'm going to go ahead and get to work on the second one now that our paint is dry on the strap. Okay, I did get the third light installed. It is a little loose, so I brought some long screws out, and there is an alligator nearby, so I just have to be careful if he starts coming towards me. But I'm going to throw another screw in this one. All right, we have finished attaching the lights to the dock and siliconing around the base. And now all we have to do is run the wires and clamp them up. And I brought clamps out for that. I have a whole kit. So I'm gonna go ahead and connect these and try to keep them from going into the water. And then we have this big control box that we have a lot of wire going to here that we don't need. So we have to tie that up somewhere too and get this control box out, probably up on top of the deck here, the bulkhead. So let's figure this out. All right, we have a ton of power wire and control box wire. We are fine there. That would be the last thing. But we need to get this wire secured under the dock somehow. All right, we have successfully finished tacking up the wires for everything else. Now we have to worry about this super long amount of wire for the controller and how we are going to get that. And I think that we are just going to have to bite the bullet and just tie it up here. And be done with it. So we have a good amount on each side here to zip tie up and somehow tack the controller somewhere. I'm thinking right about there. We are all done out here with the install of the Lumery RGB lights, and you can see right here they are on and they are powered by this smart switch. They are also smart themselves, but we are using the smart switch here. It will come on at a certain time, and whatever these guys were set to in the past, they will come back on. We did use these clamps, and we used some clear silicone also. When that dries up, it'll be nice and tight. And we did get the wires all tucked nicely up underneath the dock there. And you can see right here, the lights are on at the moment, and there is what I did. That will all turn clear, so it will not be weird looking. And then we got one over here on this corner and one over here on this corner. And we can turn them one onto the dock and one onto the water to try to make kind of a cool lighting effect. So tonight we'll come back out when it gets dark, check this out, and see how the project finished. All right, we're out here at the dock, and it did turn dark, and Dukes of Duval came over. He's over here chilling underneath the patio, and this is what it looks like at night with the Lumery RGB AI outdoor path lights. You can see that we have one of the two spotlights aimed onto the dock and the other spotlight aimed onto the water, so it lights up the water quite nicely. And it came out really good. It took me about 3 hours to finish this project, only because I had to do special mounting to get them here on the dock with the plumber's tape. But you can see if we step out here just a little bit and take a good look at the dock, it really makes a big difference. And we got rid of the rope light that was around the dock. It was burned out anyway, so this has been a really successful project, and it looks super cool if you're off to the side because the water is all lit up as well. So guys, there'll be a link in the description to this. Lumery, please show your support. They supported the channel, so show your support for them by buying their products through my links, and we will see you guys next time on the channel. Later, Gator. Guys, welcome back to sunny Florida. Look behind me here. It is beautiful outside, but those looks are deceiving. It is very cold, 50 degrees in Florida right now. And today we have a tour of my new all-home audio system. The whole home audio covers everything. Hang out with us on Supercar Street Racing. Welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. Brad here, and right behind me is my whole home audio system. Today we're taking a tour of the house. We're going to show you how that works in the entire house today, and it is all going to be brought to you by Juke, who was kind enough to give us a small discount on something for this whole home audio system, and hoping we get to work with them in the future with the Juke Plus, which is their other model. This is the 8-zone Juke whole home amplifier, and we have that today to look at, and my whole house on the channel. We're going to go through everything. I'm going to show you all the speakers, talk about the brands, talk about this whole home audio system that is done and complete, and we're going to go over all that right now, so hang out with us again today on Supercar Street Racing. We're back in the Supercar Street Racing Humble compound today, and today's video is sponsored by Juke Audio. I promised them I would talk their brand up today, and we are going to do just that because I have been enjoying
this Juke Audio amplifier that we've had now for a couple of weeks. Now right here in front of me is the Juke 6 and 8. It is their base model. The Juke Plus is a little bit higher model. This thing is awesome though. It has 8 zones. You buy it with 6, you can upgrade it to 8 with just an email and a few dollars. They will upgrade it remotely for you. This has 6 and 8 powered zones depending on how much you spend. It does have 40 watts per speaker per channel. Do not let that confuse you. That is not a small amount of power for these in-home audio speakers. That is plenty of power, at least for what I have, and I'm not running a sub or anything with the power out of the Juke. It is app controlled. It has a smart app we'll be showing you guys a little bit later in the video. Now this thing supports analog inputs, USB input, AirPlay, Spotify Connect, DLNA, and Bluetooth. So that covers pretty much everything you'll need because you can do almost everything with a tablet nowadays, and you can just Bluetooth right to this guy right here. Now let's go ahead and show you this guy getting unboxed and then start the tour of our whole home audio system. We have been dealing with crappy whole home audio for years, but today we have a solution for that. We have finally spent the money to get a proper whole home audio system. Now this Juke audio amplifier is a whole home smart system. We're gonna get this unboxed here on SCSR and see what's in the box and how it works. Let's go, dog. Guys, today we have the Juke audio whole home audio amplifier here. It is a smart amplifier for your house, 6 zones, smart, does everything you need to amplify your entire house. And they have one above this called the Juke Plus. I did not buy that. It is about $1,000 more. I probably could have just done that for $2,400. I got this for I think $1,400. So today we're gonna get this thing unboxed and see what's inside, get it hooked up, get the app going, and see what that's all about, because we are redoing the whole home audio system in the closet, and this is an integral part of redoing everything on Supercar Street Racing. Patented SCSR knife is here opening up the box. We need to get this thing open right now and see what's inside because I'm hyped, guys. Juke Audio, so made simple right in front of us. The whole home audio amplifier is 6 zone smart, capable amplifier. And inside of the box, with the presentation level being elite, this Juke audio package right here. Don't know what it is, but let's get it out of there. I like it. SCSR knife is patented. Do not try to make one like this because it actually came from IKEA. Inside of the Juke audio box, looks like some rack mount ears here, which we're not using. These look like rack mounts. A standard, maybe 2 or 3 pin power cable, some breakouts for the speakers, and also a Cat 5 cable, Cat 6 cable, and a Sound Made Simple diagram here. It does do Wi-Fi or Ethernet, and there's a start there. I already got the Juke app downloaded, but that is a good look at what's inside of the box before we get to the meat and potatoes. The Juke is so fly with the charcoal padding inside. Let's get that out. All right, now Juke did say that the optimal connection is Ethernet, which we will be using. There are 4 breakaway boxes in the back here for speakers. Literally nothing on the front here. It just says Juke Audio. No lights or anything. And then also in the back right here, there's 2 USB ports. If you want to do analog audio, you have to connect to these USB ports with an adapter that I will put in the description. It is a USB to audio adapter. I ordered that. It will be here tomorrow. They give you an Ethernet cable right here. We don't need that where we're going. We have an Ethernet cable. We're going to put this into the SCSR closet, power it up, see if we can update the firmware and all that, and then see if we can interface with this guy, the Juke Audio on Supercar Street Racing. Let's get it into the closet. Guys, we're starting the tour right in front of the Juke here, and we're gonna outline everything that is in this new audio closet for the whole home audio system. Now, you're gonna have to go back to my videos. There's a 6-part video of my whole home audio refurbishing. I started with a closet full of clothes and racks, and I did everything to bring this guy up to modern standards. And I've always wanted to do an app that controlled each room with volume in each room, and this Juke Audio 8-zone amp does fit the bill. It does great on that
that process. Now at the very top here, this is the box for the Juke Audio. You guys just did see me unbox this. This thing is so cool. It comes with rack mount ears here. I did not use them. Let's get this box out of here. Now starting on the top here on my whole home audio tour, there was a hole in the wall right up here where the wires were coming out because the old setup had a amp up high on a shelf, like a wire shelf. I did get rid of that wire shelf and I closed up the hole right there as well, you can see. And then right over here we had a wall plate with RCA jacks that fed subwoofer preamp output to the whole entire house. And then up here we did add an outlet where we have some power going into the bathroom. This is a good future expansion if we ever need power up high. Let's say we want to add another shelf right here. We have the capability to have power right next to it here on the back. Now moving down in the closet, we have our WIM here. This is our WIM streaming audio player. There is a dedicated video up with this, so I'm not going to get into too much detail about this, but this actually can do everything streaming wise that even the Juke does not do. It can do a lot of cool things like internet radio and things like that, Spotify, Pandora, you name it, this guy does it. It does have subwoofer outputs as well, which is awesome. It's very high quality. It does accept optical ins and outs. It has RCA level ins and outs, and it has coax ins and outs as well. So this is the WIM streamer. Go see my video on the WIM if you want a more detailed explanation about this guy. And that's what we are using right now for currently streaming to the whole house. Now below that, the sponsor of the video, this is the Juke Audio. This is the 6 and 8 zone amplifier. We currently are using 8 zones. And on the back of the Juke, it is just literally a bunch of green plugs with screws in them, and that is how we got our audio back to the entire house. That is what powers the speakers, is the Juke whole home amplifier. And then back on this side, there is a USB adapter that goes from USB to analog audio, and that is what we are using from the WIM to feed the Juke all of the audio that it then transmits throughout the house. We'll show you that on the app a little bit later in the video. Now on top of my Juke here is the remote for the WIM, and then this remote here is for the LEDs that came with the shelf, which are right under there. Nothing special, they just do cycling between colors or flashing. Think it's pretty cool. I just have it on cycling right now. All right, right below that on the shelf, some important things for the whole home audio system. We've got our Ubiquiti Flex 2.5 gig switch right there, which is providing Ethernet to both the Juke and the WIM there. We've got our DOT right here. That is providing smart home. If we want to use that, we can. We don't necessarily have to, but we can feed that to the analog input on the WIM. Next to that is a 4-port RCA splitter. That is taking the output of this Behringer Ultra bass processor and feeding it to both the sub down here and to the house via some wall plates, which we will show you momentarily. Underneath that, we have our Panamax MR4300. This is a power conditioner surge suppressor for the whole system, and it does keep the voltage steady and also suppresses any lightning or anything like that if we have surges in the power. All right, right below that on the very bottom, we have our PSW10. This is a Polk audio subwoofer that I actually got off a marketplace. The screws are a little rusted. I never touched those up with black. I'll probably have to go back and touch those up to make it look better. But what you can't see behind that, you'll have to go back to my video, is we have wall plates back there for sub. We have wall plates for Ethernet, and we do have power right behind this sub right here. And that was all put in my video, so please refer to my whole home audio closet refurbished video. There will be links for all this in the description. Okay, that is going to round out the tour of the theater closet. Let's go into the next room here, which is the home theater. Okay, we are in the SCSR home theater room right now, and there is nothing related to the whole home audio system in here except one thing. There is a wall plate behind the home theater right there that feeds this closet right here. So if we want to, we can feed audio in either direction here, from here to the home theater closet or vice versa, in case we want to feed this audio to the house or the audio in there to in here. Other than that, this room is a 4K home theater system. I built the screen myself. There are videos about that as well. It is using the Cosmos Max 4K laser projector, and it has a Marantz Cinema 50 receiver. Other than that, this has nothing to do with the whole home audio system, so let's go ahead and move on to the next room. The next stop here is a familiar one if you watched all my videos on my bathroom remodel. This is my guest bathroom here, and it does have two 6.5-inch Mica in-ceiling speakers, which are fed from our Juke whole home audio amplifier. There's not much to say about this room. I always wanted to put audio in here. I finally was able to do so when I remodeled the bathroom, and I did seal this audio zone from my bedroom because my bedroom is no longer connected to the whole home audio. It has its own audio independent system in there. So we did not need to have that zone. Since we only have 8, that precludes us from putting another zone into the bedroom, and it's pretty unnecessary as we have a nice 7.1 audio system now in the bedroom with Dolby Atmos and everything like that. So this is the guest bathroom, guys. Guys, welcome to the forum. I like to call it the forum because this is where all the magic happens. No, it's pretty dead most of the time, but this is the Supercar Street Racing bedroom, and you can see it is nice and sunny outside. And inside the bedroom, this is not connected to the whole home audio system. It used to have that speaker and that speaker connected. Those are disconnected, except this middle one here is now feeding center channel from our Marantz receiver right here. So we do have front, left, and right. We're using the speakers from the old theater. So we have left, right. These are Atmos. So the left and the right up top are height for Atmos. That's the center. And then we do have our surrounds back there. Nothing else of interest in this room ever happened, so we won't spend too much time on it. There is also a Polk PSW10 there in the corner as well. One of my favorite subs of all time. And in here you also see the Cinema 70S. I do have 2 of these guys, one in the living room and one in here, providing the audio output. And that's going to wrap it up for the bedroom tour. We're back in the beautiful SCSR sunroom, and I wanted to briefly show you guys what was in here. I have a whole project plan for the sunroom to get this TV up and in the air and some surround in here, but for now, the only thing we have to worry about in this sunroom is these in-ceiling speakers that have been here for a minute. 2 6.5-inch in-ceiling speakers. They're supposed to be 8s, but in reality they're 6.5s. And those are fed by one of the zones in the amplifier closet over there from our Juke amplifier. Nothing else to worry about in here. Eventually I would like to get that TV up in the air there just like that and put some 5.1 surround in here. But that is a pretty large project that's going to take me a lot of time and running wiring and stuff like that. So for now, that's all we have right here. All right, pay no attention to that huge bird over there and this beautiful pool. But out here in the SCSR backyard, we do have 2 nice speakers up here. Those are also Polk Audio, and they are the upgraded ones. I will put the model number right here on the screen for you. We have our 4K TV out here, and we also have these speakers fed by the internal system. This is on its own zone. However, that speaker over there is not working, and I don't know what has happened to our wiring, but it is not getting audio from inside the house. It appears to still be connected, but not 100% sure. I have to get in there and check and see why. Maybe there is a short between that and the Juke or something like that. But this all comes from inside the attic, and I thought it was connected when I checked. I'll have to get up there and try to figure it out sometime. But yeah, this is the outside. I plan on actually putting another amplifier out here, back up here to power these outdoor speakers, because I don't really need to use the indoor stuff. I just want to get audio from this TV onto these speakers, and right now I can't even do that. So that's going to wrap it up from outside in the SCSR backyard. We are in the Supercar Street Racing compound kitchen right now, where you can see we have all these beautiful Samsung appliances just chilling. We have the nice Samsung stove, which we can wake up right here. Yes, it did come on. We have this nice Samsung microwave. We have our Samsung dishwasher and our Samsung internet fridge. Here we are in front of our internet fridge with the Supercar Street Racing channel up. And that is going to go ahead and play right here and be loud. All right, go ahead and pause that. So in this room, we do have 2 6.5-inch in-ceiling speakers right here. They're actually 8s. They're marketed as 8s,
but they actually come down to 6.5, which is annoying. So those are fed by one of our zones on the Juke, and then down here we have a amplified subwoofer here, which is fed from the outputs of these speakers. So there is wiring running up. There is a project for that on my channel if you guys are interested. And that is pretty much it. We do also have an Echo device in here if we want to do anything smart-wise. Supercar Street Racing living room is looking fresh today, and we are in here with Brad. And in the living room, we have a bunch of speakers in here actually. We have these center ones up here, which are fed by the whole home audio Juke in the closet right there. These other ones in the back are for surround for the Dolby Atmos system up here, which is not quite Atmos yet, but it will be. We have a Cinema 70S, a center channel, front, left, and right. We are about to add front, left, and right there and move Dolby Atmos up to these height speakers. It has its own Ultra Bass Pro as well, and also our DMark for our fiber and our Eero 7. I am going to be redoing all of this wiring back here again when I do the speakers. I'm going to do front, left, right here in the wall. We do have a Polk subwoofer right here, and we do have my Cerwin Vega CLS 15 right here. So we have two subs in here, and that is pretty much everything in the living room related to audio. We're back here in the Supercar Street Racing office slash guest bedroom, and in here we have two 6.5, they're really 8s again, in-ceiling speakers being fed by the Juke whole home audio system, and then also we have this nice PSW10, another Polk audio subwoofer, which adds some bass fill to this room. There's not a whole lot to be said about this room, basically the same thing. This is a zone from our whole home audio system right up there in the ceiling. And this room actually sounds pretty good with the sub going, and you would love the way this sounds. And then of course we have Studio B right here for Supercar Street Racing. This is where we edit when we're not out in the studio, and then a beautiful view of cold Florida right outside the window. What a nice view to work with here in the Supercar Street Racing office and guest bedroom. When you're in the office here, you do have a nice bathroom here. This is actually the master bedroom, by the way. And when we walk into this bathroom, you notice immediately we have a 6.5-inch in-ceiling speaker right there, which is also fed a zone from our amplifier in there. And if we walk into the shower stall in here, we also have a 6.5 in here. Now these guys are set up in stereo, so this is left and this is right, or vice versa. I don't know exactly which one, but this gives you nice audio when you are in the shower here and entertains you while you are getting clean. And then in the Supercar Street Racing humble closet in here, we have two 10-inch subwoofers here. We have two subwoofers powered by internal amplifiers, but the wiring comes down from the speakers in here to feed audio to that. I have a project for that on the channel, and it took me about, I don't know, 3 or 4 hours total to do it, but we have our JBL sub here, and then we have our Sony sub here. Both have built-in amplifiers they are using, so they're not getting line in, they're getting speaker level input from the speakers up here. And that wraps up the master bathroom, or the office bathroom. Let's go out to the Supercar Street Racing garage now. Now out here in the garage is kind of a special case for whole home audio, as these are fed a zone, but it has its own sub and amplifier up here on the top shelf. We have the Onkyo receiver up there, and we have a JBL sub up there feeding these two 8-inch in-ceiling speakers right here. So you can actually use this television here, and we are now powering up the TV. Now we just did power up the TV, and that is feeding the audio up here on the 6.5-inch speakers, and also feeding the sub up there. And you can see we got Supercar Street Racing on TV right here. So you can also feed this and the patio, which is right outside that door we will show you next, with the whole home audio system. So this is on its own zone as well, and allows you to either use this TV here or the interior audio system for feeding the garage of Supercar Street Racing. Now our last step on the tour is actually the patio. We have Polk Audio outdoor speakers fired up by one of the zones. And you can see right here the Polk Audio speakers sitting so fresh above the patio right here, and they provide audio out here if you want to relax, chill, have a glass of wine with the neighbors. You can put the audio on from one of the zones, and that is the same zone as the garage. All right, guys, we are directly in front of the Juke Audio app, and you can see right here on the screen all 8 zones that I have set up. And you can see here master bathroom, master bedroom, kitchen, pool, guest bathroom, living room, patio, and sunroom. All of the zones are active except the patio and the pool. And that is how I run it most of the time. Now, when you go to settings, you do have to put an admin password in. You guys can't see this. Okay, in this part of the Juke setup, you can set your network up right here. You can see we are connected via Ethernet, and you can see our local IP address right there, 192.168.0.172. You can go ahead and do diagnostics of your whole system. You can do zone diagnostics, upload your logs to Juke so they can check it out, or do live troubleshooting so they can actually log onto the device and see what kind of problems they see live, which is pretty cool. And here is the information for the device, and you can check for firmware updates. This one is fully updated right now. You can change your admin password, clear your cache, log out, and contact Juke support on this page. Now here's your inputs. This is where you are telling the device which inputs you want to use, and then you choose which input you want to go out to all the devices after that. This is where you set up the desired zones that you want this group to go to. So right now we have analog. You can see it at the top left there, going to everything except pool and patio, because we're not using those at all right now. And here on the top page, you have a volume control, which allows you to control all of the zones independently, and you can see how I have mine set up here. Sometimes some rooms might respond a little bit differently to volume than other rooms, so this allows you some fine tuning to each room. And then if we go into one zone like master bathroom, you have a little icon you can set up for it, which is cool. You can see the little shower icon, and then you can also adjust the volume here, and it shows you the active input is the analog input for the master bedroom. And if we look at bedroom here, it has a little fireplace by it, which is pretty cool. And then you can also adjust the volume here independently on that one as well. And you can do that with all of the zones. And you can see here patio and pool are not active right now. I don't use them most of the time, so I just left them off for now. So when you're using your group inputs, you have to tell it which ones are enabled or disabled. Right now, I only have the analog input enabled. All right, so that is gonna do it with a look from the app of the Juke Audio. Pretty cool, has a lot of different controls available. If you need more than that, go to the Juke Plus, where you have individual EQs for everything. You have a subwoofer output, and you have native analog inputs. It costs about $1,000 more, but if you need it, then you just need it. So go ahead and grab it from the description below, and let's wrap it up with Brad. All right, guys, so that wraps up the whole home audio tour with the Juke amplifier there, the whole home audio amplifier feeding 8 zones of audio into the entire house. If you have questions about anything in my house or you need assistance, just let me know. And that's gonna do it for today. We're gonna wrap it up, but we're gonna show you the Juke audio amplifier on Amazon real quick as well. Back in the Supercar Street Racing office, and behind me is Studio B for the SCSR compound. And today we are taking a look at the Juke amplifier online. And right in front of me right here, you can see the Juke amplifier chilling so fresh and fly with a solid 4.4 star review. This guy is $1,499, and I love this thing. It has so many cool features. It is smart. It does smart home. Every separate room has its own volume control, which is awesome. And you can also turn individual rooms off and on as well. And Juke Audio was so kind to work with us on this and gave us a little discount on the upgrade from a 6 to an 8 zone. Now you can get this 6 zone for $14.99, or you can get the 8 zone for $300 more. But if we go to their other amplifier, the Juke Plus, that one costs a little bit more, but it does give you more power. It does have native audio inputs that are analog and a few other things that are more desirable than this. So if you want to spend a little bit more, go ahead and get the Juke Plus. Now here's a look at both of these guys on the website. So the Juke 6 and 8 is $14.99. The Juke Plus is $24.99. Now it is limited to 6 zones. So if that is an issue for you, you might want to stick with the 6 and 8. But the cool thing about the Juke Plus is it has subwoofer outputs as well, and 100 watts per channel. Does also long range Bluetooth streaming, so a little bit better Bluetooth connectivity. It does also have an equalizer for every zone. And like I said before, it has analog inputs as well, which is helpful for some people if that's on your need list. Go ahead and check that out. Looks like it also has a Wi-Fi antenna right there. They may have upgraded the Wi-Fi system. I don't really see much about that. But looking at the Juke 6 and 8 right here, has 14 reviews, all 5-star reviews. And there's the 8 zone right there, $16.99, $14.99. So $200 more if you buy it directly from here, and you do get the 8 zone. And then you can see right here, amplifying every room. And of course, it does support multiple users as well. You can have multiple people log on and control their environment. And there's the back I showed you guys a little bit earlier. Up to 16 channels. It has an Ethernet port, and it has 2 USB connections that when coupled with an adapter, which does not come with it, you can actually do analog. It is 2 rack units tall. So go ahead and check out the Juke. And thanks again for supporting Supercar Street Racing. You guys are an integral part of the channel, and please like and subscribe. It helps us so much with the algorithms. It helps keep our videos up at the top and shows people that we do have support from our fans. So go ahead, like and subscribe, buy all of your products, anything from Amazon you want. Click on any of our links in the description and you can buy anything you want, and it gives us $1 or $2 here or there to keep the channel up and running. But we got to get out of here. We have to go to Cliffs. Supercar Street Racing, welcome back to the channel, and today I'm going to try something that I never thought I would try, and that is I am going to try to paint these brown stripes on these seats black. And we have some stuff here. We're going to try this prep spray, which I don't even know if it's going to ruin my seats. And then we have this final spray for painting gloss black. We will see what happens. Alright guys, we are back out here in the garage, and the first thing we're going to do is try to prep the area that we're going to paint with this prep spray. And I don't know if this is going to ruin the seats or what. I don't care, because they are getting replaced if they do get ruined with covers. So let's see what happens. This is supposed to degrease the seats completely and prep them for paint. Looks like it's fine. So I'm just rubbing this in really good on the seats. Okay, so we got the seat out, and we were just going to give it one more good spray and clean. Amazon just came and brought the... Oh, Amazon's talking over there. Wheel caps. Yeah. And that's what those look like. Came out good. Might turn out to be a disaster. I don't have any adhesion promoter. So I don't know if this is going to stick or not, or just look like absolute garbage. So let's find out real quick.
All right, we got everything masked off and we got sheets protecting the golf cart. I'm gonna go ahead and peel the tape, and if I gotta redo them, it sucks. guys, well, I hope you enjoyed this project. It's a little bit too shiny for me. I might redo them with matte black or just get them replaced, but it does cover up all the brown. That was the last brown on the cart, so I'm happy about that. It's just a little too shiny, but it might be this light as well. Let's turn this light off. Yeah, not bad. I'll probably just stick with that. They're fine. And the alligator is a little bit more shiny than the regular anyway when you actually have the brown alligator skin on there. So yeah, that's gonna do it for today. Hope you guys learned something like I did. And see you guys next time on Supercar Street Racing. We're back again at Supercar Street Racing, all the way out here in Studio A today, where it's nice and cool, but it's hot outside, and today we're looking at Pixverse. Now, Pixverse reached out to Supercar Street Racing to see if we wanted to talk to you guys about this very cool AI video and image service. It's sitting right up here on the screen today. I have spent quite a bit of time using it now. I'm gonna tell you what I did, how we're gonna use this, and you're gonna see it in this actual video. Let's get it done. Let's take a look at Pixverse and how it can help you and your creativity. Back in Studio A once again with Supercar Street Racing. I'm so happy to have you guys in the studio with all the fly lighting and cool equipment we have in here. And today, Pixverse reached out to us to see if we were interested in working with them on the Pixverse AI video and image generation tool. And it's sitting right here in the background, and I have spent quite a few hours with it. I made some cool things that you're gonna see today in this actual video, and I might even switch from my traditional AI program to this. Now, as you guys know, if you watch my videos, I use AI a lot in them to add a little bit of fun to the videos and kind of as bumpers and on the opens. So I spent a lot of time working on this on camera for you guys. So the first thing we need to do is go ahead and throw it back into Studio B, where we can take a look at all the cool features of AI in Pixverse. Okay, we're here today with a new sponsor. Pixverse reached out to us and wanted us to show you their very cool, very creative website where you can do so much with AI video. So we're gonna go through the first part of this right now, and that is image or text. So let's get our prompt up here. We're gonna paste our prompt right here. So I pasted this into the prompt area, and then all we have to do now is just give it some sound. You can see I've created some stuff already. So it's in the queue now at 3%, and there is the final product. And that's kind of an idea of what the image to text can give you. All right, so the next thing we're gonna talk about here is called transition. Basically, you give it a first frame of video and you give it a last frame of video, and then you describe what happens. If you look on my screen right here, I basically took a picture of the astronaut on the moon. That was my first frame. And then my second frame was another picture of an astronaut on the moon. And then I added a prompt down here. The astronaut on the moon turns to look at the American flag, then looks back at the camera. Here's some of the cool things that it did with that nice effect there. And you can see the 2 frames here, and then you can see what the AI generated looks very awesome, where the man turns on the moon and checks out the flag, and it looks very realistic. Now this is using their version 5 up here as well, which is their newest version. So this is cool. The 2 actual pictures are right here. I used this photo, and that's all I did to do the transition thing, and it looks very cool. Okay, so now let's look at the extend feature of Pixverse. This is pretty cool. You can extend a video, and I am going to do that to one of the videos that I created already. All right, I am uploading a video that I created with another AI service. It did switch the resolution to match what we have, and we're gonna make it 8 seconds. Let's create it. It's gonna cost us 80 credits. So here's the prompt I used to create the video.
And it stopped right there. Let's see what it's doing. It is done. All right, let's see what it came up with. It's supposed to extend this. A little bit of clipping there on my leg going up the ladder. And he's going up a ladder that doesn't exist now, but it did extend it. If we gave it a second shot, it would probably do better. But that's how extend works. It took my 5-second video and made it into 8 seconds. And technically you could take something shorter than that and also make it into 5 or 8 seconds. All right, sound I have not done yet. Apparently sound allows you to add sound to any video by describing the scene. So let's do that with the same video. The sounds of rockets taking off. And that is fast on that one for sure. And here it is, let's download it. And it did work. It did put that sound in the background. That's pretty cool. You can also select to keep the original audio as well, and you can go in off-peak mode, meaning it doesn't cost you as much because you're generating in off-peak hours. So this next one will allow you to upload a video and then generate a script for it. So I'm going to do that for this video that it created. So I'm going to put this in there. This is the video that PixFirst just extended. I just typed in, the man is walking up the stairs, he's ready for a trip to the stars. And it is going to automatically pick a voice. Let's go ahead and create this.
The man is walking up the stairs, he's ready for a trip to the stars.
All right, it did
The man
work.
is walking up the stairs, he's ready for a trip to the stars.
And of course you can pick your own voice.
Hey, I'm Ethan, just...
Hi, I'm Adrian, young and free.
I'm Oliver, full of energy and...
I'm James, been through a lot.
I'm Liam. With time, I've gained wisdom from experience.
All right, I'm going to reproduce this with Liam.
The man is
Oh,
walking
it
up
made
the
his
stairs.
voice also.
He's ready for a trip to the stars.
All right, it did make him say it as well. All right, we're taking a look at Restyle right now. That allows you to upload a video and pick a style to change it to. For example, let's go back and upload a different video than we just worked with. I'm going to upload this video, which was created with AI. All right, I uploaded another video of a Titanic-like scene, and all you have to do after that is pick a style, or you can customize it in the style of a classic no sound movie, black and white. Let's see what it can do. All right, it is done. Let's see what it did. Okay, so that is how it decided to put this scene. Pretty cool, man. I love this. And now the last one I want to show you guys is the most important one for me. Now this is called character. This is what I use the most for my videos. This allows you to upload a character reference and then explain what the character is doing, and it will create video for you. Now what I plan to do right here and right now is do this for my AI likeness open, and I have all of the prompts for you guys ready. So the first thing I am going to do is, this is a prompt for Titanic. Let's go ahead and add my reference character. I'm going to create a new one. I'm going to upload a new character. We're going to go ahead and use that. We'll call it Brad. We did create it, so now all we have to do is grab him, Brad1 right here, and go ahead and hit create. It will cost us 80 credits. And we're going to go 1080p. All right. Not bad. I like it. Let's go ahead and put that somewhere for later. And now let's work on our next one. We have another prompt here. Let's see what we can get. But let's see what it can come up with for Captain Jack Sparrow as me. This is actually not bad. I'm going to add sound to that later. Let's go ahead and throw that in our folder too. Let's go ahead and add sound to this while we have a chance to demo that. So if we click on this and we click sound, the sounds of a bustling city street at night. Awesome. That's perfect. That's exactly what I wanted. Let's go to our next prompt. Perfect. So good. All right, it is done. Let's see what it came up with. It is at 720p, so it did downscale that when I downloaded it. So it is not the original resolution. All right, now you guys have had a good look at what PixFirst can do. Now let's take PixFirst into our editing program and make a new open. All right, we're back in front of DaVinci Resolve right now, and here is our first clip drug into DaVinci Resolve. What I'm going to do is go ahead and super scale that. I'm not going to do that to the end because it puts a load on the CPU. It's mono, so I'm going to make it stereo. Now we can listen to it again. Cool. Next one is this, Captain Jack Sparrow. I put the sound of ocean waves with pirates. Let's see if it knows what that means. We'll drop that right in the timeline after this. All right, now all we need is an ending. All right, we're all done with our awesome, cool, brand new open, and this is what it looks like before we render. And we did download some music. Let's go ahead and grab that. All right, here's the video. Guys, that's the new open that we made with Pixverse. So we made the whole thing in Pixverse. That was pretty cool. Now let's throw it back to Brad right here again to show you where you can get Pixverse and how you can get it. All right, you guys just saw how cool Pixverse is. We went through all of the different things it can do, and we actually created some cool videos with sound, and we also used them in this actual video. So what I gotta do now is throw it back to Studio B with Brad and show you guys how you can get Pixverse, and you can get your 30-day free trial on Supercar Street Racing. Let's throw it back inside to Brad for some more Pixverse stuff. All right, guys, I wanted to quickly show you this template creation, and all you have to do a template is pick a template out of all the available ones, and then you put a photo in, and it will generate a scene for you based on what you see right here on the screen. This one right here is called Who is Arrested? And it took my picture. And I did get arrested. And so, yeah, you can take any of their templates and put your picture in it or other people's pictures in there and generate anything you want. This one's called Welcome to My House. It says a sip of red and the rich life appears. That's pretty cool. I love templates. Now, also taking a look at the rankings, check out where Pixverse stands. Here's your AI leaderboard here. Pixverse is at number 2, image to video, and then text to video. Check it out. Look at that. Pixverse is also at number 3 on that. They wanted me to show you guys those rankings as well. All right, guys, we're right in front of the PC now in Studio B, and you guys just saw how we made that brand new open with the cool Pixverse AI. It was pretty cool. We made a new AI open like the old one I made in another AI program, but this time we did sound and new music, and it came out great. I encourage you guys to try out Pixverse. The first 30 people will have a code down in the description. You got to get there fast though to get a code. Check the description out in Supercar Street Racing down below in this video and go ahead and get your 30-day trial for Pixverse. And guys, thank you for supporting the channel. Thank you for 200,000 subscribers. We have to get out of here right now though. We have to go to dinner. There is something strange in this room that is out of place, and it is right here.
Guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. Brad here, and today we have something special. I did not record most of the installation of this awesome product that we have today, but Supercar Street Racing has obtained a second editing rig down here. I'm going to show that to you guys today, explain all the specs, show you the whole entire setup, and then we're going to take a look at it in depth on the screen, what is happening right now and what this awesome new machine is going to do for the channel. So hang out with us today. We're going to give you a full tour and show you the results right here on the channel, and I'm going to edit this video on this machine while it's also doing other things. So stay with us. All right, guys, we are in the Supercar Street Racing office right now, and you can see right in front of me here as I move this dumb chair out of the way that we have obtained a brand new editing setup for the SCSR company, and it is right down here. We did buy this used, and I did have to drive quite a ways to grab it. I drove about an hour, which is unusual because I think it's the longest and most miles I've ever put on the car, except for the day that I bought it. So we did pick up this rig, and it is perfect for what we are doing, and I went ahead and used some of my older equipment to set up here on this. Actually is a kitchen table that we have reused as a desk. I had it set up before. I changed it up just a little bit this time. The way I had it set up before was a little different. I had the keyboard on this kind of curved like this, and it was permanently mounted like that. I don't really like that. It was kind of hard to get to. So now if I want to extend this, I can just pick it up and I can pull the keyboard back a little bit to have more desk room. But I got plenty of room here. You can see we are using a wireless. I didn't even know I had this, but I bought it at a thrift store. It looks brand new to me. It's a Logitech wireless keyboard and mouse setup. We are also using my Rockville powered studio monitors, which are really, really awesome. I highly recommend these if you're looking for something. They are USB, or they have regular audio inputs and they have RCA inputs, and they're really, really high quality for doing audio production or anything like that. But for this computer, they are just being used for editing and other things right here on the PC. And you can see right here, they do have a headphone jack as well, and they are on green. If you look at the light, the green means USB. So basically all the audio is coming through a USB cable connected to the PC down here. Now for our monitors, we are using these HP monitors, but yes, we are using HP. They are 24-inch. They are only HD. They are not 4K. They do not have 4K support, but they do have Bang & Olufsen speakers. These are E243M HP monitors. Nothing super amazing. They do have built-in audio and also a built-in USB 3 hub. So I have a USB cable running from here down to the actual PC right here, providing USB 3 there, and also one on this monitor running to the PC. They're both USB 3 ports, and now this guy has a hub on the side where the mouse and keyboard were going to go, but I don't need it anymore because I got the wireless stuff, and it is much better and takes up much less room. Right next to that, you do see that we have redeployed our Keener eye care lamp. Very cool lamp. I love this. There's a review of it on my channel. Go check that out if you haven't. But here we have the capability to dim and brighten the lamp and change the color temperature as well by remote if we want to. And now it is wide open right there so you guys can see. So that's the Keener eye care lamp that we do have on the channel for your consideration to go ahead and buy. All right, I just wanted to give you guys a quick look at the back and some of the ports that are available. It does have Wi-Fi. It does have 2.5 gig Ethernet, USB-C, and every other connector I would need on the absolute planet Earth. And there is a look at the video setup for the dual monitors there. They're both using HDMI. And there's the audio outputs on it. It does have optical audio out. It has plenty of USB ports, as you can see right there. So that is the back of the motherboard there, the Horus. Okay, right in front of me now is the actual tower case. You can see it does have straps in case you wanted to go to a LAN party, but I think I am going to go ahead and take those out because I have really no use for them and they kind of don't look that good here. But checking out the inside, you can see right here that we have 64 gigs of RGB RAM, and they're pretty cool. They look like almost like ice, and they do change colors. We have the Aorus motherboard. We have a i9, and we do have the Gigabyte RTX 3080 video card. And you can see that the CPU is water cooled there, and there is a rear RGB fan as well. So that is a look at the inside. There's an EVGA power supply as well in there. No, it's hard to see. And of course this side just does come off if you take these screws like this. I'll let you guys get a little bit closer on the inside of this. So there is a good look at the inside of the Aorus motherboard. There's the GeForce 3080 and the power supply and the very cool RGB RAM. I love it. And then up top there is the cooler, the water cooler. Don't know what kind it is. I'll have to look that up. It doesn't have a brand on it. It just has that little symbol. If you guys know, drop it in the comments section. But yeah, that is the inside of the brand new streaming and editing rig for Supercar Street Racing. Just a little update. I was able to open up the RGB utility for the Gigabyte motherboard, and I did get the Gigabyte logo turned on there and cycling in color, which I am super hyped about. I love that. Very cool. Now let's see what else is available on this app. So it says the motherboard is all set to one color. Oh, the RAM went to yellow. Okay, I put sync mode and color cycle on all of them. And there they go, all synced up, everything. Very cool. I did not even know that was there because I was actually going through the App Center here just looking at this for the first time. Okay, SIB is system information here. I just opened it up. It looks like it's calibrating the fans. It's set on standard mode. I'm gonna leave it there. It is not very loud. There's an advanced mode here where you can set up stair-step modes on the fan. Very cool. And then there's some alert setups here that you can check and see if you want it to alert you when certain things go over a certain amount. And you can see right here the system information. It is a i9-11900K, the Rocket Lake, and it is running 64 gigabytes of RAM, so there are 4 slots. And this is a Z590 Aorus Master motherboard, BIOS version ACE BIOS version F3. Yeah, can't open data connection. None of those work, so you have to go get a file manually. So I'll do that another time, but I just wanted you guys to see this software here. There is one called EasyTune here. I'm assuming it overclocks, and it is on default. And I have not tried to clock the GeForce yet, the RTX 3080. Don't really need to yet. I haven't seen any reason why I should have to do anything on that at this point. So I'm not going to overclock right now. It's not necessary yet. All right, taking a look at the task manager here, we actually do have 10 gigabit available on the, that is downloads happening in the background. I'll explain that in a minute, but we have 10 gig Ethernet available here. There is the CPU. It's running at 4.97 gigahertz right now. There is the 64 gigs of RAM, and it is using 11.7 30.8 gig cache. There is the 2 terabyte SSD. I have 2 terabytes of NVMe SSD. There's Ethernet, and there is the GeForce running at 63%. No issues right there, running at about 63%. And all it is doing right now is streaming, and I will show you that here momentarily. There's a look at what it is using. It is dedicated GPU memory, 10 gigabytes. All right, let's take a look at what we're doing with this right now on the channel. Back in the office again, and I wanted to show you guys exactly what we are doing at this moment. And if we are looking at right now at the Supercar Street Racing channel, you can see that this is live. If we go back, there's the actual video that's playing right now. This is the new Jukebox channel. So it is basically rotating all of the SCSR videos on a rotation, and I will show you that, how that is being done right now. In front of me, you can see OBS Studio running right there, SoFly, and it is actually using a source called VLC right there. You can see it, and that source actually uses the VLC engine without opening VLC. And then I have a playlist selected, and of course it is set on shuffle. So that's how we are using VLC to rotate all the videos from the channel onto the live stream on the Jukebox. We see when we go to properties, there is the playlist that it's playing. This is actually located on my brand new ASUS Store NAS. And so if we go out here to the SCSR living room, the ASUS Store NAS is providing all of the videos to OBS Studio over the network. And it is hardwired to the switch
which we will soon be upgrading 2.5 gig or 10 gig. Now that we know we can do 10 gig, maybe we could just do that. So that's how it works. Okay, so one of the things that has been a hindrance to me since I've actually had the channel is the fact that I don't have backups of all of my videos because I did not have enough space and I didn't think the channel was gonna grow that much. Now that it has, and I have thousands of videos, I am starting to get them back and put them in the archive so that they can be streamed on the Jukebox channel, and also that I have a backup forever of these videos. So I am using a tool to download all my videos, a thing from HiPaw. It will take quite a while, but anything that I don't have original high quality copies of right now, I will in the next day or so when it gets done downloading. I'll put those all in the Jukebox and take out any old downloaded ones from YouTube that are very low quality. We are out here in the supercar street racing sunroom after a short break. And today with this tiny Tesla, we do have this Keener or Quinner, not sure how they pronounce it, LED curtain light that was so graciously given to us from the manufacturer. We're gonna get this thing unboxed today on the channel and see what it's all about. Hang out with us for the Keener or Queener, whatever it is. I will get an answer from them. LED curtain light on supercar street racing. And inside the box, you do see a foil package here with the lights inside. We're going to get that opened up and see what it's all about. All right, we got the curtain lights all laid out, and as you can see, they are very easy to get tangled. So when you're laying these out, make sure you have a nice spot for them to go in and get all the little leg wires out like that, and then it is ready to go be installed. It's got a power supply on this end, and it does have hooks at the very top here for you to
fasten it with. So that is how you lay out the light before you go install it. And look, it is about 12 feet long, I think, maybe more than that. But look, you can see how wide this is. This is going actually in the studio. So we are gonna head that way right now and get this thing installed in the studio. Out here in the studio, and we are going to go ahead and fire up this system here and see what it is like. We do have a plug right here, and there you can see the lights are fired up and they do have different modes. So let us get these things installed, and my plan is to go. It's too bad that you have to see this ugly power plug up here. Pretty bad. I'm gonna see if I can figure out a different place to put that, but yeah, for right now I just don't have a good spot for it. Did bring the remote out as well. I definitely don't like those looking like Christmas lights. Okay, let's get them laid out at least. Oh, wow, this is a mess. All right, as you can see right here and right now, we did get these lights installed, and we got them installed in a nice way here at the studio wall, behind the TV and behind the Supercar Street Racing signs and existing lights. We just have to run this one, I just noticed, behind this USB cord. And just like that, we are all finished with this project. Now all we have to do is figure out how to operate these, and it did come with a remote control and a manual, and this is the remote control right here. Let's turn off the studio lights. Alexa, shut down the studio switch lights. New curtain lights, looking so fly. However, I am not able to read the manual now. Okay, there's another star mode. Pretty cool. These things are awesome, man. I love them. So that is the star button, called Dynamic Gallery, and that's pretty cool because it runs left to right there. This is very cool. That looks like a Christmas tree. Look, check this one out, guys. It's gonna look good behind me when I go live. And there is also a mode for music, so it can sense the music. That's awesome. That's a star, like, or a person. It looks like maybe a star moving around. Very cool. That just kind of fades between each color. Wow, these are awesome. I am so hyped for these things. They look great. All right, guys, here is another look at the curtain lights, and I will put the name of the company up on the screen as well. There is actually an app for this as well called SerpLife, and I believe they are smart. So let's go ahead and get the app downloaded here on the phone and see what that's all about too. All right, it wants us to add a device. Let's go ahead and do that. Turn on Bluetooth. Allow nearby devices. Let's see if we can do that. Allow. Okay, here we go. It found the device and it is adding it now. We're gonna call this the Studio Curtain Lights, and it is named as such. And then once we open up the Studio Curtain Lights, you can see all the different effects that we have available on the app. Got colorful, you've got effect, you've got gallery, you've got rhythm. You can make your own, and you can splice, which I guess means you can do multiple light sets. You have to have multiple. When you hit it, it says you need another light set. So apparently we could have done this in multiple strands and we could have went all the way around the studio, but this is mainly for behind me when I am doing live stuff. Now let's throw it into Supercar Street Racing Studio, where we are now with Brad, and go ahead and finish out this project by taking a look at these lights online. Hey guys, welcome back to the Supercar Street Racing 4K production studio. And you got Brad right here. And today I'm so excited to show you guys the Keener or Queener. Not sure, it sounds a lot like Wiener, but it's Queener or Keener curtain lights. They are smart string lights for indoor or outdoor use. IP65 waterproof, meaning they are waterproof for outside use. And these things are pretty fly. If you see right behind me right here and right now in the Supercar Street Racing 4K production studio, we got these lights looking so fly and so fresh, installed right behind me with the wildlife looking great as well. And right here and right now, they do come with this remote control, which allows you to change the pattern. And you can see right there, we switched the pattern. Every time we change it, it does something very cool. And these things are just so awesome and look so good behind me in the Supercar Street Racing 4K production studio. And right here, we switched the color again, and this is the star mode on the remote. And this remote has a bunch of different things you can do. It will sync to music, or you can just do regular colors, or some of their predefined patterns are also very cool. And looking right here at the reviews, they have 4.8 star reviews, and they are pretty cool. Let's take a look at some of the pictures here. Now you can see right here and right now they do have Christmas tree going on in that, and I saw that pattern actually when I was flipping through these. But look, every time you hit this button that has a star on it, it does something else really cool. And there is kind of a diamond and an X pattern, which looks awesome. And every time you push the button, it just does something super cool. There is a kind of fan pattern going down from top right to lower left, and up to down, and left, right to left, and that's just going between colors there with the dissolve. That's kind of like a whirlwind kind of thing, pinwheel. And yeah, guys, so you get the idea. These things are actually really awesome, and this is the remote control here that comes with it, and there also is an app. Now these are Bluetooth, not Wi-Fi, so you cannot do Alexa smart features with them. It has its own ability inside the app to do smart features. And looking at some more of the pictures here, we see the IR remote and app, and we did just wake up our device back there. And look right here, you can do some cool things like spell out the word party on them. You can create custom patterns on it with the app. And right here and right now, you can make patterns for like Halloween or Christmas or whatever you want. And showing you right here, these are cool for gaming. And you can see right here in the Supercar Street Racing Studio, we are using them to accent the background when we go live. Now, please, when you buy something from Amazon, just click on our description and buy anything you want through any of our product links, and it helps us out greatly. And you don't have to buy the product that's in the bottom. You can buy whatever you want. Now, right now, we would love to stay and hang out with you guys all day, but we have to go get our garage floor shark coated. Let's go.
You have to tell me when.
Bon voyage. Oh my God, she's insane.
Whoa!
You're crazy.
Girl!
I told you it sucks.
Full plunge at its finest. Oh, you need way more than this towel. You need to take that damn shirt off. You need to take that shirt off.
That was crazy.
I am so proud of you. Oh my God.
Got my multi-tool.
We're gonna have to do a little bit more cutting.
Down to overheat, initiated. Those things are beasts. Hey, and welcome to Supercar Street Racing. Today we're taking a look at this LED pool light from Limuli, and they've been gracious enough to provide us with this light so you guys can see how it might work out in your pool. And I've got all kinds of things to tell you about this today on Supercar Street Racing. So the first thing we want to talk about for this Limuli beautiful pool light here is that it comes with super strong magnets, and that allows it to stick very well to any type of metal pool. The second point about this thing is that it doesn't take any type of tools to install it, and it is compatible with all types of pools, meaning you can put it anywhere you want in any part of the water. So this pool light here also uses an app for Bluetooth control, and that means you can do so many things with it. You can change all the colors, put it on a schedule, or sync up music to it with the Bluetooth app, which we will show you guys here in a little bit. So if you guys have ever tried any solar powered lights for anything, then you know how weak those can be. And this is amazing because it has a 26-foot cord, meaning it can reach almost anywhere, and if it doesn't, you could just simply add an extension cord because that part will not be submerged in the water. All of that is waterproof as indicated in the manual. So yeah, this thing has a long enough cord where you can put it pretty much anywhere in your pool. So the Limuli here also has a built-in transformer. There's no need to go buy a separate transformer. It's completely safe to swim underwater. So the Limuli light is rated at IP68, and that is a dust and water rating. The IP just simply means ingress protection on the light, and the 6 means that it is dust resistant, with the 8 being that it can survive long periods underwater being submerged. So completely waterproof with the Limuli light. Here we have the Limuli LED pool light, and we're going to take a look at what's in the box right now. And here's a good look at the front of the box. Shows you that it's a 20-watt pool light, and it has an 8-meter cable, and it is IP68. And there is Limuli there and the barcode for it. And right here, it's showing you the app that you use to control it. And on the back, I guess they also must sell some other besides RGB, but this is an RGB color LED pool light. And taking a look inside of the box, we have what looks to be some sort of mounting bracket, and on the back it says to glue it. We have a instruction manual, and we see who this is made by right here, and that is in China. And then there is some instructions here on how to install it, which we will be taking a look at here momentarily. And it looks like here we can put it in 3 different types of pools: steel wall pools, soft-sided pools, and then I guess where's the third type of pool? And okay, yeah. So the third type must be the glue type pool, which would be for any other type of pool. And then inside the box here for the Limuli pool light, we see we have quite a long cord here with a built-in transformer. They do give you some, looks like some glue. Not sure how well that will work or not, but we will give it a check out. And here is the actual device here, sitting so beautiful. And on the back it says Limuli there. 20-watt RGB color light. And that is all that is in the box for the Limuli LED RGB pool light. So as usual, we're not just going to tell you to buy this product. We're actually going to see how it performs and how it installs. So once it gets dark out here, we're going to go outside and take a look at this at the pool. Alright guys, we are in the phone, and the first step to getting the app for the Limuli LED pool light is to go to the instruction manual and scan. And let's put it on photo there, and it already shows that it wants to open that link, and we install the Duo Co-Strip app, as you can see here. And there goes the app installing. And let's go ahead and open that now. And that is how we will be using the Lindley LED pool light. We have to allow it location access, and Bluetooth has to be on. And that is the first step of getting this light working. Okay, now that we have the app installed, the instruction manual says to connect to the light, we have to do the following. We have to tap the settings icon, and we got to find that. It's already on the screen. It says BLE DOM. So we're going to click that. Nope, it's not there. Interesting. Tap setting icon and refresh icon. Okay, hit the refresh icon. And there it is. It says it is connected now to the light. Alright, we are out by the beautiful pool now with the Lindley light. And what we're going to do right now is take it out of the packaging. And this is actually the mounting bracket. So what you do is you attach this to the side of the pool, and then the light actually is magnetically mounted to this guy right here. Here we see the Lindley LED pool light in the package, in this plastic packaging. We can remove that now. And then what we will do after that is go ahead and plug it in and get it submersed in the pool, where we can start taking a look at the app. Alright, we have the Lindley LED pool light sitting here right now, and we will get to do this peel at some point. And I don't know how that actually peels. Let's see. Just like that. And now all we have to do is plug it in to supply power to it. And let's see how bright it is. And yes, it is very bright. And now we will proceed to put that over into the pool. And we will just be temporarily mounting this, so no mounting necessary. If you were going to be mounting it, you would use the mounting bracket over there, glue that to the side of your pool, or attach it to the side of your pool. Then this would stick to the magnet. And then we're just going to put this here until it gets dark enough to actually show you the app and how the light looks underwater. Okay, we are back outside where it has gotten dark, and we are with the Lindley LED pool light. We have the app open now, and we're also recording on the other camera, and where we can go back and forth. And you can see here on the app, we can just hit one of the presets like green and purple. And that's really purple. Or this classic colors here, and the light is responding to the Bluetooth control. It is very bright. It's actually much brighter than my regular pool light. And we can also go over here to style and go to any of these preset styles here. That's blue strobe, green strobe, red strobe, 7-color strobe. And there are all kinds of presets for here for you to actually go through here. Those are gradual changes. Then of course you can do music. Alright, you can see also here we can adjust the brightness and the speed of any of these presets here. I just changed the speed there. And the brightness can go down as well. As you see there, it did get a lot lighter. And moving back to the front page, you can also use the color wheel to change the colors. And we just showed you that we can use the microphone to adjust it, or we can use a regular music clip to also adjust it. So we would have to have some no copyright music on here in order to do that part. Guys, I hope you enjoyed this review of the Lindley pool light, the RGB LED pool light. We took you through all the parts of the apps,
We showed you that you can just adjust the colors, the brightness, and the contrast. It is very bright. You can see here how good it makes the pool look at night. And that is going to wrap this up for our review of the Leyland Lee LED RGB pool light. Guys, you just saw the Leyland Lee LED pool light. I probably mispronounced it a few times. Sorry to the wonderful people for us. And we just tested it out there in the Supercar Street Racing pool. And it is very bright. In fact, I think it's actually brighter than my pool light I have now. Now we are giving this pool light away to the first person who can get the most referral subscribers in the channel. And what you need to do that is you need to help me get subscribers. And then when someone posts a subscription to me, have them post your name in the comments, and whoever gets the most comments that said I was referred by this person will get this Leyland Lee pool light absolutely free. So please get someone to subscribe, get multiple people to subscribe. When they subscribe, have them leave a comment. If they leave your name the most times, like in other words, each person that subscribes to me has to get a new subscriber that has to then leave your name in the comments. If that happens and you have the most new subscribers to Supercar Street Racing, you're getting that light absolutely free on me. I'll pay for the shipping and everything else. So go get some people to subscribe for me. Get them to put your name down in the comments section. Now, checking out Amazon right here, we can see the Leyland Lee LED pool light, 20 watt color changing magnetic underwater light. It is app control, it's dimmable, it's IP68, that is ingress protection. 6 being the dust level, and 8 being that it can be underwater for a long period of time. It is not 12 volts, it is actually 110 volts. It probably is converted to 12 volts via the transformer that comes with it, so don't get confused about that. So, yeah, you should go ahead and order this. It's $79. I highly recommend it. They have an option to get a 2-in-1 of that, so you get 2 lights. And here's all the goodness about the Leyland Lee light here, and there's a bunch of pictures here with it, and also a video here showing it, which we will now post at the end of this video. Maybe if we can get this thing ripped, we will post that at the end of the video. But guys, remember, the most referral subscriptions to me and they put your name in the comment section, you will win this Leyland Lee LED pool light just for yourself. And we appreciate you guys watching the channel so much. Please like and subscribe, and also buy things through our links in the description. It doesn't matter if you buy this, anything you buy from us will contribute to our earnings, because we don't make any money on the channel. We love you guys. Have a good day. We'll see you next time on Supercar Street Racing. All right, guys, right in front of me, we have the DeWalt DXV06PL-QT. That was sent to us to check out. I'll have a link down in the description where we got this from, and I'll put it on the screen right now as well. But we're going to take a look at this DeWalt right now because I need it outside in the studio. The studio is definitely messy because we're doing some electrical work in there, and it has foam in the walls, and that stuff goes everywhere when you cut it. And there is the beautiful DeWalt we'll be taking a look at today on Supercar Street Racing. Inside of the DeWalt box, we can see some cool things right on top. There is an attachment here, just like that. There is also this cool hose. And the DeWalt comes straight out of the box, like that. Very easily unboxed with plastic around it. And inside of the box, a couple of more attachments here. They're just extensions for this attachment here. What else came with the DeWalt? Let's see. Everything else is inside of it. So they did give you a lot of other cool options. There is a look at the filter that it uses. There is also a bag here, and we will be taking a look at how to actually install the bag. And that thing pinched my finger right here when I pulled this out. It got me good, so be careful. There's some wheels in here as well. Some cool little attachments. This thing is awesome. I'm so hyped. All the attachments are in there. The wheels should be self-explanatory. They just go directly in. Really cool looking. I love the black on yellow. They want you to screw the wheels on with these 4 screws right here that comes with it. So we'll have to get our drill out for that. All right, those are ready to go. There's a cartridge filter cleaning guide. Filter's already on. Position the bag so that it is distributed around the inside of the tank. Okay, I put the bag inside of there. It just said position it inside there. There's not much really in there that it says to do. And we have our accessories left. And our hose goes in like this. All right, after doing a brief amount of reading, I'm an idiot, of course, and this is where everything goes. The only thing I did not figure out is what that's for. Your accessories all go in this bag, and then the bag can attach to the side of the actual unit. There is a little thing here to hold it right there. All right, let's walk over to see Rich and Patricia. Wow. That's impressive. You can't hear this vacuum cleaner at all, only from the suction. Nuts. I love this thing. Dude, the other vacuum cleaner will deafen you. Hey, what's up guys? Welcome back to Supercar Street Racing, and today we have something a little bit different. You can see I shot all of this video on my Meta AI glasses, and I wanted to just see if I could use that both full screen and kind of in a little shrunk down nature, just to see how well it integrates with the videos. And I do see that the cropping is a little heavy when we have to pull in the video, but it still works out pretty good. And then we cut in some of the other video with it compressed over a background, just to see and experiment about how good the Meta AI glasses are from Oakley. And they did pretty good. They're the HSTN glasses. I will have a video coming out soon about those guys, so stay tuned for that. But meanwhile, we got this awesome DeWalt shop vac here. It is the 6-gallon wet dry vacuum cleaner, and it is very awesome. This is the DXV06PL, and this thing is so cool because it has a 6-gallon poly wet dry compartment in there. It has a hose strap on the side, a 4-horsepower motor that is probably the quietest shop vac I've ever heard. And I think that's what impressed me most about this, is that this guy has the quietest motor. It will not deafen you. The other shop vac, the Craftsman, you need earplugs because that thing is so loud when you turn it on. This thing is not. And you can see a guy vacuuming out the car right here, just like I was. And you can look right here, you can actually do a blower or a wet and dry vac, so it is actually 3-in-1. Check it out right here. It has a 1 7/8 diameter for all the tools that attach to it, a 6-gallon compartment there for you. Here's a good look at all of the features on the actual wet dry vac. There is a handle at the top, there's a hose strap at the side. It is a flexible rubber strap that you can connect the hose to kind of keep it around the vacuum cleaner. It does have a 4-horsepower motor. It is very powerful. I tested that on the Studio and in the Tesla Model S Plaid. It has a quick connect for the vacuum port there and a heavy-duty set of swiveling casters at the bottom, which you did see me install. Now here's a good look at everything that is included with your DeWalt 4-horsepower wet dry vacuum. You've got your attachments there on number 1, 2, 3, and 4. You've got your filter there on number 5. You've got a little bag to hold all your attachments there on number 6. Number 7 is the filter bag. Number 8 is the instruction manual. And then 9, 10, 11, and 12 are your hoses and your bigger attachments and extensions there. And then you see the Fly DeWalt vacuum sitting right next to all the attachments. This thing has a 4.7-star review on Amazon, and you would expect that. DeWalt are the highest quality tools that you can actually buy, so you can't go wrong when you spend a little bit of extra money by buying DeWalt. It assures you that you have a quality product. I have all DeWalt tools now. All my power tools are DeWalt, except for a really old tiny little lithium screwdriver. Everything else is DeWalt. It says right here actually that DeWalt is reliable and durable. It's always quality assured and constructed with high quality materials, built tough to endure working environments. It does have convenient onboard storage for both the accessories and the power cord, and it is a compact and portable design, which is important when you're doing work around your house. And we want to invite you guys to check out our new Instagram presence, relatively new. We just started posting more on Instagram to our story about videos that we actually published. We're going to put a link in the description to our Instagram. Go ahead and follow me on Instagram. And now we're also on TikTok. We are posting a lot on TikTok right now. Please check it out. We have already tons of videos. We have 20,000 followers and 2,847 likes already. Please check out my TikTok. It will be in the description as well. And then check out the Supercar Street Racing Facebook page is also up. I will link that in the description. Go ahead and follow me and like some of the comments. I will put everything that we do on the channel on all of our social media outlets for you guys. And we want to thank you guys, of course, for 214,000 subscribers. We couldn't have done it without you. Please like and subscribe if you have not, and buy all of your Amazon products through our links in the description. It helps the channel out greatly. It gives us a few dollars here and there to stay in business because we don't make any money off the channel really. But we got to get out of here right now. We got to go to lunch. It is 10:30. It's time for lunch. I'm out of here. Go in the back way to Cliffs. Stay off the main street as much as possible. Even though this thing will go 33 to 35 miles an hour. I can't listen to music because it's copyright, and they'll shut my stream down. Yeah, so we're just going to brunch. Trying to avoid all the big potholes. Manhole covers. Yeah, I usually go the back way, so I take as many back streets as possible. I only have to get on the main road for like 10 seconds at the most. It's a little bit further, but it's worth it. This thing has no problem on the street doing, 30 plus miles an hour. I just don't want to get pulled over by the cops. No tag. This is the main street we're getting on right now, but only for about 5 seconds. So I just wait till there's nobody coming. And we got traffic right now. So right after this truck, I'm gonna rip it. Alright, we're on Fort Caroline Road now, which is a major street, but we're turning off here in like 2 seconds. The back way. That's as long as we have to be on that street. And then we take the back roads most of the way. This is a big hill. The car has no problem. I topped off the charge today, this morning, for about 3 hours. Voltage said 53 volts, which is great. There's another dog up here loose. No leash. It's like the second dog not on a leash today, which is illegal in our city.
back up on the main road again, but we just have to cross over it and then head into the Hidden Hills area. So we're about to hit Fort Caroline again. Alright, so we're at Fort Caroline and Harbor Cove, and we have cross traffic a little bit. That's clear now. Now we're in Hidden Hills neighborhood. And I like to go the back way here because there's no speed bumps. There's like 3 on the main road. If we take the back way, we only get 1 total. And yeah, we're in Hidden Hills neighborhood now. I know you can't see it, but pretty nice. We're on the back roads. Beautiful day. It's probably 75 right now. It's going to be 80 something today. We're probably 5 minutes away from Cliffs Bar and Grill Brunch. I'd say we're probably doing about 31 or 32 right now in the back roads. Oh, dang. Hot chick. Alright, we're back on the main street. It's not the main street, but it's a bigger street. It's the one with the speed bumps. So we will have to cross 1 speed bump. So we got to go kind of slow over those speed bumps. It's all uphill right here, directly uphill. We're still going pretty good. And up here, I'll probably get on the sidewalk rather than take the main street. Even though it's about 20 seconds on the main street, just, you know, why take a chance? So this is actually the sidewalk, and I take it pretty slow through here. It's kind of narrow. There's a railing on my right, so I keep it slow through here because it's pretty close on the right side. We should keep it on the sidewalk and don't go in the grass. Get the cart all dirty. And now we are in a bigger, wider sidewalk. I just take it kind of easy here. It's kind of bumpy. Then up here we'll get back out on the main street just for about 5 seconds. It's just a straight shot sidewalk here, but I'm gonna get out on the street here. Our park, baseball park, is on the right. There's a lot of games going on the weekends there. And we have some traffic here I'm gonna let go. Now we got a clear shot on the main road. Now we're on the biggest road that we're going to be on the whole time, and we're about to turn off. That's as long as we're on the big road. Pulling in the parking lot now. And this is the parking lot. What's up, guys? All right, this is the parking lot to Eclipse. We're basically here. Just gonna pull up and park. And we are here. We'll see you guys later. All right, what's up guys? Welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. Today we got Dukes of Duval in the studio today. We're out here in Studio A. We built this studio from scratch. You guys can see the whole thing on the channel. And what are we taking a look at today, Joe?
Yeah, so we had an opportunity to get some new batteries for a awesome project where I put in a new trolling motor on my boat.
This is awesome. I can't wait to show you guys VESA batteries today. So today we're going to be taking a look at that. Why don't we kick it off? You got a lot of video that you took that we're going to show these guys, right?
Yeah, exactly. So Brad was pretty busy on a couple of projects, so I kind of took the lead on this particular one, so you'll see me most of the video. But basically, it's me installing all the new setup for this trolling motor. It was quite the process. So included in that, we did the trolling motor, we did new wiring, we did breaker, along with a new charging system, as well as these new VESA batteries.
All right, well, let's get started. We got a lot of ground to cover today. Let's do it. Hey guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing, and we're out here in Studio A with Joe. This is our primary production studio. This is where we edit a lot of the stuff and go live for you guys. And we have a special project for you today because VESA reached out to us and wanted to work with us on any kind of project. And they have so many different kinds of batteries that we had to think about something that we really needed to do. And what did you decide?
Well, I knew this was a great opportunity because for some time I've been wanting to put a new trolling motor on my boat. And obviously there's a big expense that comes along with doing that. So that trolling motor itself that I put on is very costly. So to do that and to do it right, with VESA coming in to offer up these batteries, the timing was perfect. So it was a great project. You know, had to spend a little money on the trolling motor, but boy, it was perfect timing. And I'm very excited about the finished product of it.
Right behind us, right up here on the screen, you can see VESA and all of the advantages of this 100 amp hour, 12 volt, 150 amp BMS battery. Some of the cool things that it does up here, as you can see, it has low temperature cutoff protection, so it'll cease charging when the weather is too cold to allow a good charging cycle. It also is made for what you have.
Correct.
It's built for trolling motors and marine. It weighs 17% of what a normal marine battery does. Has a battery management system that also helps keep the battery healthy because live PO4 batteries need a management system just due to the way that they drain and recharge. And then of course it has 20 protections that go along with that BMS system that keep your battery healthy. And then this is equivalent to two 12 volt 100 amp hour lead acid batteries with a fraction of the weight.
Correct.
So tell us a little bit about what you did when you put this in your boat and what we're going to be looking forward to in this video.
What you'll see is I put a brand new Minn Kota on the boat. It's a 24 volt system.
Okay.
This system obviously was a little bit different than the system that I had on there. It was a 12 volt system. So a lot of work needed to be done to be prepared to be able to take on such a more powerful system. Installing the trolling motor itself was quite the project. Along with that, what we needed to make sure is that we had all the proper wiring, all the proper breakers, everything that was necessary to make sure that it could handle this 24 volt load. So what VESA did was they gave us two 12 volt batteries. So what we did was we put them in a series to give us that 24 volt that we needed. We had to increase the wiring to make sure that it could hold the amperage that we were about to push through it, along with the breaker that's 60 amp. So you'll see in the video, what I will say is that trying to get the video that we needed in the tight area that I was working from was very difficult, but I think I did a good job of capturing most of that.
But we just want to emphasize, thank you, VESA, for reaching out to us and providing us two 12 volt batteries. They are not cheap batteries, so we really appreciate the high quality VESA batteries from VESA.
right, so I'm going to take a couple of minutes to show you some of the things that we're going to be installing today. The first one is the trolling motor itself. This is a brand new Minn Kota 24-volt Tarova trolling motor. My prior trolling motor was a twist style. This one is a lot newer, a lot more technology. So the good news is that it's got a remote that you'll be able to use to be able to position it wherever you want. It's got another feature that allows you to do spot lock, which will be able to hit a button and lock the boat in position, which is really, really nice. So with that, we're going to be doing a couple of different things. One, we're going to start by installing this new quick release bracket. This is very important if you're a boater and you have a trolling motor and you keep this outside your house or you travel with it. This is a great feature so that you can remove that trolling motor easily to put it in your house, so that in the event that somebody walks by and doesn't walk off with it, this will stop it from doing that. With that, I'm going to be upgrading the charging system. So I found this particular charging system on Amazon. It was a great deal. I think I spent about $150 on that. I'll find the link and we'll put it on the description. What I currently have is a 4-bank charging system. It's a much older charger and it's time for a refresh in that department too. If I'm going to go ahead and spend the money on this nice trolling motor, I want to go ahead and make sure I've got a nice charging system to go along with it as well. So with that, we're just going to do a 3-bank system. The 4 was too much last time. It allowed you to charge 2 house batteries and 2 trolling motor batteries. I really only needed to charge 1 house battery because the other one is being charged by the alternator, so it's not necessary. So with that, what's great about this particular charging system is that it does a myriad of different types of batteries, including lithium. So my thought process is that I have these 2 12-volt lead acid batteries that are currently in the boat now, and I'm thinking it'd be a whole lot better if I upgrade it to lithium. I also have a quick connect here. The old one was in bad shape, so we're going to go ahead and replace that. With the new 24-volt system, the wiring that was in here currently on the boat is not enough to support 24 volts through it. So I went ahead and sourced through Amazon a marine grade 6-gauge wire, which I'll be going into the boat, tearing the old wiring out, putting the new wiring in, making all the connections, and then also adding in a 60 amp breaker. Very important to have that on a system like this for sure with that much voltage. One of the other things that comes with this is that it does have a brain that they add to the box with the particular trolling motor. I'm not sure why they're adding this, considering that this particular model, the brain is now built into the actual trolling motor itself. So if you wanted to add a second layer, I guess you could install this, but I have done my research and I'm told that this can go right in the trash. So that will be the plan. It'll save me some time and energy and less holes in the boat. So from there, the only other thing is to make the decision on whether or not I want to stay with lead acid batteries or go to something much better. But I think that I want to do lithium. So let's go see if Brad's got some lithium batteries at his house that maybe I can borrow. We'll be right back. Dude, I'm working on this project. I bought this trolling motor and I got 2 old batteries that I don't want to use anymore. Do you happen to have any marine grade 12-volt lithium batteries sitting around by chance?
Let's see, I've got some home theater chairs and these lithium batteries.
Dude, I knew you'd have some.
We have these Batcher reliable power empowering lives batteries. There's some information here about Batcher. They sent us these for you, so you're in luck. These are for you. I haven't opened them. I think we should break one open right now while you're here.
I love it.
And take a look at it.
Let's take a look.
They're awesome. All right, let me grab them. Okay, we got these Batcher batteries from Batcher, batcherpower.com if you want to check them out. They asked us if we wanted to team with them to do some stuff with their batteries, and we said of course, and Joe has a perfect project for his trolling motor. So these are going in the trolling motor. What voltage are these?
These are both 12 volt, but we are obviously going to put them in a correct series. That was a trick question for Brad. We want to increase the voltage. So we have 2 12 volt batteries that we're going to go in series for my 24 volt trolling motor.
Look at this, man. This thing
looks
sick.
Good. That's nice.
Look at the carrying strap on top. I guess let's get it out of there.
Perfect.
Package. And it's not even heavy. That's what's so cool. You save so much weight on all your vehicles when you go lithium ion because
This battery probably weighs 20 pounds, if I had to guess, compared to a regular battery that probably weighs 50. And look on the front here. So it's a 100 amp hour Life PO4, 12.8 volt battery. It's used in houses for like solar applications, RVs, and in boats. And there's all the certifications and the warnings on it. It's got low temp cutoff protection and it's perfect. It even says trolling motor on it.
Love that.
It's perfect for that. So we have 2 of these to wire up in series to make 24 volts. And back of the battery just says, there's a caution, there's a model number here. So if you guys are interested in the same battery, there's the model number, DXD. We'll put this in the link in the description. DXD-C00206X. There's a URL here, and then it tells you again that it's 12V100 TM US, and some warnings here. And so this is gonna be cool. We have a new partnership with these guys. So if this works out, we might be able to do another golf cart or something like that with their bigger batteries.
Yeah, because they have a large selection of lithium.
They do. They have 72 volt batteries too, so we could do that.
All right, so the first step that we had to do was to pull new wires. In the prior existing setup, there was, I believe, 8 gauge wires, which isn't ample enough to hold the load that we were gonna put on it. So that was quite the process. Something that I thought was gonna take hopefully no more than 30 minutes to pull the wires ended up being a 2-hour process. And that really came down to how the boat and all the channeling works to get the wiring through there. It was a one-man project. I didn't have somebody else to kind of help feed them through from the other side. So it took about 2 hours, but very important that we get the correct wiring that we needed to hold this type of load that we're gonna put on it. So I was able to get that all put in and installed. And then of course, on top of that, we were gonna make new connectors for that. So I got some really good connectors that I was able to source, along with a very good crimper to make sure that those connections were really, really tight. One of the things that you wanna be careful of is when you're doing wiring, you want good, solid connections. You don't wanna have any frays, you don't wanna have any issues where they're not touching completely. So I made sure that I went out and sourced a really good crimper to do this. So that was quite the project, but as you can see in the video, it takes a little bit of time, but well worth it to make sure you got the right stuff when you're using such a large load.
This project, we had a lot of support from Batcher, but we also had support from local businesses. So tell us about who helped you out locally.
So I was able to reach out to my buddy JB Mitchell that works over at St. Augustine Marine Services. That's a great group of guys over there that do quality work for electronic works on boats. I highly recommend that if you're in the Jacksonville area and you're needing to source a new trolling motor or any electronic needs, reach out to those guys.
Yeah, so if you guys are not in Jacksonville or in driving distance, we have a couple of ways for you guys to support the channel. You can buy it directly through our Amazon affiliate link, or you can use the YouTube affiliate link as well, and that does give us a few dollars here and there to turn the power on at the house, because look at this.
All right, I took a quick break to grab some lunch, got back and started working on running this new 6-gauge wire. Admittedly, this was quite the job. It took me about 2 hours to figure out the best route to get this from the console area down, around, back up in front to where the quick connect's gonna be. Worked through a couple of shirts and a couple of hats already. It's pretty hot out here, but ultimately I saved you guys a bunch of time watching me try to work this wire all the way down, around, and back it up. So I've got plenty of slack on both sides to do what I need to do to start making connections.
You guys just saw Joe in his boat ripping the old wires out. They're not big enough to support the amperage of the new batteries and motor. So he went ahead and ripped those out and he put a brand new 6-gauge wire in.
First thing that I wanted to do was to make myself a little bit of space inside a very tight console. So I needed to first rip out those old lead acid batteries. And I will tell you, when you're watching this, when I was pulling out those batteries in that tight console, it was a chore, to be honest with you. It was gonna be impossible to get 2 sets of hands in there. So me ripping those old batteries was quite the process, to be honest with you. So I needed to clear those out, make room for me to get in there to start working on the next part of it, which would be installing this circuit breaker along with the new charging system.
Okay, cool. So we're going to take a look at that next on the video?
Yep.
All right, let's do it.
All right, so here's a little update from inside the console. So one of the things that I was going to attempt to do was to remove this old charger. Unfortunately, I did everything I can to figure out how to get inside there to get what appears to be nuts on a bolt. I spent probably 15 minutes alone trying to figure out what size, what to get in there, and I could not figure it out. I just cut all the lines off of it, or all the leads off of it that go to all the batteries. Then I cut off the power supply that I will be reusing for the new one. I also took out the 2 old batteries in the trays. I'm going to clean those trays out and put those back in and get ready to seat the new batteries in there. I have this 6-gauge wire here. This is going to the trolling motor. This is what's going to feed off of those 2 batteries for 24 volt. As you can see, there's a chase down here that goes through here. That was part of the fun, is getting it through here amongst these other wires. And over the years, you know, between the manufacturer, other people installing stuff, it has just become quite the mess of wires here. So that's going to be one of my projects in the very near future. I'll work on a little bit of it while I'm in here now to get that all organized and put up. So one of the things that happened was, I mentioned this earlier, was that the hole was cut too big, so they had to make a plate so that the actual quick connect could seat to the plate, and then the plate would seat and be screwed down to this part of the hole here. Luckily, I was able to keep some of the old plate. It was starting to fall apart, so I was able to use partial of it to create a template with a new one. I already made a couple of cuts and got it identical. I just need to drill some holes for the new one, so that's what I'm gonna be working on next, and we'll get you set up to watch that. All right, what you just watched was me installing the new Quick Connect for the trolling motor itself. So from here, the next steps are going to be installing the new 60 amp breaker. This is very important for anybody that's going to be installing a trolling motor. If you're dealing with large loads of power, you want to make sure you have that protective measure in there. So the old system had two 50 amp breakers because they were running two 12 volt batteries separately. So with this particular setup, we're going to be running, again, two 12 volt batteries, but not separately, in series. So we're going to bump that up to 24 volt. Make sure you install the correct wire and the correct breaker so that you don't have any issues with potential fire hazards or anything of that nature.
Absolutely. So you need the correct size wiring and the correct size Quick Connect. We'll have a link in the description to that, but if you're in Jacksonville or St. Augustine, support our local businesses. St. Augustine Marine Services helped Joe out in this project. Do us a favor and help them out also. So what's coming up next?
Yeah, so from here, we're going to go ahead and install the new breaker, which is a 60 amp breaker,
right,
along with a new charging system.
Awesome.
Now, what I will say is that Vatra has a long list of products that they provide, along with battery chargers. I had to go out and find a very unique battery charger that allowed me to not only charge lithium, but to charge original lead acid AGM type batteries itself.
Vatra does have a large selection of batteries. If you go onto their website, you'll see they have a ton of batteries, a ton of charging equipment, and they're a high quality company, so please support them as well. Now let's take a look at what Joe did next right now.
All right, we're back. This is day 2. Yesterday we made some pretty good headway. I was able to install the 6-gauge wire through the boat. Like I said, that was a real pain trying to get that run through the chase through the boat. That was completed. I also got the Quick Connect, for the most part, about 90% done. I need to get it screwed in and caulked in, and that'll be completed. For today, what I'm going to try to concentrate on is getting the 60 amp breaker installed along with the new charging system. This charging system, as I mentioned, is going to be able to give us the ability to do normal lead acid batteries plus these 2 new lithium batteries. So pretty excited about that. All right, so just an update here on the inside. It's a little hard to get the camera in here to see what's going on, but I went ahead and installed the 60 amp breaker right here on the side. I've got it somewhat wired up now. I'm going to do a little bit of cleaning up here with the wires. Also went ahead and reutilized this old plug here that's going to allow me to plug it in. I got to obviously get these wires sorted and zip tied up. And then on the other side here is where I put the new charging system on. Went in fairly easy. As you can see, it's all powered up and working, which is good. And then I'm going to start working on now is getting the 3 batteries connected that are going to be on this system and installed now. All right, what you just watched was me installing both the 60 amp breaker and the new charging system itself. So the next steps are going to be getting the new batteries in and then getting those all connected as well.
All right, awesome. Let's go ahead and take a look at that now. And then of course, we'll have links for everything in the description if you guys want to go ahead and check out what Joe did on his boat.
All right, everyone, today is day 3 of this project. So basically what I'm going to concentrate on today is I'm going to try to finish wiring up the Quick Connect for the trolling motor. And then lastly, I'm going to install the lithium batteries that were provided by Vatra. This should be a fairly easy process. I've got a couple of cables that I need to make to get everything connected to make this a series 24 volt system. Shouldn't take too long, but hopefully we'll be able to wrap up this project in the next couple hours. All right, everyone, got the batteries installed. Very easy process from the standpoint that moving these batteries inside of this little tiny entryway to the console was much easier than taking the old batteries out. They were more lightweight, easy to maneuver, and that made it very easy. I got the charger installed. I got the settings set for lithium on the 2 lithium batteries, and then I'm only charging my second house battery, so that setting is set as well. So the install went pretty easy in regards to the batteries. Very fast, very smooth. In regards to finishing this up, I'm about 95% done. I've got to put some marine caulk around it to seal it off. I'm waiting for that to come in, but hopefully they'll be here in the next day or two. But in regards to this is pretty much done. Need to do a little bit of wire management, and then also going to put the caps back on the top of these batteries so there's nothing that can get to them to do any sparking in case something comes apart. But for the most part, I gotta tell you, this turned out really well, and I'm going to test the batteries out now with the trolling motor for the first time, and I'm excited to show you that. Hopefully we'll be able to get a little break. It's been pretty nasty over here, but we got some storms coming in, so I'm gonna try to get this up and running real fast, and then I'll show you how it goes. All right, so what you just watched was me putting in those new batteries. I will tell you that there's a lot of benefits to lithium, but the biggest thing is the weight. And just me putting those batteries in was about as easy as it can get. It was just super simple. I was able to put them right in. I had to do a little bit of maneuvering because how tight the space was, but because of the weight, it made it so much easier to get in there and manipulate it. Very happy with that part of this whole process. So once I got those batteries in, made the final connections to get everything complete as a whole, ran a quick test to make sure that I was getting power back to the trolling motor, and everything looked great. So from here, the next step was to get it live. So I'll meet you out on the water.
So the next step is actually getting on the boat?
It is.
All right,
yeah,
let's check it out.
All right, here we are out in the middle of the St. Johns River underneath the Danes Point Bridge. We have it locked in. It is working perfectly. Right now, if you see, it self-adjusts depending on which way the current of the wind is taking it, but it is keeping us perfectly locked in. Plenty of power. We are not going anywhere. Gotta love it, man. Thanks a lot to Vatra for those awesome batteries, man. They are working perfectly.
All right, you guys just saw this entire project go by. Joe got 2 12-volt batteries from Vatra, specifically designed for his trolling motors. He installed it directly on his boat and took it right out in the water and tested it out. How was that whole experience?
Man, it was great, to be honest with you. I've always wanted to put this trolling motor on the boat and have this type of technology. Being paired up with great lithium batteries, I couldn't be any happier.
I bet it was an awesome experience. I know it was a lot of work. I had the same experience across the street recently putting in lights over at Rich's house. It was a lot of work, but it was worth it in the end. Now, we want to stress to you also that Vatra has a lot of different types of batteries. They have golf cart batteries as well. Right here is the Club Car 72-volt lithium ion. We'll throw that up on the screen right now for you as well. Make sure if you need any kind of battery, go to Vatra first and check and see if they have an appropriate application for what you need. And chances are they have it, because they have literally probably 50 different types of batteries on them.
They have a long list of every type of voltage that you need, every application when it comes to batteries. So it looks like they got golf cart batteries, they have marine grade batteries, solar batteries.
Yep.
They have about everything. Very impressed with their website and the amount of products that they offer.
They do have everything, and we're actually looking forward to working with them on some other projects as well. So hopefully Vatra wants to work with us again. I'd be excited to work with them and do some more projects with them. I can think of a lot of different cool things we could use their batteries for.
Absolutely.
All right, guys, thank you so much for watching the video. Thanks for liking and subscribing. Always click through our affiliate links to buy anything you want from Amazon. You don't have to buy these batteries, but I hope you do. But if you click through that, you can buy anything you want, and it helps out the channel greatly. Thank you for 200,000 subscribers also. And we'll see you guys on the next one. We got to get out of here.
I'm like, where the hell is he going?
I got out of here. All right, that's good. Now all we got to do is add it. Just kidding. Okay.
Where is that, Brad? You know where it's at?
Hold on.
Yeet!
We don't need that where we're going.
Hell no.
All right, welcome back to the channel, guys. Supercar Street Racing and Brad here. And today we have a tour of the golf cart audio system. right, guys, welcome back. I finally got some zip ties. I'm ready to start cleaning up this wiring. I'm waiting on the Bluetooth adapter though, and it will not be here until later today. So I'm going to start with what I have, and that is getting some of these white zip ties off.
Finally got a replacement Bluetooth adapter. The one that I had, the power cable was jacked up on it, so we got our new Bluetooth adapter there. So I'm just going to finish up all the wiring now and dress everything nicely while you guys watch. Okay, we are ready to test the new Bluetooth adapter. We are connected to Wi-Fi here, and we got some YouTube. Let's see. Which does not want to load, so let's kill it and open it back up. All right, we got internet. Alright, I just finished redoing again the entire audio system back here, all the wiring. I was having a little bit of OCD about it, so I went ahead and redid it all with less connectors. I figured out a way to use less connectors and redid all the tubing and all that. One thing I really need to do now is throw a zip tie around this guy right here to clean it up a little bit. But that's about it. I just wanted to give you guys a good look. We've got the inverter there. We've got the 5-channel amp there, the epicenter on the back of the back seat, the relay or the circuit breaker for the amp is there, and then the voltage reducer is there, and the Bluetooth adapter is there. So I am going to go ahead and button all this up. It works perfectly now. All the channels are correct now, and I'm happier. Hey guys, welcome back to the channel, and now we have a tour of the golf cart audio system, which is completely finished. And we will start here in the back where we have a 12-inch woofer here, and this is a SCSR audio dual voice coil, 4 ohm per voice coil, paralleled for a 2 ohm load. We also have a quick disconnect here made of just 2 plugs that I fabricated so I can take the box out easily. It's just a regular electrical plug. The enclosure sits facing the inside of the cart there, and the little cover inside there is off to help the bass transfer. I do have to do a couple more wire tie I see right here, but this is the amp rack. Yeah, it looks like I missed tying up some wires into there. Just totally missed it. But this is the amp rack, and on top you can see we have the, I'm gonna do this over. Why? So that's corn. Somewhere in there our cows. And we are in Mississippi today. And I'm going to show you guys my sister's unique house and some of the cool features of this place on supercar street racing. Come along and check this out. Now you can tell already stepping on the porch of my sister's house that she has some unique things out here. Very unique taste in art and furniture, and she collects some really cool things. But I've spent some time on this porch playing guitar with the corn right across the street and the beautiful plants. And you can see here, this is just the beginning of some of the coolest things you'll probably see at a house. Now let's go inside. Hey dude! What are you doing, dude? All right, we step inside the house, and of course, there's some really cool, older, vintage pictures here. I don't know exactly what they are. That says Guadalupe, so that's Mexico. So yeah, some really interesting old photography here. And then of course, we are from New Orleans, so down here we have some very cool Mardi Gras stuff there, and we have Bo the cat. And then moving up here, there's some very cool antique lamps here. A very old antique, it looks like an armoire, or I guess you would call it a dresser, more like, and not an armoire. And then on top of that, some vintage photography, and I don't know the significance of this, probably isn't one. The cat is trying to open the door. You're not getting out, dude. Some interesting palm leaves here, a candle, and then some shawls adorning this, and some more old photography back here. But a very cool old dresser here as you enter the front door, and some older looking ornate lights. And then on my right here, some pretty cool artwork. As you can see, it's multi-leveled. Might be hard to tell on camera, but this is levels of paper or some kind of material. This is one of my friend's artwork, Andre. So he painted this of a local artist. Okay, so my sister is really into Day of the Dead stuff. So you're gonna see a lot of skulls and things related to Day of the Dead. And up here, we do have a cool picture. Looks like painted by Anthony Hart, and then a picture of my sis and her boyfriend there. And then down to some interesting artwork here. There's a diver's bell here. There is some kind of old, I think that's a trombone. There's an old cigar, a Puerto Rico tiny ukulele there, and then knickknacks on the top. And to the left of that, a old vintage microphone with some Mardi Gras beads, and an old, looks like a Mardi Gras trumpet, honestly, is what I think it is. And then a cool old piece of furniture underneath this. Looks like it's just like some sort of chest, and that is part of the living room there. Now let's move over. And this guitar is Paul Thorne. It has tickets on it, and it's autographed, and that is pretty cool. If you guys haven't heard Paul Thorne, go ahead and check him out. And there is his Catfish Alley poster, and then a picture of him and my sister, and some other Paul Thorne stuff here, and then cool little poster here, artwork by Paul Thorne. It is signed by him. And then a lanyard from his concert, and some other cool rock and roll related. Maybe he played in Clarksdale at the Deep Blues Festival. And then down here, there's some Eddie Hodges stuff. Looks like an Eddie Hodges record autographed, and a old resonator guitar, which I have played this several times. It's kind of interesting to play. Some kind of, looks like a ray, manta ray or stingray skeleton there. And then we've got an interesting little table right here as well. On this table, there's a bunch of knickknacks, a bunch of automobile-related stuff, some airplanes and stuff like that, some more Day of the Dead, picture of my sister's boyfriend with the president, and just a lot of cool little knickknacks. And then some art up top, looks like Mary art. Down below, a dog and a suitcase and some old antique, looks like antique buckets and an antique suitcase right there, suitcase. And then some walking sticks over here to round out this wall of coolness. Okay, over here on the side by the antique fireplace, you can see some more cross-related art. She really likes crosses and
the Day of the Dead stuff, and an antique piece of furniture down there, an old antique chair, so a vase, an old phone here, some really cool artwork, some more religious artwork, more cat interference, and then up here we've got a nice big painting, and on top of the mantle a bunch of cool crosses and candles, and then down here in front of the fireplace a bunch of cool little candles on a metal antique table. Very cool. Some more religious artwork there. Another cross here, which is pretty cool. You guys can see that. And more candles. And some more art in the corner here. There's a corner shelf with some interesting things on it. A few little knickknacks here and there. Some more crosses on the wall. And then over here in the window, there is a case full of antique cars. A Buddha here. Another old piece of furniture with a cool candelabra thing in front of it. And another really old antique chair there with a chandelier above the window. And then this ornate piece of iron here with some things hanging on it. And this couch with these nice pillows. You can see this really old cool suitcase here. An antique book on top. And then here is a signed Meatloaf autographed microphone, a cool Eminem dude with a saxophone, and then an Elvis. And you know, we just visited the birthplace of Elvis yesterday, and there's Elvis with his microphone chilling on top of this old piece of furniture here. And then another old table with some things inside the top, and a skull on top with a Mardi Gras hat of some kind, it looks like. Inside there is a pretty cool piece of artwork up here, a bunch of candles, a bunch of old dishes, antique dishes, all the way down this, I guess you call it an armoire or a cabinet of some kind. And then on this side, some really cool, colorful curtains, another Day of the Dead type skull, old bowling pins too, which is very cool. And then in the corner, on the corner shelf, miscellaneous, it's like a glass skull from the Skull vodka. Really cool artwork here. Really cool antique tables. Another pretty cool hanging mirror with some, and she's also a cat lover, if you couldn't tell. The cat's staring at Patricia. And then this, another cool little skull. And these hanging cat ornaments are awesome. Look, these are cool. And then rounding out her cool living room, she has some more neat artwork right here. And then, of course, more cats right there. And an awesome shelf. I like this piece of art here. It says odd on it, and it's got the little Barbie doll head. More religious stuff there. And then all the way down the shelf here, some interesting books. And a really old vintage guitar here with some signatures on it. Okay, in the kitchen here you can see some really cool antique stuff here. A dulcimer, or a dulcimer. Some artwork up there. A neat old phone. And then, of course, a bunch of skulls and random. There's a llama here for your mama. And then grouper legs. We're in the foyer area, and this whole foyer has a lot of cool things in it related to rock and roll and some cool artwork. Bunch of wine bottles, really old wine bottles. And then up there, signed guitars. They are Charlie Daniels, ZZ Top, Glenn Campbell, Eddie Hodges, B.B. King, and the Greg Allman signed guitar, all up above the door here, along with some old glass vases, old wagon wheel. Up there, there's a Christopher Cross signed guitar and some Elton John artwork down here on the side. But yeah, just a really cool collection of signed guitars. Top of the steps here, some more. But yeah, just a really cool collection of signed guitars. And more music-related stuff. And that is a Vince Gill signed guitar right there. And let's take it on upstairs where there's some really interesting artwork. A couple of signed guitars right here, along with a cool metal guitar guy and a bookshelf. And then an old music stand. Right here we got this rock and roll guy that used to be a suit of armor. Now he's all dressed up for Mardi Gras, and he's got his rock and roll record. Some old books over there. A really cool old guitar with a bunch of stickers on it. Just some more random cross artwork. And then, of course, this cool doll, which is so fascinating. It's like a doll in a wheelchair. This is what happened to baby Jane. I like it. I think it's awesome. And then here in the chair, nice old metal chair with an old helmet in it and another skull. Really cool old door with a voodoo thing on it, and of course more cats. And I love the horse decoration here. This is 11 Spoonfuls signed guitar here. This one is Reba, James Taylor here, and then next to my mess over here, because we have taken over the upstairs. We love this thing. It's like a frog body with a doll head with a foot in the mouth. It's so cool. Over here, Star Wars memorabilia, drums over here, an alligator head, some cool books and dolls, Curious George stuff, Snoopy stuff. And again, I've taken over this area with my suitcase, but very cool mirrors and a shelf here with different types of kind of Day of the Dead stuff. Interesting artwork here. The top here, that reminds me of The Oldest View. If you don't watch Kane Pixels, you should watch The Oldest View. He is very talented. And then interesting baby head inside of a thing. And then again, we took over a lot of this area, so it isn't messy because we have a blow-up bed chilling in the back here. Up this probably makes interesting lighting, and then below it there's a candelabra here with some cool old candles with the fleur-de-lis because we are from New Orleans. And some interesting artwork here, an old telephone, some art. Same over here, some art there. Some more art up here above on the wall with the disco ball making interesting light in the background. Okay, going out into the backyard of my sister's house is kind of where craziest backyard happens. This is one of the most tropical backyards I've ever seen. Take a look around here at my sister's backyard. She has this place all decked out with flowers and plants of all kind. Beautiful flower beds and the pool. Every square inch of the backyard has some kind of cool flower, plant, or art. And we actually are going to be installing some LED curtain lights out here today. Moving to what we came here for, she does have a pool here with plants all the way around it. You can see how beautiful it is. They take care of this with a lot of attention and care, and it's a lot of work to get these things taken care of and watered every day. It's an oasis back here. Check out this array of plants, flowers, trees. It even goes all the way back here. There's a big space back here, and they have the banana plants. Every flower you can think of, and then this beautiful pool here. Artwork, that one is missing its head, but still. And so yeah, I just wanted to give you guys a little insight into one of the coolest places I've been to. One of the most beautiful backyards I've seen, and this is in Mississippi. Check out that, guys. Just amazing. And I hope you guys enjoyed this, enjoyed the look into this beautiful house, beautiful backyard. And we'll see you guys again soon. Thanks for joining us. Like, subscribe, please. Guys, today we have gotten rid of the furniture on the porch, and we have this whole entire load of IKEA furniture to put together today, right out here in the beautiful Florida sunshine. I'm so happy to have you guys with us today, but we got a lot of work to do, so let's get busy and stop talking on Supercar Straight Racing. Let's go.
All right, 4 hours later, and we have finished assembling the furniture. I tried to do this in a pair, so I did both of them at the same time. One step, yapper, and this is how it came out. So these are mirror images, and I think this looks fire, dog. I'm just gonna move everything over like an inch or two to fit on the carpet here. That. This one here.
Let's go! I had a mouthful of food.
Let's go! Second part of the equation of the outdoor furniture switch over and refresh is this lounge chair and table set here. We got to get this out and get it put together. One of them is a table and chair. The other one is just a chair, and it is from Hdmi Outdoor Living with very good reviews. Let's get these outside, get them unboxed, and have probably the most fun ever by building more furniture that only took 4 hours to do the other set, guys. Okay, they gave us this nice toolkit with the accessories, but I went ahead and got my bit for these Allen head right here, and now let's go ahead and get this thing opened up and put together. All right, we got both the chairs built now and the table. They definitely feel cheap, way cheaper than these guys over here did, and they're just not that much cheaper. I kind of wish I would have gotten metal ones instead. They have some metal, but it's mostly plastic. And, you know, I had a few issues getting them together, but nothing big. But yeah, these are the new chairs there. That rounded off the new patio furniture there. And now let's throw it into Supercar Street Racing and Brad to see how you can get both of your sets of these on Amazon and IKEA. We're back at the 4K production studio today. My name is Brad, and if you haven't been to our channel, welcome. And I'm so happy for your support and for your subscription and your like. And we're taking a look today at this IKEA furniture that I bought, and this is the Revscar, along with the Duvholmen seat pads, Duvholmen cushions, and the Frozen covers for the IKEA furniture. Now, this entire order was $1,487, and it comes with everything you need to go ahead and build this set for your patio. Now, it is made of metal. There is no wood except for the table part that looks like little slots. And then the other furniture was ordered from Amazon. Here's a look at the Hdmi Outdoor Living Patio Shea Lounge. It has good reviews, but I'll be honest, it does feel kind of cheap. I like my metal furniture way better. But this guy has a 4.7 star review, so not too bad. Guys, please support the channel by liking and subscribing. Now, I don't get any money from IKEA if you buy from them, but if you buy this set from Amazon, I will get a small amount of money for the purchase or anything else that you click through any of my links to buy. Now, I don't have time to hang out here all day and talk to you guys. I have to go assemble 1,000 furniture. Where do I start? Good morning, everybody. This is a video that is painful for me to make, and some big changes coming in my life. Hey guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing, and today I've just got a couple of things I have to talk about going on in my life right now. So, as you guys all know, my channel all started with car. It was all about my Toyota Supra, which regretfully years ago I sold. Probably the largest mistake I've ever made in my life. The biggest mistake that has happened is selling that 1993.5 Supra hardtop, which I bought brand new, by the way, almost. It had like 13,000 miles on it, not a scratch. And I modified it and ended up selling it. And I did make money on it, but after all the mods and stuff, I actually lost money, of course. Which brings me to the current situation that we are in right now. So what you see right here are videos of my E93 335i convertible. We can see here some hours being put into this car. It was modified, not heavily, but modified. It did have a MHD tune running E85, E50 blend. It had a VRSF large intercooler, and it had a VRSF charge pipe. Amongst a few interior modifications, which also included the ID4 digital dash and also had the Android head unit on the inside. We have a lot of projects here on the channel, as you can see, with my 2011 335i, things like ethanol tune and running the car up to 160 miles an hour. Car has been with me for probably 7 years almost, maybe 6 years. I did buy it in 2017-ish, 2018, and I did pay $18,000 for it. At the time, it had an aftermarket warranty, which made it attractive. The car had lower mileage. I can't remember exactly how many, but I think it was in the 50s when I got it. So haven't driven it very much. And through the years, we have put content up on the channel, and the car has been with me ever since. And you can see here me doing a project on MHD on that side of the screen there. And here we are next to the Supercar Street Racing channel. Obviously, the channel is named for car videos, but has kind of evolved over the years to also involve reviews and unboxings of awesome products to deliver to you guys, that I just enjoy doing that now. Not that I'm not dedicated to the car scene anymore. I absolutely love cars, but there's almost only a certain amount of content you can get with the same vehicle unless you want to take that to the next level. For this BMW 335i, though, for me, I didn't want to take the car to the next level because I always had issues with the car. Now, I won't say I always had mechanical issues, but the car has been kind of bad luck. I've had issues with wheels and tires over and over and over again. And of course, with the VMR V810 wheels, 2 of them got damaged by me, and I waited over a year to get replacement wheels for the car, during which time I suffered with curved up and bent wheels. So you can see here, the car right here on the channel, it is on the banner on the channel as sort of a, an ode to my love for cars. However, the time has come to do something else. And here we are standing next to my Epiphone Les Paul Goth bass here that matches my Epiphone Les Paul guitar, and thinking about all the good times that we had in the BMW and a lot of the bad times we had in the BMW. I have been stranded on the side of the road in that car probably 15 times. And if you know BMWs, there is no spare in that car. They encourage you to run flat tires, but of course the first thing everyone does when they get new wheels and tires is they ditch the run flat and they go with Michelin Pilot Sport 4S's, which in my opinion are the best street tires made, unless you get the Pilot Cups, which don't last very long. They're super sticky, but just don't last very long. So that brings me where we are now. So I would say maybe about 4 months ago, I started noticing the car would idle, kind of like surge up and down at idle. And nothing bad, but just a little bit of up and down. It would start hunting for idle. I didn't think a lot about it, and I just continued to drive the car around. So at the same time, the car did need a PCV valve. So I did the PCV valve hack on the car, which is you actually cut out the old PCV valve and JB weld the new valve in. Now, the reason for doing that is BMW does not offer just the PCV valve. They want you to replace the whole valve cover at a cost of $500 and something for the parts, and then it's another around $1,000 for labor to put that in. Long story short, I did take the car into Sam's Automotive to get that work done. So Sam's Automotive took my car in about 4 months ago, and we made a point while we were in the car doing the valve cover replacement to go ahead and do the plugs and the coils on the car, because you're already in there and there's no labor. They already have to disassemble the whole car to get that valve cover out. And the reason we went with the valve cover replacement is it was leaking oil, and I wanted to get all the maintenance done that I could get done on the car. So long story short, we put the car into Sam's Automotive and we asked them how much that was going to be. And it was going to be around $1,800 to get the valve cover replaced, do the plugs and coils, and that is with parts and labor for everything out the door. So we put our car in Sam's Automotive. So that leads me to where we are kind of now.
So we picked up the car from Sam's Automotive probably about 3.5 months ago. When we got there, we asked for the bill, and unfortunately, right before we picked the car up, we got a call from Sam's Automotive letting us know that when they went in to check everything after they had done all the work, that the serpentine belt was failing on the car and that needed to be replaced. So of course, we had no choice. We went ahead and got the serpentine belt replaced, which means more labor to disassemble the car and get that belt out and replaced. Unfortunately, that was another almost $1,000 on the bill. So they handed me a bill for almost $2,900 for the BMW. Now, don't forget, the car has just started raising in value because the car market has gone up. However, the car at that time was probably worth in the, I would say, $10,000 range. They don't hold their value very well. And even before that, they were worth $9,000. So the car has lost almost half its value in the 4 or 5 years that I have owned the car. So here we are with a $2,800 to $2,900 bill from Sam's Automotive, which we had to pay to get our car out at that time. So here we are with our BMW freshly repaired out of Sam's Automotive. I just spent $2,900 on the car, and then we started having issues with the wheels again. So when I just took a trip to California, and when I went, I left my car somewhere and the wheel and tire went flat. So long story short, we started doing some investigations on the car, and the wheel had a crack, a hairline crack on the back side of the lip, and we ended up stranded again with a flat tire on the BMW. So what we did at that point was we actually JB welded the crack to get the car back on the road because I don't have a spare. And then we ended up taking the tire and wheel to a repair shop, and they actually repaired the wheel 100% the right way, and also said the wheel was bent, which didn't make sense to me because I had never hit anything with it. Maybe it was bent from VMR. And then we got the car fixed and back on the road temporarily. So we get the car back from Sam's Automotive at that point, and we get the wheel fixed, and everything is going great on the car. At that point, I started noticing some weird sounds coming from the car, and I wasn't sure what it was, but I was a little worried about boost leaks. And also the car was throwing codes when you would get on the throttle more than 25 or 30%. It would throw a code related to, it thought that there was a pressure difference in the turbo, between the turbo and the intake valves. So at that point, I made the probably not so smart judgment to race a very fast Audi. I believe it was an RS6, I'm not sure, with a good amount of power. Probably felt like it probably had 600 plus horsepower to the wheels. On the freeway, raced him, did very well in that race, and after that, the car was running absolutely terrible. So after that point, we did have some issues, more issues with the idle stumbling. But other than that, the car was still running okay. And we kept driving the car because I wasn't ready to put it back in the shop yet. But eventually, we had to put the car back into Sam's Automotive. So here we are taking the BMW 335i back to Sam's Automotive for the second time, not knowing what's going on, and the car was throwing codes up until that point related to a boost leak is what we suspected. Sam's Automotive did dig into the car, and they took about 2 or 3 weeks to come up with this conclusion. They did a smoke test and found that the pipe that connects the hard charge pipe, so there's the throttle body, there's the hard charge pipe, and then there's a silicone coupler that connects from that hard charge pipe to the intercooler on the VRSF intercooler. They did find that that coupler had been rubbing on the pulley. I guess whenever there would be in boost, it would expand, and it was rubbed a hole right into the coupler. Now, I was overjoyed at this point to have found the issue, and at that point, my challenge was to get a replacement coupler from VRSF, and they are email only, so I started the process of trying to get a replacement silicone coupler for my right below the charge pipe. So let's back up a little bit. When we took the car to Sam's Automotive with having just raced the Audi, the car was running poorly, but not terrible. But however, on the way to take the car back to Sam's Automotive to get that part looked at, the car was running terrible. It was backfiring. I could barely keep it running. And that was before he found the silicone coupler had a hole in it. So he did find a hole in the coupler, fixed that issue, but then called me and said that he could not figure out what was going on with the car not running properly. It would start and idle fine and then start hunting up and down the rev range. And I think I have a video I'll throw in here to show you what the car is doing. And then when you actually drive the car, you can't go over 5% throttle and the engine just completely cuts out. Feels like someone cut the fuel to almost none, and it almost wants to go dead on you. But if you let off the throttle, it backfires and stuff and then continues moving. So after about another month of absolute ridiculous waiting for my car, I did tell Sam I needed to come get my car at that point. So I told them that I would be there that Friday to pick the car up. So I did Uber over to Sam's Automotive to grab the car from him. And the mission at that point was to then flash the car back to stock with MHD and take the car home and see if I could troubleshoot it myself related to maybe the software or the tune. That was my last resort for figuring out what was wrong with the car. So we did try to flash the car in the parking lot at Sam's Automotive, but unfortunately, Sam went to plug in my MHD CAN cable, and he forced it into the OBD slot and bent the pins on my cable and smashed the pins inside of the CAN port. Then we began another 3-week process of getting the actual CAN, the OBD2 connector in the BMW repaired by Sam, and it did take 3 weeks' time to get that done. So here we have our 335i, and at that point, we have flashed the car back to stage 0 MHD, and it made no difference. So then we attempted to flash the car back to completely stock, and we were able to do that with a battery charger, which we had not been able to do before, which leads me to believe our voltage was just too low to flash over at the shop. We get the car flashed back to stage 0, and the car is still running absolutely terrible. So at that point, we weren't sure what to do. I started thinking about maybe selling it or taking it to the actual BMW dealership to see if they could figure it out. There is also another high-performance BMW shop here called Bavarian Rennsport, so we thought about taking it to them. But I made the tough decision to sink some more money into the car and bring it to the actual BMW dealership. So we dropped the car off at Tom Bush BMW early on Friday morning, which was just 2 days ago. And we had explained to them the modifications on the car. So the car does have a downpipe and a charge pipe, which is not a big deal. They should still be able to work on the vehicle. And they said, okay, that they would give it a shot. Now, keep in mind, the car has stopped throwing codes completely for the last probably couple of months, and the car runs absolutely terrible, but throws no codes at all, which is very strange. I kind of thought that when I flashed it back to stock, it would start throwing codes, and it did throw one about the gas tank level, which is probably not related to that at all. And so we get the car over to Tom Bush BMW super early on Thursday morning. We had a Friday appointment. They let me drop it off early because of Hurricane Nicole. So we got the car to them, dropped it off, barely made it over there. It was a very difficult drive because the car was cutting out the whole time. And we left the car at Tom Bush BMW here in Jacksonville on Atlantic Boulevard. Tom Bush BMW called me first thing Friday afternoon and said, come get your car. We don't want to work on it, and we have no clue what's going on with it. It doesn't throw any codes. Can you please come pick it up? So that leads where we are right now. This car is sold, and it will leave hopefully first thing tomorrow morning. Already removed the ID4 digital cluster. This is for sale. If you guys know anybody who is interested, I will let it go for probably $600. It is for the E90 BMW. Right here in the box, ready to be shipped if anybody is interested in that device. So that's where we are right now. I have sold the BMW 335i, and it will be leaving tomorrow morning between 8 and 11 a.m. Hopefully, if everything goes as planned, and I believe everything will. And so that's where we move on to the next step in this channel evolution, as we will be buying a new car. However, it won't be very soon, and I will tell you why. I have been on a mission for the last almost year to pay off my house, and that's what I intend to do. I'm set on this. I won't change my mind about this, and I will not buy another car until this house is paid off. Previously, we spent over $70,000 on the pool. That project has completed, which leaves me time now to start paying this house off so that when I retire, I will not have a house payment. So there will be a car coming. We don't know when and we don't know what. I have my eye on some things that are interesting. I have been considering a lot of expensive cars. I've looked at McLaren 720Ss. I've looked at 911 Turbo S Porsches. I have looked at Tesla Plaids, and I am not leaning one particular way or the other, although the Plaid is attractive to me in a number of different ways. We can make that move to electric if we do that, but we don't know yet. But you can follow the channel
and keep up with what is going on our channel. And you will know as soon as I know, and maybe also you guys will look for another car with me. But that's going to do it for today. Guys, this video is very difficult to make. I am not doing well as far as my attitude right now. I'm pretty sad about selling the car, letting it go for well under what it is worth because it does not run properly, but that is what has happened. And we are going to move on and make the best out of it and maybe get a new car. So guys, I'll see you in the next video. Okay, so now that you know a little bit more about 6-star pre-workout explosion, we're going to take a look at the package here. So one thing about this product that I noticed from the very beginning is that they changed the packaging from a short, fat package to a tall, skinny package. I don't know what the advantage of doing that was. But when they did that, you would think that you would change the scoop inside so that you can actually reach the product. Well, I've gotten word that some of these have not been changed. And so you still get a short, fat, you still get a tall product with like a tiny little scoop that you can't reach. So I'm going to go ahead and undo this. I think I got that undone. It's hard to work with just one hand, but hey, I got a tripod coming. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and undo this top. All right, so we got the top open. We take a look at the back with the ingredients. I mean, basically it's no calories, no carbs, no sugar. So, but you've got all these other ingredients. So if you're at all concerned about different types of chemicals in your workout drink, make sure you take a good look at these directions. Now they recommend 1 scoop per serving of water, and it gives you like direct instructions right back there. And I seem to think that I'll start with 1 scoop and see how that works out and see if my workouts are good with that. But you can see right here, it's got creatine. It's got whatever the heck that is. Beta alanine. 0 carbs. 30 servings. And so this flavor is called, what is it? Icy Rocket Freeze. So it's supposed to be like a blue punch. So what we're going to do today is go ahead and open up the top real quick, and I'll be right back with you. All right, we got the top open, got the little foil thing out, and I'm curious to see if we got the right scoop for this. Let's see. We got the tiny midget scoop. So you tell me how that little tiny scoop is going to get to the bottom of this package when most of the product, and it's only halfway full, which is annoying. I mean, they could have made the package the same exact size, but I guess they were trying to make everybody think you get more. It's power, for God's sake. But yeah, so here's the tiny little sawed-off scoop that you get with the 6-star pre-workout explosion. I mean, I guess you could always like tilt the can over and like knock it down and all this other crap. But hey, they are coming with bigger scoops, I heard. And yes, this does supposedly turn blue when you add it to water. So we're gonna head over to the kitchen and mix up a batch right now. All right, we're in the kitchen now. Got my empty Publix spring water bottle. Gonna go ahead and fill with my fridge, which has filters and all that jazz. Gonna fill it up, not all the way. I'm gonna fill it up like, I don't know, 90% of the way, so I can still get my funnel in there. This bottle is jacked. It wants to fall over the whole time. Let's get my funnel out. Got my funnel, which does not protrude into the liquid. If you do that, you're going to get powder stuck on the end of the liquid, on the end of the funnel, because it'll be wet. Now when you do this, go slowly. I mean, unless you have like a larger funnel. Mine likes to like get caught in the neck, just like that did, I think. Let's see. Yep, got caught. So I'm gonna go ahead and get all that in there. All right, so all of the powder is down in the drink now. Let's go ahead and put that lid back on. Shake that up really good. All right, so notice it turned like a nice appealing blue color. Let's give it a taste and see what it tastes like. Actually does have a really good taste. I mean, I guess it tastes kind of blueberry fruit punch-ish. Artificial sweetener, you can definitely taste that it's artificially sweetened, but it's got a good flavor actually. I'm gonna go ahead and fill that up all the way now that I've got the funnel out of it. Okay, so this is ready to go for the workout tomorrow morning. So what we're going to do now is tomorrow morning when I start my treadmill workout, I'm going to get on the camera then and update you guys with a little bit of a impression of how this stuff is flowing through my body and tell you how I am reacting to it, and I'll see you then. Good morning, everybody. Hope you guys are having a good morning. It's Friday for me. I don't know what day it is going to be for you guys when you get this video. And I'm having issues with YouTube processing my videos forever. So the one I put out today says it's standard definition, which is annoying because I deleted it and tried re-uploading it. But anyway, it's a late start for me because I've been playing with the crappy tripod that I got yesterday. The thing is absolute junk. I tried to tighten it up to keep the phone from moving, and of course it broke immediately. So heading out to the treadmill right now to get my hour in. So let's turn the lights on out in the sunroom and head that way. And I've got the 6-star pre-workout explosion drink. And it goes right here. I have this fancy, I should have done a review on this cup holder when I got it. And then I got my shelf for my remotes, which I need to fix real quick. And then I'll get on the treadmill and update you guys from there. Right, everybody, I'm about to get on this treadmill. Get it going. Okay, we're about 10 minutes in now. 10 minutes. And my heart rate is definitely coming up from the exercise, but I also am starting to feel the 6-star pre-workout, and my skin's starting to tingle a little bit. I can tell that I'm a little bit more ready for the exercise this morning, and I'll update you guys again in another 10 minutes. All right, guys, we're at 20 minutes now. 20 minutes. and my heart rate is definitely elevated a lot more now. I'm starting to really get warmed up and into the workout, and my skin is crawling a little bit, which I like that feeling. And also, I'm starting to break a sweat a little bit. I have the treadmill on a slight incline. I don't know, maybe that much. I'm going 3.1 miles an hour. I have burned 178 calories, and I have gone 1.12 miles. I do an hour on the treadmill. Usually by the time I'm done, I'm completely covered in sweat. It's a really good workout for the morning. I'm usually off of this, I don't know, no later than 6:30 a.m. And then later I go to the gym where I do either a circuit or weights and another 30 minutes on the treadmill. So we'll check in again with you guys at 30 minutes. All right, guys, we are at 30 minutes. 30 minutes on the treadmill, and I have drank about 3/4 of the bottle. Now the effects are fully in my system. My skin is tingly all over. My hair feels like there's bugs crawling in it. It's kind of a cool feeling. It's that rush of energy feeling. I'm totally ready to go another 30 minutes here, no problem whatsoever. Completely beaded up with sweat here, undershirt, everything. And so stuff is doing its job. It has a great flavor. It goes down really easy. I totally love it. I can see myself using this at every workout. That's all you guys get to see for now. Got the 6-star pre-workout explosion right here. And this is Icy Rocket Freeze. Final thoughts. I highly recommend this. There are some great pros to this. It costs way less than some of the mainstream competitors. I'll put a link in the description to buy it on Amazon. It's probably $10 cheaper than the next competitor, which is one of the major brands I'm not going to mention during this review. I do recommend it. It helps me get through my workouts every day. The taste is very good. I've actually tried several of the flavors, but the Icy Rocket Freeze, the blue, is my favorite. There's, I think, a tropical punch as well and a watermelon. But to summarize this whole entire review, it's convenient, it's easy, it does its job, it helps me in my workouts, it actually helps my intensity and my stamina up in the workouts, and so I do drink this at least one time a day, sometimes twice a day. It also will burn calories because it's thermogenic, so your body will be cold and you'll shiver a little more, and that burns calories even when you're not working out. So go ahead and pick up some 6-star pre-workout explosion. Use my link in the description and support the channel, please, where we can get some more content. And I'll see you guys. Have a good day. Hey guys, welcome back to the channel, and today we're going to be taking a look at this Sane Logic mini chainsaw. That's right, it's not the Insane Logic, it's the Sane Logic mini chainsaw we have right here. And this is actually a gift for Mr. Dukes of Duval. We have the Sane Logic mini chainsaw. Sane Logic was kind enough to send me this chainsaw in order to take it out, take a look at what's included in it, and show you guys how good this chainsaw can be. And once we look inside the box here, we do see the main
brushless Sane Logic chainsaw here, looking so fresh and beautiful. I like the color blue. And it looks like on top, I don't know what that little, oh, that's chainsaw oil right there on top. And right here, right now, we have the off, yeah, okay, we'll have to come back and see what that does, but I think it locks and unlocks the actual head there so you can turn it. And then, of course, we have the battery connector down here at the bottom, but we will take a look at all that stuff here momentarily. And right here inside the box, you also do get 2 gloves for free. You've got the Sane Logic battery, and it doesn't indicate whether it is 21 volts, but right here on the packaging, it does say it is 21 volts. And then right here, right now, you have an extra chain for your chainsaw. You have some safety goggles. You have the plug there for the wall outlet. And you have this little bottle here, where assuming you would have to add oil to it, you could use that. And now let's take a look at the instruction manual and see what it says. Alright, taking a look at the manual, it doesn't say much about oiling the chain or anything like that, but it does explain to you inside the manual how to loosen and tighten the chain, and also how to change the chain when you need to. And the loosen and tightening devices are right there on the side of the chainsaw. Up top there is the oil bubble and where to add oil, and then right here on the side is the lock, and the trigger after you unlock it is right there to operate the chainsaw. Now let's get these batteries ahead into the charger and see how long that takes for those to charge. So let's bring those inside. We are inside now with the chainsaw charging station, is what we'll call this. And we can just plug it in here just like this and see how long it takes to charge the batteries. The other chainsaw that I reviewed did not take that long, but it plugs right into the back of the battery like this. And the light has turned red, so we will see how long it takes now to charge. We're back with the Sane Logic chainsaw here, and while this battery charges, we're going to go ahead and load this battery onto the Sane Logic and go do some testing. And so the battery goes on just like this. And it's hard to snap it in with one hand, but there it goes. And then the Sane Logic lock mechanism is pressed. And the chainsaw works just like that. Now we will go test this thing and see what it can do. All right, we have finished with the same logic chainsaw usage, and we placed it right back in its container right there. And now we are just waiting for both the batteries to charge. And actually, we'll put this battery inside with the other one. Sorry, today is an airplane day for whatever reason. And we have one battery on the charger now, and this one waiting to be charged.
Tom? Hey, Mike, are you sure about that? Mo loves the business. He never said nothing to me about selling.
Yeah, well, I'll make him an offer he can't refuse.
What happened out there?
Well, you know, it was a team effort, and I guess it took every player working together to lose this one.
Check all the wildlife right there. Turtles, alligators, everything. Crazy.
We're out here at Kennedy Space Center. All right, we're at the Rocket Garden now. This is the gateway. Artemis going to the moon. There it goes. There it goes. There it goes. Let's go. Look at that thing go, dude. This is going to be all wind, but we're out here at Kennedy Space Center. We're about to go to the Rocket Garden right in front of us here. These guys, crazy people. And this is the line we're in. Excited. We're actually here. Yeah, so we're out here at Kennedy Space Center. We're doing Explore Tour on the bus at 1:30. We got time to walk around. We got plenty of things to see here. All kinds of adventures and rides to go on with these two rugrats. We're going inside now. All right, we're at the Rocket Garden now at Kennedy Space Center. So look at this. So cool, man. So cool. And then they got a ULA rocket right over here. This is the Atlas. 105 feet tall. Runs on liquid oxygen, RB1. Atlas, man. We got another capsule right here. These guys are so hyped to get in the capsules. And then right over here, we have the Big Daddy of the crew. There's a Saturn. It's a 1B though. Saturn 1B. We're going to see a Saturn 5 in a little while. It's bigger than this guy. There's a Saturn 1B. And then over here we got a rocket motor F1 engine from the Saturn 5 rocket.
And if anything happens to us, it doesn't delay the program, which of course it did.
You use your hand, it crushes these leaves. Okay, right now, they're mostly water, 89% water. And like I said, water freezes at 32 degrees Fahrenheit. After a few seconds, you all can feel the leaves. My friend Audrey, go ahead. Oh!
Oh, wow.
Now, if you want to feel the leaves, you are welcome to. They warm up almost immediately in the air. If they are cold, you can put them around for anything.
How cool is that? This is the gateway. The gateway building at Kennedy Space Center. Yo! Right above your head, that's a Falcon.
This one is?
Yeah, it's a Falcon. Look at the grid fins.
Oh yeah,
It's a Falcon. Okay, look at the soot.
That's when they return people back to Earth. So just the other day, those 2 astronauts that were stuck in space, I'm pretty sure they came back with something just like that.
Yeah, they did. Look at this though. Proof that thing in space. You see the soot? That's been flown. That came back in space. And it landed right over here. All right, so we are in front of the SpaceX new spacesuit. It's got Isaacman, the dude, you know, the private guy who went up to space and paid for it? It's got his name on the sleeve, yeah. Very cool. That guy's gonna go to the moon one day. Artemis. Pretty cool, huh?
Yeah. Second look, 305 feet. SOS 322.
Oh, the sun.
We're gonna see this. We're gonna see that in person.
What's this?
All right, we're going into this IMAX thingy now. There's a bunch of people already here. We are going straight in, guys. If you're too cool to sit with us, I understand. Atlantis, Discovery, Atlantis, whatever, center. And there is the mock-up of the fuel tank outside. I'll get video of that outside. So cool. That thing, look at the payload bay.
This was a space shuttle. This is it? It's the tiny.
This thing is so sick.
And then that was fun.
You got to go back in your shoes, you crazy. Keep going back.
You can't walk on it.
All right, this way.
That is insane. All right, we are out here at Kennedy Space Center with the crew right now going to the Explore Tour. What'd you think about the Atlantis?
It was really, really cool, man. Honestly, what an experience, right? To see that shuttle, the real shuttle.
Wait till we ride on the shuttle simulator.
It's one thing to like see it, but then like to be at it.
Yeah, it's a lot bigger than it looks. Huh?
Yeah, it's awesome.
from TV. But yeah, we're waiting to get on the 130 bus right now. We're the only people that paid extra. All right, guys, we'll get back to you on the bus. All right, we're out here. I know it's probably windy, but we are at the vehicle assembly building now at Kennedy Space Center, and this thing is insane looking. Absolutely huge. It's those doors on the side open right up. You can see those doors will open so they can bring a rocket in there vertically, and they roll it right in there into those doors. See the doors? There's the VAB.
We said about the lines of the American flag. The bus could drive on those lines.
Can sit down there too, and we were launched because launch complex 41, 40, 37, 36 are all in the vicinity, and it becomes a great prime viewing location for our guests.
Insane. Just the greenest water ever. And right over there is where the astronauts get launched for SpaceX, right? Across the way, and then there is the new Starship Tower right there.
Our new moon rocket is going to be powered by 4 of them. Now, I'm going to give you a rough idea how this rocket system works. At 15 seconds, okay, 15 seconds before launch, we start dumping that pad with 300,000 gallons of water to suppress sound energy. 5 seconds before the
This is the side.
It's where the astronauts would walk out to get into the rocket. Sits on top of the rocket, pulls it away with rocket motors here. That's how it escapes from trouble if they have issues with the launch. This will pull the capsule away from the vehicle. That's where the rocket thrust comes out. Empty right now, but all right, we just got done at the Saturn V Rocket Center. Didn't take any video there. I wasn't feeling well, but this is the fuel tank and simulated look at the boosters from the space shuttle right in front of the Space Shuttle Atlantis building at Kennedy Space Center. That is wrapping up our little tour at Kennedy Space Center today. Unfortunately, I was sick and I missed out on the Saturn V Rocket Center. Great time today. We walked probably 3 miles, and now we're headed to the truck to find a VRBO. We'll catch you guys later. Today we are right in front of the Beard Club PT145 trimmer. The Beard Club is so kind to have sent this new trimmer to us at Supercar Street Racing. We have worked with them in the past. They asked if we could work together one more time, and they are a proud sponsor of this visit to Kennedy Space Center for myself and Joe and his 2 kids. And right here, the PT145 is still in the box, and I just wanted to tell you a few things about this guy before we go ahead and unbox it. This PT145 has 8 color-coded guides for 45 unique trimming lengths. This guy has extra sharp mowing blades. It gives you a quality cut just like at the barber shop for both your facial hair and your body hair. This guy has a 7,000 RPM motor. It has a lithium-ion battery, and that battery will provide you over 3 hours of use. That means if you go on vacation and you don't even bring the cord, you still will have enough power to last you probably your whole vacation. Now, this guy is simple and easy to clean. All you have to do is just wipe it down, and its blades repel oil, dirt, and buildup. That makes it great for you when you need to clean it because you don't have to go through a lot of trouble. It just cleans right up. This guy comes with a 1-year limited warranty. It also comes with built-in travel locks, which makes it both completely portable and convenient. Now, this is a great gift for anyone. This makes for a great Valentine's Day gift, birthday gift, or Christmas gift. Someone would really enjoy getting one of these guys for a present for themselves. And it's sitting at a strong 4.5-star review.
Now here is the trimmer itself sitting right here, and also inside the box will be a cord, and this is the rechargeable base. This did come with a charge already on it, so when I go ahead and push the power, it lights up, and it is at 61% power left. It's pretty strong. You can actually feel how strong it is when you're holding it right in your hand right here. And to charge it, you simply turn it back off and stick it right in the base right there, and it will just start charging right up for your trips or just your overnight stays at your house. Opening up the box here, we do see the included length guards right here that come with the PT145. There is also a cleaning kit in here and a nice power cable for you as well. There will be a link in the description to the PT145 beard trimmer from the Beard Club. We encourage you to use our affiliate links and go ahead and pick up a PT145 beard trimmer from the Beard Club. Now back to the video.
All right, there's Blue Origin, guys. I wanted to get a quick video of that to add to the video, but we're passing right by Blue Origin. I guess that's also part of theirs.
All right, there is the first stage right there from the last launch, sitting at the port ready to be brought back for processing, and we are at the port right there. Should be a minute away, less. There it goes.
Oh, there it is.
There it goes.
Right, right.
There it goes. Let's go. Look at that thing go, dude. Oh my God, that's the coolest thing ever. Look at that thing go, man. Oh my God. We're gonna hear it and feel it. Here it comes. Look at it go through the clouds, dude. That's sick. Look how bright. There it goes. No sound yet. There it goes, man. You're gonna see it stage in a second. You're gonna see it break apart. Where's the sound?
You can hear the build up and everything. It took that long.
Look at it pitching downrange. They just staged. It's coming back. Where'd it go?
It's gonna be over to the top left.
Yo.
Wow, that sound is crazy.
There it goes. Right over there.
I don't see it. Oh, there
Right
it is.
there.
Yeah.
And we're gonna feel it. There it goes. We're gonna get that sonic boom. Land, baby, land.
That looks good.
Yeah!
Oh! Yes! Yes!
Let's go! There it goes.
Oh, there it is.
There it goes.
Right, right.
There it goes. Let's go! Look at that thing go, dude. Oh my God, that's the coolest thing ever. Look at that thing go, man. Oh my God. We're gonna hear it and feel it. Here it comes. Look at it go through the clouds, dude. That's sick. Look how bright. There it goes. No sound yet.
It took that long.
Look at it pitching downrange. Dude, that thing's flying. Where'd it go? They just staged.
There it goes. We're gonna get that sonic boom. Land, baby, land.
That looks good.
Yeah!
It's good.
Woo! Where's the sonic boom? Hey guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. I'm Brad, and if you're new to the channel, thanks for joining us. If you've already been here, welcome back. And what a good place to be today. We are in the Supercar Street Racing amazing bathroom to show you guys something that we got to help us out with a problem that we need to solve. So today we're going to take one thing sitting right here and we're going to replace it with something else sitting right here, and I'm going to tell you guys why on Supercar Street Racing. Alright guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing, and you can see here that we are in the beautiful Supercar Street Racing bathroom with this fit index scale right here. Now this was my scale over the years when I was losing weight. I actually got it at a thrift store for about $4, and it does have an app-based thing and all that, so it works pretty good, and it does body mass index and all that. But however, this thing has stopped working recently. It is erratic and quirky, so we had to figure something else out, because I am going to tell you why we need this and a replacement for this. So traditionally I've been trying to eat well, I've been trying to eat low carb and everything like that, but over the last year I have really let my diet go. Even though I exercise daily, I'm on the treadmill every day for 1 hour and doing weight, that has come to a close to keeping me in a good amount of shape. And as you can see, as you've been watching me for the last couple of years, I have gradually gained weight back on, and I think that I'm probably about 20 pounds overweight of where I need to be. My comfortable body weight where I'm nice and fit is in the 150s, low 150s to high 140s, no lighter than about 147, and I'm a little bit skinny right at that point. So I'm only 5'6", so a good weight for me is probably around 150. And we're gonna take some time to tell you how we're gonna get there. Now, as I told you earlier, I've kind of let my diet go over the past year, and I need to start getting back on keto. Keto is very effective for me, and the first step to getting back on keto is dedicating yourself to actually doing it, and I have started that, and I started it 3 days ago. This is my 3rd day on keto, and I'll explain what that is going to be about here as well. But the first thing we need to do is get rid of this Fit Index old scale, which no longer works properly. This is going to go directly in the trash in favor of this Runstar Smart Body Fat Scale that I picked up from Amazon. Now let's get rid of this, we don't need it.
and it just did break. All right, right next to me we have my buddy right here. This is the Runstar Smart Body Fat Scale. It has a color LCD display on it, and I'm super hyped to get this opened up and explain to you guys what this is going to do for me. Now, as you see in the front, this thing does a lot. It does weight, body type assessments. It shows your body fat rate and your BMI and your heart rate all on the front of this scale and with an app. Now, this app does work on Android or iPhone, so if you guys have either one, you'll be good to go. Now, this scale is in black, as you see right here. It says that it does 15 essential body composition metrics. Now, I put some pictures up while I talk about this, but on the side of the box right here, you can see that it says it does weight and body fat trends, 15 essential body composition metrics, syncs with popular fitness apps. Now, you can share this actually with 24 people, so 24 people can be using the same scale here. It has a good, nice, slim design. It does come with batteries, that's a plus. You know, if you don't have to buy batteries, that's always a good thing. And it is made of tempered glass, so it won't get broken like I just broke that one. And then right here on the other side, I'll throw a picture up. This is the model FG2019LB scale. Its capacity is 400 pounds. Keep that in mind. If you are over 400 pounds, you will not be able to use this scale. And there's a web address here, vip.runstar.store, that you can go to if you have any questions or would like to check out their store. And that's pretty much all that's on the front or the side of the Runstar box. Now I guess the only thing left to do is go ahead and get this box open and take a look at the actual scale. Now, the inside of the Runstar scale, it just has a piece of foam over the Runstar to keep it protected. Go ahead and get rid of that. And then right inside of that, there is a user manual right here. Shows you some of the error codes, like low for charging battery, overload, and calibrating. There's also a QR code right here to scan to go ahead and download the app to use with this guy. This does use Bluetooth to connect to your phone, so remember that. Make sure your Bluetooth is on when you go ahead and download the app to connect the scale. All right, a little bit further in the box, and there is a pamphlet here, and it just shows you again how to get started quickly with the scale. Downloading the app, opening the StarFit app, you've got to go ahead and register on that app. And for Android, you need to have your location on as well. Now, there's a measure page on the app to go ahead and weigh yourself. You just hit that measure and step on the scale. And then there's some simple troubleshooting steps down at the bottom. Now, deeper in the box, you can see we have actually gotten to the scale here. We go ahead and take it out. It is very nice. I love the fit and finish of this. And it wants you to go ahead and peel satisfaction this. But in order to do that, we have to do a short. We got this huge bottle of lotion right here. We got this scale, and we got the peel sat. And this is for your satisfaction. And if you need this lotion that's next to it, go ahead and get that too and use that. But this peel sat is so good in your life, and you love it. And we just peeled the sat, and there's some lotion sitting next to it if you need it. All right, now when you get your scale, don't forget to go ahead and pull off the protective battery thing from the bottom. There's simply a plastic thing here that keeps you from discharging the batteries if you don't open the scale immediately. Just pulls right out like that, and the scale should be on now. And it did light up, and it did say hello. All right, we are back with the Runstar body fat scale, and today I'm gonna do something I'm uncomfortable with, but I am gonna go ahead and step on this scale with my clothes on and tell you how much I weigh today. And to do that, we do have a second recording device right here. What we're gonna do is put this directly down on the floor, right here on hard ground. We're gonna go ahead and tap the scale. It says hi, it's at 0, let's stand on it. Now this thing says I weigh 172.1 pounds. That is the current state of my physical fitness. It is about 20 pounds overweight of where I need to be. So let's go from there and talk about how we are going to fix this. All right, guys, you just saw me do the most uncomfortable thing I could think of. I put myself out there, I weigh 171. The clothes probably weigh 5 pounds, so I'm probably at a good 165, 166 right now. I need to be at 150. I need to lose 16 pounds. And the way I'm going to do that is with the keto diet plan. Now, if you've not done keto, basically what your goals are there are to get yourself down to a certain amount of net carbs per day. Now, this is not like regular carbohydrates. There are apps to go ahead and calculate the carbs in every food, or there is a formula to calculate it, which I will put up on the screen right now. This is how you tell how many carbs are in your food. But the app Carb Manager is awesome, and it is free, and everybody puts foods in there and does the calculations for you, so you can plan out your meals and know what you should and should not eat.
When I do keto, I keep my carbohydrates down to almost none, but you are allowed sometimes about net 24 carbs per day. And you can get that very easily, so you have to be very careful about what you're eating. You cannot take in any types of sugar, so no sugary drinks, no sugary coffee, nothing like that. And you need to do things like no sugar added ketchup and things like that. That's the only way to guarantee that you're not going to be getting sugars and carbs into your diet when you're on the keto diet plan. Now, last time I did the keto diet plan, I lost about 25 pounds and I did it in about 60 days. I feel like I can do these 15, 16, 17 pounds, whatever it's gonna take to get me down to 150. I think I can do that in about 40 days, maybe 45 days if I push myself not as hard. I love getting on the treadmill every morning for an hour, and so that also helps me with the weight loss. And then I also do weights as well. I do 30 minutes of weights every day. Now, I already have the first set of food that I'm gonna be eating on my keto plan, and I will go to the fridge and show you that after this. But first, I just wanted to say, I hope you guys are in the corner with me. I'll be doing a daily short of my weight loss. I will be putting that on a short as my body weight goes down, which it will, and you guys will get to see it in real time. So keep an eye out for those shorts. And now, let's go ahead and see what kind of food I bought for the keto diet plan. So before we go into the kitchen, we're just gonna take a look at how this app works with the scale. All right, guys, we have the operating instructions right in front of us, and you can see right here, all that we need to do is go ahead and download the app. So let's go ahead and go to the phone real quick. Did scan, now it's going ahead and going to the Play Store, I assume. There's StarFit, we're gonna go ahead and install that. While that installs, I have the scale down here. Let's go ahead and open the StarFit app, and we're gonna go ahead and register. I'm gonna go ahead and put my name in, put my birthday in. Just had my birthday last week. Go to inches. I am 5'6". My target weight is going to be 150. Let's confirm that. Okay, I clicked allow. Place the scale on flat ground, lightly step on the surface to activate, and the app shows it is connected. Okay, it says that the Runstar R6 is connected. Let's go ahead and stand on it. We are supposed to be in bare feet. All right, it says 173 again. Measuring my heart rate. BMI is 1.2. 23% body fat. And here is all of the different things associated with this measurement. So now you guys can see what the scale can do. I have to lose 23 pounds on this diet. You can chart all the aspects of your body, so your weight, BMI, body fat, and then of course you can use multiple people on the same scale as well. But there's a good 91.3 pounds of water weight, 39 pounds of fat, 7 pounds of bone mass, 31 pounds of protein mass. Pretty accurate, I think. That's about what I weigh. And it's pretty cool that you can get all this on the app. So now you guys know how the Runstar works and how you use it with the app. Now let's go on into the kitchen and see what kind of food that we got for the keto diet. All right, guys, we are in the Supercar Street Racing kitchen now. And today I went on into Publix and bought a bunch of stuff. And I just wanted to kind of go over some of the things that I got. Now, inside of my pantry here, you can see the Nature's Own keto bread, a lot of coffee, which I can no longer drink because it's all sugary. And you do see these Parm Crisps. These are perfect snacks because they are made of cheese and they have no carbs. Now, in front of me here on the Supercar Street Racing counter, you can see the Mission Zero Net Carb Tortillas. These things are freaking awesome. They taste great. They have no net carbs whatsoever. They are a little small, but you can have multiple of them. And the best part is they are very low calorie as well. Checking on the back, these are 25 calories per tortilla for these sun-dried tomato basil tortillas. These original ones here are 110 calories for 3 tortillas. So yeah, this is a really good option for a keto diet. Try these out. We take them everywhere. We even take them into restaurants and use them in restaurants. We will order something and put our own tortillas on there and take the food off of whatever they have and place it on our tortillas so that we can do some cool things like go get Mexican food and still be low carb. Now inside the fridge here, there's some essentials that you have for low carb eating. One of them is no sugar added Heinz ketchup. That has no extra sugar added. Obviously, real mayonnaise you can have because it's all about fats and low carb in keto. We also have some zero sugar creamer right here, which will be perfect for low carb. We have some I can't believe it's not butter, but you can actually have real butter as well. Butter is on the keto diet. So we have butter up here. We've got some Land of Lakes right here. And we've got some I can't believe it's not butter right there. And then moving into the fridge here, we have some quick steaks, some cube steaks inside of this bag, which are perfect. You can have any meats you want. Meats are unlimited on keto. We also have some Publix zero sugar soda here, some diet root beer, and some diet cherry cola to complement that. We have some Sprite Chill zero sugar right here on the side of the fridge. And in the deli meat section here, we have some boar's head chicken there. We've got some other deli products in here. We've got some carving board chicken. We've got some Gouda cheese. We've got tomatoes, which are keto friendly. And we have another pack of cheese there. We have enough food there to go ahead and make sandwiches every day, or we also have some quick steaks there. Now moving into the freezer area, I only bought one thing today to get me started, and that is a pack of Bubba Burgers here. I bought Bubba Burger turkey burgers there, and I will be putting those on the Nature Zone bread to eat later on if I want something for dinner. And that pretty much rounds out everything that I have for my keto diet. To start my keto diet, I have started and been on it for the third day now. I'm actually feeling better already. Today's a big day. It's a big start. Now, let's go back into the Supercar Street Racing Studio B and see if we can take a look at this scale online and show you guys how to get one for yourself. What's up, guys? Thanks for joining me today on my journey to weight loss. This is a special time for me. It's a time of uncertainty, but I think that I have the willpower to do it this time. I really have to just buckle down and not go out to eat as much and not order a bunch of fried French fries and seafood and things like that. That is my weakness, and I try not to do that anymore, and I cannot do that starting now. I ordered my ketosis strips on Amazon. I'll put a link in the description to that, and also to this scale. Now, the scale is pretty cool. It's the Runstar Smart Scale. It does body weight, it does fat percentage, it does BMI and heart rate and all that stuff for 39 bucks. And if you order it right now, there's also a 10% coupon to go ahead and save a little bit more money. Now, it does have 4.6 stars. 1,866 people have purchased this scale, and so far, so good. Let's take a look at some of these pictures here. That's just a picture of the front of it and the color display there, and the fact that you can use it on a watch, and there is the app sitting there. And then here's the all-in-one screen that shows you body weight, fat, BMI, body type, and heart rate. Right here, it says it's accurate to 0.1 pound. It weighed me at 172 to 173 pounds, which might be accurate. We have 15 essential body composition data that they show in the app, things like your cardiac index and your muscle rate, and things like that you might be interested in for your health. You can go ahead and download the StarFit app on the App Store and start tracking your progress. I went ahead and tracked it already. I'm gonna do a check-in tomorrow morning with a short right before I get on the treadmill. Now, this guy says it only needs batteries every 90 days, which is awesome. I can understand that. You only use it for a few seconds every time you get on it. I encourage you to go ahead and buy all your products through our product links at the bottom in the description. It helps out the channel a little bit, gives us a few dollars here and there. We get more sponsors, we get more revenue coming in, and we can do more cool videos like this for you. I hope that you stick with me on my weight loss journey and you follow me and see how I do. I expect to lose probably 20 pounds in the next 60 days. It might take me 75 days or so, but I expect by mid-August, I should be where I want to be, back at about 150 pounds. And I'm going to do that through keto and exercise every day. I'm just going to watch what I eat. I'm not going to do any more breads, any more potatoes, any more rice, nothing like that. I'm going to limit myself to about 15 net carbs per day. I'm gonna try to limit myself to that much. I'm gonna be eating a lot of meats, a lot of cheeses, a lot of eggs, and it's gonna be great. I can't wait to get started on this, guys. And I already am started, but I gotta get on that treadmill tomorrow. Okay, we're taking a look at the channel metrics now, and you can see we have 147,374 subscribers. We did do a video about the Tesla Model S Plaid 2-year anniversary. That video is sitting up at 100,000 views, so thank you so much for watching that video as well. And thank you for liking and subscribing. Pass the word along to your friends. Now we gotta get out of here. I gotta get cleaned up and get some dinner because I am already starving and I have keto food. Guys, today we've got the
The Bauer 12-inch white RGB ring light kit that I scored from the thrift store, brand new, for $20, and it does RGB and lighting for doing YouTubing. So let's take a look at this today on Supercar Street Racing. Guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing, and today we have this thrift store find Bauer 12-inch white RGB light kit. Now this guy is designed to be an extendable tripod with RGB and LED white and like warm and cool white lighting, and also switches back and forth to RGB LED. You mount your phone right on the thing, and it is actually on right now, and I am talking to you through this device right now. So let's take a look at what this thing can do. Taking a little deeper look at this Bauer 12-inch RGB ring light kit. Basically it has a 360-degree head and a 62-inch tripod system that comes with it. And the cool thing about this guy is that it has a remote, and you can see on the back here, you can go through 12 different RGB colors with the ring. You can go through 7 RGB special effects, and I already saw one and it was pretty cool. And also you have white light mode. There is a white, a natural, and a warm light mode. This is the actual phone clip, so this is designed, you can rotate it, turn it, and it also stretches out so it will fit my phone, and mine's an S23 Ultra 5G. And also this is the ball head for the actual light itself, and that moves. Here is the remote that came with it. I haven't even pulled out the little battery condom yet, but boom, there is the battery condom out, and you can see the remote right here with all the features that this thing can do. There is also a wired remote on the actual wire, like most of the lights have. It works on USB power, and this is a look at the tripod on how it will fold up. Now let's take a look at how this thing is actually assembled. Alright guys, in the Supercar Street Racing kitchen now we have the Bauer tripod, and you can see the setting on warm white right now. And here is the actual phone clip that it was connected to for the clip you just saw last. Now how this thing is assembled is you will get the tripod right out of the box like this. You will go ahead and extend the tripod out. This ring will be packaged separately, as will this phone clip, and will this ball joint right here for the ring light. So you basically put the ball joint onto the top of the tripod first. Then you screw the ring light onto this ball joint here and tighten this little disc. Then screw the phone clip mount inside of the ring of the Bauer tripod system. And you can see right here, right now on the remote, that it have all the controls here. And if we hit this control here, that changes, it says right here, mode. That changes the actual color temperature of the white light. So there are 3 different settings: white, warm, and natural. And this bottom button here, when we press it, we get this awesome LED effect, which is great for like a background shot if you need like background effects. There's the next color effect, and the next one. This thing is very cool. And then we got flashing, of course, fading. That looks like it's like dissolving between colors. And then there's your little ring effect. This thing is very cool. This thing might end up on the wall in the studio, or I might buy another one because that's awesome. And I'm just here going through these lights. RGB effects, those look like solid. And there is back to the beginning of the RGB lighting effects. And then also on this remote, you can control the brightness with the up and down button. And maybe you can't do it when it is on this effect here, but that is for solid colors or maybe the white light. Let's see.
Yep, that's for the white light only. You can't do it when it is in RGB mode. All right, taking a look at the instructions here and the remote up close. There is the remote control, and we can take a look at how this remote operates here. And if we look right here, the middle button does not do anything. Okay, so the remote doesn't work at all. I take that. The remote doesn't work at all. The battery must be dead. Got the battery out of the remote, and it just so happens that I have a CR2032. I can't even believe I have this battery, but I do. I have one left right here. And it is in the hardest package in the world to get out. Got the CR2032 finally out of its protective condom, and I'm putting the brand new one in here like this. And then it just proceeds to slide directly in like this. And then we will see if this actually works or not. Let's try it. Does not work. Interesting. Very interesting. Alright, so I got one with a broken remote apparently. And I don't know, just does not work. Oh, that's okay though, because we have the wired remote for this thing, I guess. So yes, the remote is not working on my thrift store found Bauer ring light. Got this all figured out. Basically it is infrared, and there is the infrared sensor. So that's why it wasn't working. Now if we press RGB, it works just perfectly. Awesome, working fine. So stepping through some of the light things from the remote. Do we have white? We do have, oh, that's purple, okay. Let's see. That's purple. Let's see. That's red. And then the center button steps through all the colors. How do we get back to white? I'm not finding how to get back to regular white. It looks like it is on purple right now. White should be this. So I don't know how you get back to that. When I push W on the remote, it goes to purple. So here is green. And it just does not want to act crazy. It wants to act crazy. Yeah, white turns it to purple. Not sure about what on the remote is white. I'll have to look that up. Alright, here's why that looks purple. The W is actually RGB white, so it's white with a blue tint. And RGB button in the center turns on RGB mode, but it doesn't say anywhere how to get, let's see, here we go. On button turns on white light mode. Let's try that. So now it is in the RGB white. Let's see. Ah, there we go. And then you keep clicking the on button and it goes through the different white modes there. Nice. Okay, cool. Alright guys, welcome back to the SCSR 4K production studio you see right behind me here. And we have the Bauer 12-inch RGB light set up right in front of me, and I wanted to set it up so you could see it in the shot. It is currently lighting me on the warm white mode, and now we're going to take a look at what we can find on Amazon about this light. And I'll tell you right now, it is not available on Amazon anymore. So when you go to Amazon, all you're going to see is this page here that doesn't give you any buying options. Let's see if it says see all buying options. All right, so there are some available here. There's brand new from $32 here. And also if you go over to walmart.com, it is available here for $39. So actually the 12-inch version here for $32, brand new, is it probably doesn't include free shipping here. So there is some available on Amazon, but also if you just go to 12-inch ring light, there are some here that aren't RGB, but here is one that is RGB for $36. So it is available from other companies, and this one does have really good reviews. So $36, and it's got a $5 coupon as well. So that might actually be a better deal than you can get on Amazon. And clicking on here, this is the Toady. I'll put this in the link. Toady, I love the names on Amazon. Sometimes they're just hilarious. The Toady 12-inch RGB ring light with a 63-inch tripod, and what you do is you can put your phone right in the center here. It does have the same kind of remote here, but it looks like it also comes with a wireless remote to start your phone. I actually already have one of those. It came with one of my other tripods, so that's pretty cool. It just allows you to start and stop your recording on your phone. You can see right here, you can put the RGB LED ring into RGB mode behind you. And there's kind of the white light mode for the RGB LED ring light. And I'm sure that all these ring lights are actually made by the same company, and they're rebranded and put back on the internet. But right here on Walmart.com is this exact one that I have for $39.99, and I will actually link that up in the description of the video. Back to Amazon.com. And we have a few more down here. Here is a 10-inch, and there is a few more 12-inch here that are just RGB, or just white LED, not RGB. But here's another one, Willisi 12-inch ring light with stand, $39. Does have the wireless remote as well, it looks like. Yep, does come with the wireless remote, but I don't see the handheld remote with that. Looks like maybe it doesn't have that. Let's see. Maybe not. So this one doesn't have the handheld remote, but does have the little clicker to start and stop your phone. And you have several other options down here. There's the Erdai, which I actually have done a review on their tripod before on the channel, so make sure you go check that out as well. And looking down, there's the Stally 12.3-inch RGB ring light with stand. It does also come with the different type of remote and also a clicker to start and stop your videos. So that's kind of cool, where you can set up on the other side of the room and use the little clicker to just hit go on your phone to record. And I'm sure there are plenty of other options on here. They're pretty much all the same, and they're made by different manufacturers, and people just buy them and repackage them and just resell them like that. Guys, I want to thank you so much for being a supporter of Supercar Street Racing. It means so much to me when you click on my videos and when you watch them all the way to the end. Anytime there's a link in the description, and it doesn't matter if it's a link for this product here or for another product, if you can click through one of my links before you buy anything on Amazon, it will give me a small commission and help support the channel. I don't make money on the channel, I actually lose money. So please buy anything on Amazon through one of my links. Click my link, then look for whatever you want and purchase it, and I will get a commission. The channel would be grateful. Please like and subscribe. Check out all the products and the links. We'll see you guys next time on Supercar Street Racing. Okay, we're here with Tutricia, and she wants to slap me in the face with a tortilla. Go.
Yes.
Oh my god, why do you use your fist, dog? Twice, though. Oh my god, yes.
I need to do the round table thing. Here we go. Here we go. Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the SCSR Compound Garage. And today we have a new sponsor for the channel. You can see sitting right here on top of the Model S Plaid, another tiny Model S Plaid. And then right next to it, our new sponsor, Chemical Guys. And Chemical Guys was so kind, they sent us this leather conditioner and this leather cleaner to show you guys. We're gonna show you how to use this today. right here on the 2023 Tesla Model S Plaid and right behind you on the 2014 Club Car Precedent. There's specific directions for using this stuff and we're going to show you that today. So hang out with us on Supercar Street Racing while we detail the inside of the Model S Plaid and the golf cart. Welcome back to Supercar Street Racing, guys. You can see we're out here in the garage with our chemical guys, leather conditioner and leather cleaner. They were super nice and they sent us this to show you guys. They're trying to get the word out about their great products. So today we're going to give you guys a look at these two products right here in the SCSR garage. Now there's a certain way you need to apply these. There's a certain order and a certain way you have to do it. So we're going to show you today the correct way to do it because we're actually going to detail the inside of the Model S Plaid. Now we try to keep this Model S Plaid really clean. It only has about 2,000 miles on it. And so we drive it on the weekends only and we keep it detailed and nice here. But today we're going to take it one step further. We're going to use the Chemical Guys leather conditioner on the seats. It does not need to be clean, but it does need to be leather conditioned every few weeks. So we're going to go ahead and show you that right now. We are coming to you live now from inside the Tesla and we have the Chemical Guys leather conditioner right here with us to show you guys. And we want to show you how to actually use this as well while we have time. So the instructions do say take the leather conditioner and grab a nice soft towel and then just take and put a couple of stripes, 2 or 3 stripes directly onto the towel like this. Okay. Now we do have a couple of stripes right on the towel here to go ahead and start working with. And all you have to do is work it into the seats. And when you're done, you can actually buff it off and dry it. And then you can do a second application if you really feel like it. So yeah, you just take your towel and you put about 2 or 3 stripes of this stuff right on the towel and then you work it into the surface. We're going to go ahead and start with this Model S door panel right here. I'm going to go ahead and knock this down a little bit because I did put quite a bit on it. So I'm just going to knock it into both sides here so it's not so thick. And then I'm going to go ahead and proceed to put it directly on the door panel right there. See it going on with a nice finish there. I'm going to go ahead and get all over the door panel with this stuff and you can already see that it's drying. Don't forget to get into the cracks everywhere that you would normally touch to keep it clean, and the sides too. Now if you'd like to, you can go ahead and wipe that off as well. You can buff that right off just like that. And that door panel is completely done. All right guys, here is the front of the Model S and we're going to go ahead and put a little bit more of the Chemical Guys leather conditioner on my rag here. I'm going to turn it over first. And this time I'm not going to put quite as much on it. I'm just going to put a couple little stripes here. Should be good enough. And now let's go ahead and apply it to our seats, but let's put the seat forward a little bit so you guys can see it better. And we'll go ahead and start. Get it worked into the towel a little bit and go ahead and start conditioning the seats on the Plaid. Actually go up a little bit more here. And flip it over and do the bottoms. I'm going to take my dry cloth now and go ahead and buff the whole seat out. And the front seat is done. I'm going to go ahead and take the opportunity to do some protectant now on other parts of the front here. Yes, let's go ahead and get the protectant. All right, I am using standard protectant on the rest of the stuff here on the Plaid. The stuff that is not material. This is not Chemical Guys. It was not sponsored. So this is just my stuff. And I'm gonna hop in and finish the rest of that part that I can't see, but I am gonna do the dash with the Chemical Guys. All right, we're on the other side of the Model S. We're gonna go ahead and put some leather conditioner on our rag and do this other seat for you guys. We're gonna go ahead and wipe it into the rag so it doesn't splotch a lot. Move the seat forward a little bit and go ahead and apply. And I'm going to go ahead and rub that into the dash. And now I am going to get this underneath of the dash here. Now you guys just saw me clean the whole inside of this Tesla Model S Plaid with the Chemical Guys leather conditioner, but we got to take this one step further because we need to show you guys how to use the leather cleaner. So what we're going to do with the leather cleaner today is we're going to turn our attention to our club car precedent over here. We're going to clean all the seats and then condition them with the leather conditioner. So one step at a time, let's get busy now with the leather cleaner on the club car precedent. We're back in front of the golf cart. You guys can see we have the Chemical Guys leather conditioner and the Chemical Guys leather cleaner sitting so fresh here. This time though, we're going to go ahead and clean the seats with the Chemical Guys leather conditioner, and per the instructions, you shake well, you spray the leather cleaner on a microfiber cloth, and then you wipe the leather cleaner into the surface to remove the dirt. Let's go ahead and get our microfiber cloth out, fold it up, go ahead and spray some of the leather cleaner on it. And we'll go ahead and clean this leather. Does have a little dirt coming off of it. And that's all there was to that. And we'll flip it to the other side because there was some dirt on that seat. This cart is out in the garage all the time, so it is going to get dirty. All right. That is the leather cleaner for the front. Now let's go ahead and get a clean cloth. We'll put a few stripes of leather conditioner on the cloth, and then we'll go ahead and condition these seats. And you can see it soaking into the leather already. Flip the towel over, put a few more in it. And the top seat is done. Let's move down to the bottom seat. Flip towel over again. I put way too much on that. That will be enough for the front and the back. I'm going to put some of this on this other towel for the back. Let's go ahead and do the bottom seat. All right, the front of the golf cart is finished. Let's do the back now. We're back at the rear of the golf cart, and we are going to start with the leather cleaner. Let's go ahead and spray some on our rag here and wipe down this top seat. Be careful of the tiny Tesla. And that is clean. That just needs to dry. I'm going to flip my rag over and do the same to the bottom. That will get all the grease and contaminant off the seat and clean it and get it ready to be conditioned. Top's already drying, bottom is done, and this rag is also done. The top is dry. I've already got some leather conditioner on my towel. I'm gonna go ahead and rub that into the seat at the top. You can see that's plenty. I had a bunch on my rag, and I'm just gonna let that dry however it wants to dry. And then I'm gonna flip my rag over, put a little bit more on the back, and go ahead and rub the bottom seat as well. You can see that it takes all of 2 seconds to do the seats on this golf cart. And now the bottom seat is done, and if you want to, you can grab a dry rag and wipe off the excess. If not, you can let it dry naturally, but you can buff it out like this. And that is that. Back out here in the garage, and you guys did just see us clean and condition the seats on the 2014 club car, and you can see how good they came out using the approved methods by chemical guys. We went ahead and cleaned all the seats first, and then we followed it up with a nice coating of the leather conditioner by applying it to our towel first, and then going ahead and rubbing it on the seats afterwards. We want to go ahead and thank the chemical guys for being so gracious and contributing to Supercar Street Racing. Guys, do us a big favor. We'll put links down in the description for this. Make sure that you order everything from the approved links from Supercar Street Racing. You can order anything you want from Amazon through our links, and it helps us out greatly. In this case, we might put an affiliate link for the actual supplier that gave us this. Go ahead and order it from them. It'll do them a big favor as well. And check out the Chemical Guys products down in the description and pick yourself up some. Now let's throw it over to the 4K production studio with Brad and see how you can get this stuff online. You guys just saw me out in the garage taking a look at the Chemical Guys premium leather auto conditioner and leather cleaner, and we are so proud to be partnered here with Premium Auto to bring you these two products today. Now the leather conditioner is awesome. I used it on the interior of the Model S Plaid without doing the leather cleaning first, but I did use the leather cleaner on the Precedent golf cart. It came out awesome. I love this stuff. You can see right here on the screen our partnership with Premium Auto, and here is the actual Amazon link for this stuff, but I am going to put Premium Auto links in the description. So go ahead and order yours through the link and help out Supercar Street Racing greatly. We're going to get out of here right now. It's almost dinner time and I haven't had anything to eat, but please support the channel, like and subscribe, and we will see you next time. Guys, inside this mystery box right here is something special for the channel, and you can see right here, you don't have any idea what it is, but I do. And right here, this thing is requesting it to be opened, so I mean, we have to at least do what it says and open this package right now and see what kind of cool things might be inside to benefit the channel. This guy, what is he doing? Let's get this thing unboxed, take a look at it. It might be something cool. What are you waiting for? Let's open it. Supercar Street Racing back, guys. We are in the Supercar Street Racing office. This Mac is loud, this box is not, and today on Supercar Street Racing, we have something special for the studio. This is going to improve my life so much with the Supercar Street Racing 4K studio. We have needed this. We've been suffering without this. There's one more upgrade after this we have to do, but we got to get this thing open because there's some other things inside here we need to do to this particular product. Let's get this box opened up right now and see what's inside. All right, we got this box in front of us right now, ready to be opened up so freshly. Let's go ahead and get inside this thing and see what is happening here. Yes, this is very loud. I don't know why this does that. And here is the ASUS store, or ASUSter, I'm not sure of the pronunciation, FS6706T, NAS. Network attached storage, right here, looking so fresh and so fly. Also a RAM upgrade for the NAS storage. Let's get this out of the box. Here is the ASUS store NAS. You can see it has HDMI. It uses M.2 NVMe SSDs. It has a 2.5 gigabit network port, actually two of them, a quad-core processor, optical audio outs, tons of cool stuff in this box. And on the back, you can see all of the features of the FS6706T right here. Enthusiast grade network attached storage with cloud security. It's got apps. It does a lot of cool stuff. But the best part about having this NAS is this is going to back up all my workflow for Supercar Street Racing. And this is going to all go on here and it will be attached to the network via hardwired. Now let's get this thing out of the box here. There is the label on the top for you guys to check out. Let's get this thing opened. And it has a protective piece of foam right on top of it, and it's in a nice bag there. Let's see what's inside of the box here. What did they give us? Aha, standard power adapter here for the NAS. And then inside here, we do see the actual device in a very cool protective bag. And look how cool this thing is. Guys, you can see on the back there is a USB 3.0 for putting a USB drive, assumably, or a hard drive into it to serve it. You've got your HDMI ports suspiciously upside down, two 2.5 gig Ethernet ports, USB 2.0 ports, and your SPDIF, so you can do optical audio out to a receiver. Then on the front, that peel sat. Oh, I blew it.
These nuts.
That peel sat. It's got some lights on the front here. It looks like maybe power, network, hard drive lights, maybe a power button right there, I think. Pretty cool, guys. All right, let's see what else is in the box. And we do have, oh, okay. I was hoping they gave us a network cable. We do have an Ethernet cable. We got two of them, actually. And we do have this is a cable tie, little cable tie there. Okay, we're back in front of the ASUS store NAS now. We have some work to do. We have to get this guy ready for the drives that are coming in later today and also for a RAM upgrade. So let's go ahead and get out. I heard a complaint online about the screwdriver size. So I've tried 3 now, and then none of them fit. Aha. It was the largest one I had. PH2, for those of you who are doing the same thing I am, it's a PH2. So that's Phillips number 2. The RAM appears to be under here. Oh, there it is. The top just slides right off. Okay. Ah, I got the wrong memory.
These nuts.
It's SODIMMs. Dang it.
Got him! Got him!
Shoot. Back in front of the ASUS store, and I don't know why I thought this used regular RAM. It uses SODIMMs. I did order 16 gigs of memory for this that will be here later today. Same RAM I ordered, PC3200, so that'll be here later today by 10 p.m. along with the drives. But let's take a look at the back of this where the drives go in. So it does have 6 slots for drives, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and they just slide right in right there. Slides in right here, all 6 of them. The model above this has 12. I didn't think I needed that many. I could always upgrade these to 4s if I want to go 4 terabytes. I did order 6 2 terabyte drives, and they will be in RAID 5, I believe it is. So if one drive fails, you still have enough drives left to rebuild the volume. So that is it for now until we get the drives and the memory in that we can install later. So we'll get back with you guys when we do that. Amazon just came and brought this plethora of 2 terabyte drives for us. We have crucial P3 Plus, PCIe NVMe 4.0, M.2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 times 6 to go into the NAS. All we have to do right here and right now is get these guys unboxed and installed directly in this NAS. We are still waiting for the RAM though. It should be here any minute. Let's get moving. SSDs are installed, so now we were able to initialize the console. Let's get this thing hooked up and get it going. All right, the unit is powered on. I see lights. We just have a RAM upgrade left after this, so pretty simple. It's still initializing, and we'll need to get to the phone for the next part. Let's get the phone going and switch to that now. Okay, we got the ASUS Store app installed. It did give an error, but all I did was enter the IP address manually, and it actually did go to there. And we have all of the apps here available for the ASUS Store. And if we go to the storage manager, we have 9 terabytes available. We have 3 gigabytes used, and it is synchronizing the drive, so we will give it some time to do its thing. I set up a user or two. There's some apps we can install. Look at all this good stuff, guys. All this. And services, we can do. We already have SMB on. We have already checked that and it does work. We have a web center and system info. There's all our information for our drive and stuff. Processor, memory, system temp's good. And yeah, guys, next thing we have to do is copy some data to this. All right, got to create a new account. All right, guys, we're back in the studio with our new ASUS Store NAS. And we have the page called up here. And you can see that right here and right now. We have all the apps available here, the file explorer, everything else to do all the settings on the NAS. But what I want to do real quick is go ahead and back up my editing stuff. So if we want to get to the NAS, we got to do 2 backslashes, 192.168.0.210. And it wants my credentials. I'm going to pull those over here. You guys can't see this. And here we have our folders on our brand new NAS. We're going to do editing old NAS. Let's go ahead and drag it and see how long it takes. Now this is coming from a really slow device to a really fast device. So let's see. All right, so that's about as fast as the old device is capable of going. And that says 6 hours. All right, so we're getting about 90 megabytes per second, 110, 112. And I want to see how much, that's actually really fast. 18% memory, 10% CPU. And it's copying at 110 megs per second over a gigabit Ethernet link. So I think I just backed up everything. I just backed up my whole graphics and sound folder in about a couple minutes. Yeah, it's steady about 113 megabytes per second compared to the old NAS was about 30 megabytes per second maximum. So this is four times as fast. Now the rest of this is going to go while I leave the house. And this is a good amount of space that's got to be moved over. So I'm cutting and pasting all these from the old NAS. These are all my renders that I saved. I didn't save everything. I wish I would have. But that's going to take 7 hours at this rate. This old NAS is very slow. All right, we're back in the studio again. And we have some editing footage to do some editing with. And you can see it right here on the screen. Now what you're looking at now is there is a USB 3.0 slot on the front of the NAS. I have the micro SD card plugged into an adapter and it's plugged right into the front of the NAS, and you're seeing that right here. All this is GoPro footage. Now at the same time, we're copying from the old NAS, which is right here, to the new NAS, and it is limited by the speed of the old NAS read speed, which is 39 megabytes per second. So now we're going to try copying all this footage to the local drive while we're going to actually copy this to the NAS drive so that we can try to edit off of it. We'll see. So let's select it all. Whoops, one more. We're going to cut from the USB drive. We're going to go to the editing drive. We're going to make a folder on the NAS, raw footage, and we'll paste it right here. Let's see how long this takes. So that's getting 94 megabytes per second from USB 3, dropping down to 88. While the other one is writing at 40 plus megabytes. So that is definitely as fast as the computer copies it from the USB stick. So no speed slowdown going from USB 3 on the front of the NAS to inside of the NAS on the actual NAS drives. And now if we pop our activity monitor up, we have 20% CPU and we are using all of the memory. But we ordered 16 gigs of RAM and it will be here today. I'm just waiting for it to get here to pop it in. But meanwhile, this is going at 90 megabytes per second. And the old NAS, my
my book live, Western Digital, is copying all its backup files. So all the renders that I ever did are coming off of the old MyBook Live and going over to the new ASUS store with 12 terabytes. And if we look right here at the drive, you can individually select each drive here and see which one you want to look at activity wise. But here is the usage we have used. Now remember, it's RAID 5, so it's going to use one whole drive for RAID, so that if it fails, it has a one drive tolerance and we won't lose any data. So we only have 9 terabytes after we have a 6 by 2 terabyte array here. We lose 3 terabytes for RAID, so we have 9 terabytes total. We've used 650 gigabytes already, and we're still copying. So here's the homepage of the ASUS store, and you can see there's a bunch of different things you can do, and you can add apps to the ASUS store as well. Here's our hardware settings. While this stuff is copying, we can take a look at all this stuff. General settings is the ports with auto logout. We're set on DHCP. We can change this to the ASUS store. The status, power, LAN, and drive indicators that are on the front of the actual drive. You can disable all the warning buzzers, which is cool. Got an infrared receiver on it, which is also pretty awesome. And direct routing access to the NAS. There you can factory reset it. This is for transcoding, like if you're using Plex, which I am not. So this thing has an HDMI port in the back. I have not hooked it up to the television yet. So I'm going to try to edit off of the NAS and see if I can. Not that I need to do that. I have enough storage, but it'd be interesting. All right. Here's DaVinci Resolve, and here's all of our footage right here. And we go in order.
Special for
Playing no problem right off the NAS. 5K 2398. Let's drag the first one. Now, this is directly from the NAS.
Guys, inside this mystery box
No problem.
here is something special for the channel.
Flawless. No problem at all with the video on.
Right here. This thing is requesting it to be open, so I mean we have to at least do what it says and open this package right. Thing is request.
Okay, we are back in front of the ASUS Store app, and you can see that now if we go to the system information, we have 16 gigs of RAM installed, which should help a lot on the caching. So that is going to wrap up this video, but all I wanted to do right here, right now, is also change the name. So I will have to do that in the actual app. But yeah, like I said, this is going to wrap up the video. We did put 2 8GB ATEC premium memory sticks in. I'll put a link in the description to those. And we did remove the 4GB stick. And now the ASUS Store has 16 gigs of RAM. Guys, thank you so much for joining Supercar Street Racing. We hope you guys enjoyed it, and we will see you again on the next video.
Hey guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing once again. You can see Joe and I are out here in the Supercar Street Racing garage. We have everything set up to do an awesome project today. So Joe, what's one problem we need to get fixed on this golf cart?
Well, if you guys remember in a prior video, we did a full system in my golf cart, but at the time I had an old subwoofer sitting around. That old subwoofer didn't last very long with the system that we put in here. I have no bass right now.
Right, so we did notice that your old subwoofer box, when we did that last project, that box is actually falling apart. I don't know if it's got wet so many times or if it's just old, but basically when we did that last project, there were actually pieces of wood of the MDF falling directly off the box. Now we actually do have that box somewhere. We'll show that to you guys here in a few minutes and show you what actually happened with that. And today we are so happy because we have a new sponsor.
That's correct, yeah.
So who is that sponsor?
That's Crutchfield.
Absolutely, Crutchfield decided to go ahead and sponsor this video. So today we have some products by Crutchfield that we're going to be throwing into this golf cart, and we have a piece of wood right here that we're going to be using also to do what?
Build a new subwoofer box.
We're going to build a subwoofer enclosure. We're going to go ahead and calculate the volume. We're going to do the measurements. We're going to cut all the wood. We're going to do that all today, so hang out with us.
Awesome. Let's do it.
Joe, we're back in the Supercar Street Racing garage again. It seems like we're in here all the time. And today we have a cool project. We have to get the base on this cart redone because basically the woofer blew up and the box was falling apart, right?
That's correct, yep.
So what's our plan today? What are we actually gonna do?
So as you mentioned, we got this great sponsor by Crutchfield.
Right.
They've provided us some really awesome products, including a very nice subwoofer. So in this particular situation, although Crutchfield has an enormous amount of subwoofer boxes in very different sizes, for us, we are doing a very unique situation because we're putting it in a golf cart and we need to maximize the space that we have inside there to put a 12-inch subwoofer. So it's going to be very unique. So they supplied us with all the stuff that we need to do a DIY project ourselves.
They did. So inside the house, we'll show you guys this in a few minutes. We have a brand new Kicker comp subwoofer. It's a dual voice coil, 4 ohm per voice coil. So what we're going to do is we're going to parallel those voice coils, and that's going to be a 2-in load on the amp that's inside of the golf cart right there. We'll show you that a little bit also later. We also have some carpet, so we're going to try custom carpeting your brand new enclosure.
Yep.
And then we also have a square speaker terminal thing. So that goes on the side of the box and connects to the woofer voice coils, and that's how we will supply power to your subwoofer.
Absolutely.
So all that's inside, but for right now, we also want to take a look at the old subwoofer. Can you go ahead and pull that out?
Let's pull it out. So I've already disconnected it. And if you can, flip that seat down, Brad.
Right.
And let's take a look at this thing. I found this subwoofer a long time ago on the side of the road, and it was in decent shape, but over the years sitting in the garage, it's just been weathered too much. And we did a quick carpeting job on it, but one of the things is that the carpet is completely falling off. And that's really stemming from the box falling apart. As you can see, all the particles on the side of it.
Wood's coming off.
Yep. And that happens, right? So this was a quick job at the time, but we knew we needed to upgrade. So on top of that, as a 10-inch subwoofer that was in here, I think this is made by Boston Acoustic.
It was.
It was. And as you can see, the dust coil, I think that's what they call that, is falling off.
Dust cap, yeah.
Yep, and then I think it's also got some other issues with it. So obviously it's time. We needed an upgrade. The 10-inch subwoofer for this cart sounded good, but I wanted some more bass. I wanted to be deeper bass, so we went with a 12-inch for this particular project. Out with the old, and then we'll start putting in the new.
We're not gonna do ported, we're gonna do a sealed enclosure. Sealed enclosures hit tighter. They don't go as deep low, as far as low frequencies go, but they are tighter bass. And we're not going to bother with the port or anything like that this time. We also have some polyfill to throw inside of the box, and polyfill helps the box seem like a bigger box to the woofer that is mounted into it.
Yep.
Now also, we're going to have to mimic this enclosure style because we want it to fit just like the old one. But at the same time, we do have a 12-inch woofer that we're going to be putting in here. This is a 10. So we're going to have to figure out if we have enough width to actually hold the 12. And also, we probably want to make it as big as possible because the 12-inch woofer needs a certain amount of airspace. And I believe it was anywhere from 0.75 cubic feet to 1.5 per driver. So we're going to try to get as close to that as we can. And if we can't, we'll have to deal with what we have. We have a limited amount of space down here, as we will show you guys here in a few minutes.
And one last thing, whoever built this box at the time, they used an old style of just cutting a hole in the back and then sticking the speaker wire out of there. So that's letting air out, right? We don't want that. So that's why Crutchfield was nice enough to send us over a new speaker connector, which is going to be a nice connection, perfectly sealed. It's going to be great.
And also you can see as we're working on it, you guys can't quite see this, but literally the box is all over the back of the golf cart now because it is literally disintegrating as we look at it. So what's our next step? Should we show them all the brand new stuff we got from Crutchfield?
Absolutely.
All right, why don't you grab this old disintegrating box and let's get out of here.
I got a plan for this old box too.
Okay, we're back in the garage and we brought all the stuff out that we got from Crutchfield. The only thing Crutchfield did not provide, just because I forgot at the time, was this polyfill for inside of the box. But they did provide this 12-inch dual voice coil kicker comp woofer. This is the CWR12, and I'm really hyped to see what this thing can do in our own custom enclosure.
Absolutely.
What do you think about this compared to the old Boston Acoustic subwoofer that we had before? It's a different age, a lot newer technology, and do you think that this is an advantage that we have a much newer style woofer with new technology?
Absolutely. On top of that, it's a 12-inch subwoofer, right?
Correct.
So that's going to be one of the things that we're going to be dealing with, is that's why we're building a custom box, but to maximize the amount of volume at the same time. So we have some tricks up our sleeve to get the volume that we need.
We do.
Hence why we had the polyfill. We'll talk about that in a minute.
Also, we got some carpet here from Crutchfield. It's just standard enclosure carpet for speakers. It is black, and we probably have enough to do 25 boxes. So we'll have some extra for the future. And then what was the last thing we got from Crutchfield?
Yeah, we got this nice connector here. So we haven't opened it up yet, but pretty simple. So this is what's going to seal that off. So when you have that connection from your speaker wire from the amp that goes to the subwoofer, it makes that clean connection.
Right, and also when we put that in, we'll go ahead and caulk around it so it'll be absolutely sealed all the way around here. And if you notice on the back, it has these spade type terminals. I have a bunch of those. I have all the solder stuff for that. So we're gonna do it correctly when we do it. We're gonna do everything the right way so that it looks nice and that it performs great. So one cool thing about ordering from Crutchfield as opposed to something like Amazon is their technical support is amazing. They offer full lifetime technical support. That means when we're 75, if this woofer dies, we can call them and say, hey, this woofer's doing this, and they'll offer us free technical support. How do you feel about that?
Well, that's awesome. That's a great benefit from buying directly from Crutchfield.
And they have so many good technical support features that we'll touch on some of those during this video. But for right now, we want to talk about our enclosure and what we're going to be doing to build our enclosure.
Absolutely. All right, so one of the things that we have to go over is how we're going to build this box, right? So I went out and got ourselves a nice big old piece of 3/4 MDF for us, right? MDF is the preferred wood that most people use when they build a box. It's really good, it's strong, and it holds up, and it makes a great sound at the same time.
Absolutely. They recommend not using plywood or anything like that because of the sound qualities of the plywood. You can see we have some MDF over here, and basically all MDF is it's like shavings of wood that are pressed together and glued together.
Absolutely.
So when they cut other wood, they take that, they press it together, they glue it, and that makes this big, huge sheet of MDF right here. Now, how much was that sheet?
Yeah, I paid about 50 bucks for it. So wood prices are a little up, but not too bad.
Okay, cool.
Yep.
So we have this right here. Now, what are we going to do in order to go ahead and measure? Where are we starting? What is our starting point for building?
Yeah, so the first thing that we want to do is we obviously want to get down here, take some really good measurements. We want this thing to fit in there really snug, maximize the space because we have a big subwoofer going in. But at the same time, what we don't want is a big bulky box sticking out. So we're really going to get down and take some serious measurements and make sure this box is perfect.
Right, that sounds good. And then once we measure everything, how are we going to go ahead and mark that out and cut it on the actual wood?
So we have a couple sawhorses that we have set up outside. So we're going to get the MDF set up out there. We're going to take our measurements, and then we're going to go out there, take a pencil, we're going to lay it out, cut to the size that we need. From there, we're going to obviously start to assemble it.
Okay.
Part of that assembly is making sure that everything fits up correctly, screwing it together while using wood glue to make sure that we got a good bond so it stays together nice. After that, we're going to need to caulk it to make sure that we're sealing up every opportunity that we have so air doesn't escape.
So we have a couple of tubes of caulk in there that I found in the shed a few minutes ago. We'll use that in all the seams on the inside. We should be able to go through the actual 12-inch hole for the last board to go ahead and caulk that last little section. We can just use our fingers and run it in the inside.
Absolutely.
And then after that, do we have a plan for carpeting? I thought I saw you watching a video about how to do like the edges and everything and fold over the carpet.
I did. So I carpeted the last box, and that was kind of a rush job, but I wanted to make sure I did it perfect. So sometimes it's not bad to just go on YouTube and watch someone else give you some advice on doing it. So I watched a quick video and I'm gonna try to duplicate that, and I think it's gonna end up being really nice.
And you don't just cut it straight, there's a special pattern you cut, and then everything folds over nice and neat, huh?
Yeah, really, really easy. So one of the things that we're gonna have to do is obviously make a cutout for this to get inserted in there.
Yeah,
so
how are we gonna do that?
So you have a jigsaw, so we're gonna obviously get a template made. I believe that this is gonna be pretty simple because we're gonna lay this down, do a quick measurement, cut the hole out where it needs to go, and this will sit flush right in the box.
Yeah, I kind of have an idea of what I want to do with that. So it's the inner square here that's going to flush mount. So we'll take that, we'll measure that, we'll cut it, and then we'll just take a drill bit, put a drill hole there, and we'll jigsaw this out nice and neat. That'll sit nice and flush. It'll look great on top of the carpet, and the carpet will seal off any of the airflow. So we don't really have to do any caulking on the inside.
I don't believe so. Nope.
So that sounds like our plan for actually building the box. But first, we got to get a bunch of measurements done.
We do.
Let's get down here and take a look at what we have and get some measurements done on this cart.
Let's do it.
We're back in the garage with another sponsor on Supercar Street Racing. We have this awesome AIXPI. We don't quite know how to pronounce it. We did some research, but we couldn't find it. So we're gonna call it AIXPI or AXPI, this solar sensor light here. And I'm pretty hyped about this, Joe. This is pretty cool. What do you know about this thing from looking at the facts?
It's LED, which is nice.
240 LEDs also.
Exactly, and it's solar powered. So
Right.
you never have to have any power supplied to it. It's ready to go at any time.
Right, now here's the sensor part of it. So this is what detects your actual motion. And so this thing is solar powered. You can see the solar cell right here, how it charges. There's the connector that you mount this with. They give you another little bracket here. So basically what you do is you mount that to your house or your gutters or whatever. Then this thing just simply slides right there.
Yep.
All right, so this thing is not fully charged. Admittedly, it's been sitting in the kitchen, but you can see when I turn it on, it flashes. It's pretty bright, even
Very bright.
completely dead. So thank you AIXPI for this awesome solar security light. 3,000 lumens is pretty bright, and it's just got a tiny little lithium ion battery sitting inside this little box right here. Now let's get back to the video and see what's going on at Supercar Street Racing.
All right, so we're gonna take a couple of basic measurements right now.
Right.
One of the things that I really wanna do is to get as much space as possible for the volume that we need for the speaker. With that, I also want to make it as clean as possible and flush so that when this box goes in here, we don't have folks that are sitting on the back riding around having the speaker box pushing out. So with that, I'm going to hit the bottom here. It tapers back a little bit towards the top, but I can't worry about that. My measurements need to be where I know it can fit.
Okay.
So what we're going to do is we're going to do 14 inches deep.
Okay.
We're going to maximize the width, maybe a little bit shorter. We'll make a call on that, but we can go up to 18 3/4.
Okay.
And then on the height, we're gonna try to really get as much as possible, but we have to keep room for the subwoofer because it's facing up. And there are some metal brackets that run across the top here, so we have to be very careful that we leave enough room for not only that subwoofer to fit in there, but for the excursion of the subwoofer, the up and down of the subwoofer.
Exactly, and also the top of the subwoofer probably sits a little bit up. We have to open it up to really get those exact details though.
Absolutely. And it looks like we've got roughly 13 1/4 on that. So what we'll probably end up doing is making this box roughly maybe 10.5 to 11 inches tall to give us the room that we need.
So when you measured your 14-inch depth, did you measure to the edge right here?
I did. Well, I measured it just here, although it will stick out a little bit, but your legs will not sit on it because your legs are going to come out here. So it's going to come right to this part over here.
Okay, that sounds great. That looks like the measurements that will work for us. So now let's go ahead and unbox the actual subwoofer right here. What do you think?
Sound good? All right, so we're gonna go ahead and pull this subwoofer out, get a couple of basic measurements on here. The biggest thing that we're worried about right now is the height of where it's gonna sit above the box that we build itself to make sure that we have room for the subwoofer to sit on top and to have the room for it to move up and down. So let's take a look at it. All right, inside the box, always awesome is we got a nice sticker there to put somewhere, usually on a good outdoor refrigerator. And inside the box, we got this beautiful, nice, brand new competition kicker subwoofer. It looks amazing.
We don't need that where we're going?
All right, so let's go and open this thing up and get inside here. All right, I will say, just from the looks alone, this is a beautiful looking subwoofer. The first thing I noticed is that the outside is very strong and it's got this really strong red stitching inside. it's a really great looking subwoofer here. So this is a competition speaker, and although I'm not going to be entering any competitions with this, it's going to drive really good solid bass. So I don't have to turn it up too loud to drown it out. It's going to have really good deep tones in it. On the back, we got a really nice large magnet on the back, and then we have great connections right here. It's a 4 ohm dual voice coil, so there's 2 connections on both sides, positive and negative. One of the great things about this speaker already is the easy setup for putting the speaker wires in there. It's a push connection, so you push this open, slide your speaker wire right in there, let off, and it puts a nice connection. And now we're going to pass this over to Brad to give you some more technical aspects of this great subwoofer.
Okay, we're right here in front of the Kicker Comp 12-inch woofer. It is the Comp R. Now this guy has 500 watts RMS power handling. The RMS part means it's the average power that it can handle. It can handle up to 1000 watts peak also. Now taking a look at this woofer, if you're unfamiliar with dual voice coil woofers, basically there are 2 connections here. There's one on each side here, and what that means is each voice coil has an impedance level. This impedance level here is 4 ohms, this one is 4 ohms. So depending on your amplifier and what the actual ohm load it can handle is how you wire up this woofer. If you put both of these voice coils here in parallel, it'll be a 2 ohm load presented to your amplifier. If you put them in series, it would be an 8 ohm load. So for our amplifier can handle a 2 ohm load. We're going to take off of this voice coil, go to this voice coil, and then off of this voice coil, go down to the connector. That's going to present a 2 ohm load to the amplifier. We can prove that with an ohm meter also. We can put it on the end of the second wire here as we loop here and then out. We should see a 2 ohm-ish load at the amplifier.
All right, so here we are on to our next step. We took some really good measurements, and one of the things that we were most concerned with was the height of the actual subwoofer because it's going to be facing up. So with that, we had roughly 13 1/4 to play with, so we're going to reduce our height down to about 12 inches. That gets us about 1.5 inches, 1 3/4 of play to make sure that we have enough room for the top of that subwoofer to not only sit in there, but to have room for it to go up and down. All right, so one of the most important measurements for us was to make sure that we had enough room for the subwoofer to sit in there. So we roughly have about 13 1/4 inches of height that we can play with. We're going to reduce that down to about 12 inches. That's going to be more than enough room for that subwoofer to sit on the top and have room for it to go up and down. So what we're going to do is take a few minutes here to kind of outline the box itself. So there's going to be quite a few cuts. One of the things that we don't have at our leisure is a nice big table saw. So we're going to be doing this by hand. So to make sure that we get as best cuts as possible, I have this straight edge here that we're going to use to clamp down to make sure that when we're running our skill saw, that we get a nice clean cut. So we're going to take a few minutes right now to take these measurements, transpose them onto our MDF, and start outlining all the cuts that we need to get done. And then from there, we can start to assemble the box. So we took a couple of minutes to make sure that the measurements were correct, and we went ahead and wrote them down just so that you guys can understand what we're doing. So the first thing is that we got to put a top and a bottom and 4 sides. So for the top, we know that we needed 18.5 inches in width, and we had 14 inches of depth to put it towards the back of the golf cart. So with that, we just times that times 2. So our tops are going to be 18.5 inches by 14 inches. Easy cuts for those. Now we need to do the 4 sides. Our 4 sides are not equal because the front and the back are going to be 18.5 inches, which will match the width. However, we need to go 10.5 inches to take in consideration that this is 3/4 inch MDF. So with that being sandwiched between the top and the bottom, we needed to take off 1.5 inches. So we wanted to get to 12 inches, so we're going to do 10.5 inches on that. And then for the left and the right, that one, it's 14 inches. In regards to the depth, same thing, 10.5 inches to make sure that we have the room to sandwich it to get to our 12 inches. So here we go. We're going to go ahead and lay out the exact measurements that we want. So one of the things that I always try to do is we have plenty of wood here. So I don't mind having a little bit of scrap left over, but I always try to utilize any of the factory edges. So we need 2 cuts on this particular one. So what we're going to do is measure out 14 inches for the top. So on here, we're going to lay out 14 inches, and then we're going to have 2 cuts here to complete the top and the bottom, which are going to be roughly 18.5 inches. All right, so here we are. We're going to take the time to cut this out. We got a little break in the weather, so we're going to make this pretty fast. Like I said, we had already laid out all of our measurements. So from here, we're just going to make our quick cuts, get back inside as quick as possible. So again, we don't have a table saw. So to try to get this to be as even as possible, I'm going to take this straight edge here. We're going to clamp it down so that we can bump our skill saw right up against it and make a quick, so we can make a quick cut, and hopefully it's nice and straight. Are you ready? Okay. And for the sake of time, I'm turning and burning here, all right? You ready? If you blow us off, we can come back inside the garage, close the door. Yep.
Guys, I am so happy to announce Crutchfield as an official sponsor for Supercar Street Racing, and today I want to talk to you a little bit about what makes them special. Now, one of the biggest things about Crutchfield is obviously their technical support. You have free lifetime technical support on everything. You get a 60-day price drop protection at Crutchfield. 60-day returns is also awesome. They offer that. They have all kinds of information on their website, like DIY articles and videos, a huge car stereo database. They can figure out what fits your car. They also offer free custom vehicle instructions, car-specific installation packages, research, wiring, and things like that. They've been doing it since 1974. Check out Crutchfield. I will have a link in the description. Buy what you need from them and support the channel, and let them know Supercar Street Racing sent you. All right, as you guys just saw, we were outside cutting all of our parts for our enclosure, and you did a little rough math on ChatGPT. And how big was that box?
Yeah, so it actually came out to about 1.29 cubic feet in volume, which is perfect.
Absolutely perfect. The woofer has, I think, a range of 0.75 cubic feet to 1.5. I
believe so.
Feet, so that's perfect. So what is our next step here?
Yeah, we're gonna get into the assembly part of it. So pretty straightforward. So I got a couple clamps. We'll kind of roughly put this together. The biggest thing is that we're gonna get our wood glue down, we're gonna clamp it together, and then we're gonna pre-drill our holes, because what we don't want is the wood to split. MDF is a little susceptible, even in the cut, when we cut it, a little piece chipped off. So to stop that from happening, we'll get this roughly put together with the clamps, put the glue on it, and then we'll take the time to pre-drill our holes, and then we'll countersink, if we want to, may not be necessary, our screws in there to make sure we get a good, nice contact and a good screw down.
Sounds great. Let's get to work.
Yeah, let's do it.
Got your drill ready here?
Yep, got a good bit. Where's our screws at, so we can make sure that we have the correct screw size.
Okay.
Make sure we got plenty of the same. These are 2.5. We're gonna pre-drill to get our holes, then we'll take it back apart, and then we'll glue it, and then we'll screw it back in, all right?
Okay, is this looking good right here?
Yeah, just so you can see in the center. Yep, perfect. Let's go straight in. That's good. Perfect. Yeah. Perfect. All right, so now we'll disassemble, get the glue ready.
wondering if we should have countersunk them, but I guess it doesn't matter.
Oh,
Got
no.
him.
I let go of it. It didn't hold.
Oh!
So, it is what it is.
Whoa!
Pop another one in there?
Nope, go ahead and screw that one in.
Whoa!
Yep. All right, so as you just saw, we assembled the box. It actually went pretty smooth. We did have one little issue where I made one mistake on a cut, but that was very easy to fix. We just had to take a little bit more off. The box went together perfectly. The fact that we were using a circular saw and everything was almost perfect was shocking to me, to be honest with you.
And there's only like
that much
clearance.
It is absolutely sitting in there perfect. So our measurements were right on spot. The box is almost perfect. Very happy with it. So from here, what we're going to end up doing now is removing it and carpeting it. So we are not the best carpenters by any means, but I think we're going to be able to do a good job on this. So we'll let you guys follow along, but goes pretty fast. And so far, this project's been pretty smooth. I think we're at about 3 hours in. The majority of our time is really moving cameras around, doing stuff. Yeah. So maybe we got an hour and a half, maybe, into this project so far. And once we get this carpeted, putting the speaker in goes very fast, and we'll be done.
All right, should we get this box out of here real quick?
Let's do it. We're going to do our best here.
Next time you do it, you'll be an expert.
Maybe. Now, that together, this together.
Perfect.
Okay. You're going to hold this tight. Pull that and hold it tight. Pull it towards you. Okay.
That's sick. Should peel off, right? And then that flaps down and you're done.
Drape it over it, pull it hard again. It's actually not bad. That's not bad. All right, flip it over.
All right, guys, you just saw us carpet this enclosure with the half moon method that we borrowed from Soundman. And now what you're seeing is we're cutting out the hole for the speaker so that I can go ahead and start wiring. Now, this wiring is going to involve going from voice coil to voice coil, first of all, to make this woofer in a 4 ohm to 4 ohm parallel load will be 2 ohms at the speaker connector. And then also what you're seeing is me crimping these connectors on and then using my heat gun to go ahead and heat shrink the end of the connectors onto the wire. So all that's happening right now, let's take a look at it. Now what you're seeing here is we are installing the woofer and we're making 100% sure that we are covering up the surround with a piece of plastic while we're screwing in the screws so we don't make any stupid mistakes. All right, we're back and we did install the subwoofer enclosure and we've been adjusting the amplifier a little bit, the gains on the amplifier, just to compensate for a different subwoofer that might be a little bit more sensitive or less sensitive than the other one. We turned the gains down on channels 1 and 2, which are supposed to be the highs, but it's actually, I think, 3 and 4. But turn the gain down on that, and then when volume goes up on everything else, it'll bring the subwoofer level up. Because the subwoofer gains are maxed out on the amp. The amp is pushing as much possible power as it can, which means we also might need a second amplifier. But I was going to suggest, and I will send you a link to this, I was going to suggest we get a 12-volt USB fan and strap it right to the side of your amplifier and power it off of your inverter in there. It's got a USB port.
Keep it a little cool.
It'll cool your amp off and keep it from going into overheat. Okay, you can see the woofer clearly through the back here. If you ever pull up to a party or anything, all you gotta do is open the back hatch and you've got that woofer.
Yeah, and the other reason it's up right now is because this panel, it rattles. So we're gonna probably have to do some dynamatting. Sounds so good. Like, perfect. Sounds really, really good.
It is. That was a lot of power it was pushing for that. All right, that came out really good, but maybe we can do some improvements. What do you think about maybe improving the amplifier side of the bass?
Yeah, I think so. I think that the current amp is working, but this 12-inch subwoofer can handle a whole lot more power, and certainly with the battery that we have in this thing, it can take a bigger amp. So it might be a good idea to go on Crutchfield again, look around, see what makes sense, and beef it up a little bit.
Sounds good to me. I'll get in touch with Crutchfield tomorrow. Meanwhile, let's wrap it up from in here and throw it back to literally us.
Yeah.
Okay guys, so you just saw us build an entire enclosure for this club car. How did that go? How was it?
I thought it went pretty easy. I mean, we had a couple of tight measurements that we had to figure out, but otherwise, I think the whole box put together very nice. So you just saw us build the box from scratch.
Right.
Install it, test it, run it, and it turned out great.
Right, it did.
During the process, we need a little extra help. So one of the things that we're able to do is go to the Crutchfield site, do a little research on there. They got a lot of great stuff on there. They have videos, articles, a lot of various different links that help you out, which was tremendous amount of help for us when we built this.
And don't forget also their phone support. You can actually give those guys a call and they would be more than happy to walk you through anything that they can. And if they don't know it, I bet you they can find an answer.
Absolutely.
Today you saw us do all the steps to get that enclosure put into this 2017 club car. So if you have a club car and you'd like to copy our design, I'm gonna go ahead and put the dimensions down in the description. I'll put all the products that we use down in the description. Go ahead and click our affiliate links because that helps us out tremendously. Crutchfield wants you guys to use these links so they can see if you guys are engaged in watching supercar street racing.
All right, well, we're all wrapped up here. I just want to say thank you to everyone, including our sponsor today, to give us this awesome subwoofer that we put in, and to the 150,000 subscribers that you have obviously built up over a lot of work and a lot of time. So thank you all for subscribing.
Right.
If you haven't, like and subscribe. It's a super big help for us.
It is, and if you're just here, if you found the video somehow and you're not a subscriber, it does help a lot if you'll hit that subscribe button. Leave us a comment too. We're really interested in what you guys are doing on your club car. And if you do this same project, we want to know about it, and I want some video of it. I'll put it on my channel and feature it for everybody.
Love it.
Because we really hope that you guys like our design and you copy it.
Yeah, and you know what? We want to hear from you so that we know if we made some mistakes, we don't mind it, you know?
Absolutely. Part of the learning process is making mistakes, and we're fine with that. We kind of learn everything on the fly sometimes, especially like with this carpet job. That is an on-the-fly thing. That was the first time that we've ever tried that.
Correct.
All right, guys, we got to get out of here. We got to go to lunch because we're starving. Let's go. Let's go. Hey guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. Brad here, and today we are taking a look at an upgrade in tool equipment. Today we have right here in front of me the DeWalt DCK24OC2 drill and impact set, and we also have the DeWalt DCS334B jigsaw. Taking a look at that today on Supercar Street Racing. Hey guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing, where we do product unboxing, talk about power sports and cars, and do just about anything around the house and show it all to you guys. So today we've got a set of nice DeWalt tools here. Now I have suffered for years with broken Hitachi tools that I have gone through battery after battery, bought a new charger, and done plenty of other things with them, and they finally have really made me upset in the last couple of days, and I decided to go ahead and buy some good tools for the first time in my life. So today we have the DeWalt DCK2402C. It is a combo pack. It comes with the DCD771 drill and the DCF885 impact gun, 2 batteries, and a charger. Now we picked this up off of Amazon for the low price of about $150, and it came in about 2 or 3 days. So if you're interested in getting this, I will put a link in the description to this. I got the DeWalt jigsaw off of Amazon also, and I will put a link in the description to that. But now comes the fun part where we're going to go ahead and unbox this for the first time. It still has the sticker condoms on it. It is still nice and sealed. So let's take a look at this now. So it looks like they got some tape here. I got my trusty Christmas present here, my Smith & Wesson Extreme Ops, ready to take on some really tough cardboard boxes. Now on the back, it has your typical battery warning label, and I do have this turned the wrong way for the camera, so let me put this right here. It shows you the specifications here for the DCD771 drill. Right here you can see, and it has all of the specifications, the speed settings, and the chuck settings and everything like that. And then below that we have the DCF885 impact driver with all of the specifications for that. Down below that, it tells you about the warranty, 3-year warranty, 1 year for service, so 3 years limited, 1 year service, 90-day money-back guarantee. Battery is 3-year and for limited warranty, and 2-year of free service. Now right here, it also tells you that it includes the DCD771 drill driver, the DCF885 impact driver, a belt hook, 2 lithium-ion batteries, a charger, and it's supposed to have a contractor bag. I heard some reviews online that it might not be the biggest bag in the world, but that it will hold these. I'm hoping it will hold the jigsaw also. Don't know yet. I might have to buy a new bag for both of these. So that is the back of the package, and the side is the same. It just shows you pictures of the drill and impact with the model number for the kit, and that it is the 20-volt max kit. Now let's take a look inside the box here. So first things first, we have a bag, and I think the tools might actually be inside. They are. So this came
everything inside the bag, and it looks like it might be big enough also for the jigsaw here. Now I bought the jigsaw because I do a lot of work with speaker stuff and woodwork and stuff, so I needed a good jigsaw and I haven't had one in years. So here's the bag right out of the gate. It does feel like a high quality bag. It does have these hard plastic things on the bottom so that when you set it, it doesn't deform. It is a zipper bag with 2 handles, no shoulder strap, which isn't even really necessary for a tool bag. But yeah, so let's go ahead and open up this DeWalt bag and see what's inside. Dun dun dun. All right, first thing we have here is the user manual. Now this is a user manual for several different pieces of equipment here. I don't know which one this is for right off the bat. Looks like it's for the impact gun, so we will put that right here. And then we have another one right here, and it's got a little insert with the wireless certification. So this must be the drill. It is. It's the DCD 771 drill manual. Looking further into our bag here, let's take this out and just get a good first look at this. Now, my buddy Joe does have these tools, and that made me want to purchase them. You've seen Joe tear up all my cars on all the videos. He breaks everything I have and doesn't care. And here is my new DeWalt impact driver, and I can tell you right out of the gate, it's got a nice belt hook here, but I can tell you right out of the gate, the quality of this tool. If you've seen other tools, and I have my Hitachi out in the garage, if you've seen other tools, you feel the quality and you see the quality right away of the metal here, and it just looks like a high quality tool compared to some of the cheap stuff. That is sold on Amazon. You know how that goes. You get a $20, $30 impact gun and it comes to you and it feels like plastic. Not this guy. Looking high quality, looking great with the rubber grip here. You can see on the front here, here's where you put the actual chucks in, or whatever they're called, the bits. And looks like we got 3 LED lights right here on the front of the impact gun. So here's a good look at that impact gun now with the belt hook. So it hooks right on your belt. The 20 volt max batteries go right here, and your reverse is right here, as of any standard normal impact gun is, and your trigger right there. But yeah, it's got a good heavy, I would say this weighs a good 1.5 pounds. I would have to weigh it to see exactly what it weighs, but you can tell there was some quality put into the DeWalt 20 volt max impact driver. Let's set this aside and keep digging in our tool condom. All right, so the second thing out of the bag is a battery, which is enclosed here in a battery condom as well. And we have the 20 volt DeWalt lithium ion. This is a lithium ion kit, and it is pretty lightweight, probably weighs, I don't know, 1/2 pound or less. And that is the first battery. Okay, digging into our DeWalt bag even further, we have another lithium ion battery. That's right, this kit comes with 2 lithium ion batteries, not 1. So that lets you keep 1 battery charged at all time while you work on the other battery. 2 lithium ion batteries inside the DeWalt bag. Now let's keep going here. Kind of want to do this next. So inside the DeWalt bag now we have the DeWalt DCB107 charger. Now this is just a lithium ion charger only for the DeWalt 20 volt max charging system for these tools only, and they do make aftermarket batteries for the DeWalt. I don't recommend buying aftermarket batteries. I will tell you my story with the Hitachi batteries at some point, but yeah, I recommend getting the genuine DeWalt charger and also the genuine DeWalt 20 volt batteries when you buy your tools. If you buy cheap tools, you get what you asked for. That's always the case. There's never an exception. Digging further into our DeWalt bag here, what do we got now? Okay, so in this tool condom here, we have the DeWalt 20 volt max drill. Now, my buddy Joe has this drill. This is the DCD 771 here. Feels very high quality. It is heavier than the Impact. Obviously, it is longer than the Impact, so it's going to be heavier. Here is your torque adjustment speeds. This is for a high and low speed on the bit. And so you torque down. Right now it's set on full torque here. That's the little indicator there. And then you can dial this back if you want the actual drill to slip rather than having full torque. Looks like you've got an LED on the bottom here, which is really nice that you can see when you are actually working. It lights up your work area. Standard 20 volt interface here for the DeWalt battery. Clicks right in to release the battery. I've never done it, so I am going to see how that is done. Okay, so you squeeze these two. No, that's not it. How do you do this? Oh, this front thing. Okay, so you push down on this front thing, the battery comes right out. Not sure what this is on the side here, but yeah, there's two holes here. It looks like that just might be screw holes, but that is the DeWalt 20 volt max drill. This is the bag once again. Also inside the bag, it came with just a filler like this and a little silica gel pack that you can eat later if you're hungry. Putting this aside, we have all these nice DeWalt tools, but let's move on now to the DeWalt jigsaw. So this is the DeWalt DCS 334B jigsaw. And I bought this because I am always going to be needing a jigsaw to do work on wood and plastics and projects for the channel. You know, we like to do a lot of projects around here. We're doing something all the time here. So we're always busy at Supercar Street Racing. We need a nice, really nice jigsaw actually. And the jigsaw costs more than the actual toolkit did. It was about $150 alone. Now putting this together, I maybe could have got a combo 20 volt kit. I really didn't look into it that much. But on the front here, you see it shows you the jigsaw and it says that battery and charger are sold separately. I already have batteries and chargers. I didn't need one. Would have been nice if this came with another battery. If you need more batteries, you can always purchase them, and I will put a link in the description to new batteries. So let's take a look at the side. It just shows you the jigsaw again, the 20 volt, and it's XR. It is a brushless jigsaw. And on the back here, it shows you the specifications, the strokes, the keyless blade clamp, four position orbital action, and keyless bevel adjustment, and so on. And then it has something underneath the actual label here, probably something about the warranty, not sure, but let's take a look at the sides. Nothing extra there to look at, so let's get open the DCS 334B jigsaw from DeWalt. Hoping this is a high quality device, just like all the other DeWalt tools have been known to be. First, we've got our instruction manual here in a nice instruction manual condom, and they were nice enough to, for $150, it looks like they were nice enough to give us a free blade. Sound the hype train. Free blade for $150 device there. They gave you a free jigsaw blade. I did order more jigsaw blades, so let's put that aside here and take a look inside the box. Okay, putting the box aside here, now we have our brushless DeWalt 20 volt XR jigsaw, which I think the XR line costs a little bit more than the regular line, but I'll have to do some research. Looks very high quality, feels very high quality, something that you will not break easily, and it is awesome, and I love it already. I don't know how to operate it yet. I haven't broken open the instruction manual yet, but there is a blade here, and I do not know how to put it in. So blade would face that way, and then I believe you just push it in here, but I don't know if you have to do anything to do that. Let's see. Okay, that's not for the blade. All right, I got to do some research on adding a blade because I really don't know how you do it. Yeah, I'll find out, and we will do that later. But that is a look at the DeWalt 20 volt XR jigsaw, and of course it takes the standard lithium ion batteries right here in the back. Fits on just like the other tools. And when you're ready to pop that battery off, you just push the yellow button and you pop that right off. And now we're going to show you guys how to actually load a bit into the DeWalt jigsaw, but I got to research it first. Okay, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. I did some quick research inside the instruction manual, and now I'm going to show you how to load a blade into the brushless XR DeWalt jigsaw here. So the first thing you do, you need to release the DeWalt latch here. This is the latch that opens up the blade acceptance shoe or something like that it's called. You pull this open, it will be opened up, and then you just take your blade here, push it in. It has to be a T-shank blade. Once it's seated, you let go of the latch, and now your blade is in place. It wasn't quite there, but now it is. It's got to sit on this little guide right here. So that is how you load the jigsaw blades into the drill, or the jigsaw rather. And there's some other instructions on here that tell you what everything is. I was kind of curious as to what this black thing was. So it's right here in the manual, it's number 6. And that is the orbital action lever. And not sure what that does yet. We will actually look into that and let you know at a later time. We are back here at Supercar Street Racing. You got Brad here, and I'm ready to show you this DeWalt DC-B107 charger here. So we have the charger all plugged in, and now I wonder what this little thing does. It doesn't look like it actually moves, but we are going to go ahead and take one of our DeWalt batteries and place it into the charger. And we can see a red light flashing here on the charger, and I don't know quite what that means, but let's take a look at the front here. So it looks like the flash is okay, so there's 2 LEDs here. The left LED flashing means the pack is charging. The left LED solid means that the pack is charged. And the 2 LEDs together, if you see that, that means that your charger has stopped charging because of a delay in the heat and cold. It has to be a certain temperature in order to charge the battery packs. So that is a look at your charging system. I do have 2 batteries here to charge, and I will let you guys know how long it took to charge this battery pack as I edit this video. Hey guys, we are out here in the garage, and I did time the charging of both batteries was around 45 minutes each. And this is my tool cabinet here, where when I redid my garage, I went ahead and I put an outlet in the back. Let's see if you can see that. Yeah, of course you can. So back here in the back, I made sure I put an outlet in so that I could charge tools in here. And what we're going to do right here and right now is go ahead and connect the charger inside the cabinet. But when we do that, we need to tie the cable up nice and good. So let me grab some zip ties. Okay, I got my zip tie here. We only need about, I don't know, 6 inches of cable. So we will tie up all this really nice. Right here on top of this $5,000 worth of washers and dryers. But we only need to get to the back of the cabinet, so that would be fine right there. We're going to go ahead and tie that up. Just like this. I know it might be hard for you guys to see. Oh, dryer always comes on when you touch it in the front. Turns on when you touch it. That's what she said. Gonna grab my scissors real quick. And go ahead and cut this little pigtail off. All right, now we're going to move our battery charger into the shelf. And go ahead and plug it in the back. Just like that. And now we have our nice organized
So the battery wasn't quite done charging. I just plugged it in maybe 20 minutes ago, but the first battery did charge in 45 minutes. Got a nice chuck there for our mechanical drill, our wire drill. Now I'm gonna go grab the tools. Okay, we are back here and I have all of the tools. There is the drill. There is the impact, nice and organized. The jigsaw is going to live up here, and the extra battery can live right here. All my drilling accessories are over here. And here is my drill and my impact gun, my extra battery, my charger for the DeWalt's, and that is my little Walmart special Black & Decker lithium ion I've had for about 10 years. And then up here will live the jigsaw, and I may move some other tools up, power tools up here that I have, and get it all nice and organized, because I don't need to keep other miscellaneous wire and things like that up here. Yeah, so that's how this turned out. It's really nice. I love it. That is a look at the DeWalt 20-volt tool set. I got the full set of drill, impact, charger, and 2 batteries on Amazon. That link will be down in the description. I got the XR DeWalt jigsaw off of Amazon as well. That link will also be in the description. Guys, thank you so much for joining us, and we will see you next time on Supercar Street Racing. Hey guys, how are you today? You got Brad here from Supercar Street Racing, and we have something exciting to show you guys that I'm so hyped about. We took a little road trip and got something cool for the channel, and it's sitting right here in front of me on the bed. Let's take a look how we went and got this cool thing, and then we'll show you exactly what we have. Hang out with us today. All right, we're about to head out. We bought a Canon R5C down in Winter Garden. So Joe just showed up.
What's up?
Are you ready to take the first road trip in the Tesla after 2 years?
Yeah.
You know that this car has never been anywhere near this amount of miles except when I bought it, right?
Well, this one trip put more miles on it than you've done
Ever.
in the last 2
Ever,
years.
yeah. Ever. So we're all packed up and everything. We're going to head down to Winter Garden, and we're going to stay in Sanford for the night and check out some of the cool Sanford spots. And all we have to do right now is pack up, because I'd say about 11:30 we could hit the road, but we need to get all of our stuff packed and then figure out the trip.
So we have a spot there.
We have an Airbnb in Sanford, and so let's see. All right, let's get packed up. All right, we're leaving the house now, headed over to Joe's house, but we have a 2-hour and 15-minute drive to Winter Garden, which will be that's the furthest road trip. By the time we get back, it's the most miles in one trip for sure, because the only thing I did was driving from Merritt Island. Yeah. So yeah, we're headed out right now. We're gonna go ahead and go by the bank first, and then get on 295. Yeah. This is fun, man. We never get to have fun like this. We'll have to charge if we go too crazy. No, we'll be fine. Is he rolling up on you? No. He knows that. Do it. All right, we are in Orlando. We just went to Bank of America and then over to Starbucks. We picked up the Canon R5C, 2 lenses, a bunch of accessories and everything like that. And now we are headed to the supercharger. So this car has only been supercharged once before. So we're going to see
how long it takes. But anyway, yeah, we're going to go to the supercharger and then try to find some food close by where we are. Headed that way, dude. Let's do it. All right, we're at the charging station. We're supercharging. We already got 15% battery in like 10 minutes.
So it's quick.
And we're watching Supercar Street Racing on theater mode on the Tesla.
Yeah, man.
And we're eating Jack's Tender Bites while we charge. All right, we are driving down a random road, and there's a rocket launch happening right in front of us that we forgot about.
You can see this.
I don't know why we're dumb. We're literally in Orlando when the rocket goes up. Okay, we got to our Airbnb. Joe has the 110-volt charger. It gives you 1 mile per 30 hours worth of charging, but he's hyped. Oh my God, it fits. Touch the port. Plug it in. Let's see what happens. Let's go. It's charging. Look, it turned green. That means it's charging. All right, so all we have to do is charge this for 45 hours. I can't believe you even saw it. It says 17 hours. Look at that. We leave tomorrow. It's going to be at 100% when we leave. Come on, dude. Look at our Airbnb. All right, we got to give a tour. This is the porch. This is called the front porch. It's got fans, but nobody knows how to turn them on. What else do we got, dude?
Dude, complimentary waters.
We got a backyard? Oh, snap. There's a big backyard back there, dude. He's got 2 closets. That's good because he's in the closet. Wait, is my memory foam? Let's go. I'm out for the night. Dang, son. If I could turn this on, I would. Guys, we're back in Supercar Street Racing Studio A. This is also our office. This is where we do a lot of the editing right here beside me, and also our regular work is right behind me. But right now in front of me today, you saw what we did. We went down to Winter Garden. We had a nice little road trip in the Tesla, the first road trip ever, and the longest trip I ever did in the Tesla. And we picked up something cool that's sitting right here in front of me today. And I've been wanting this thing for over a year. I just have not been able to find the right one or pull the trigger on it, but I had a little bit of extra money from the channel and I bought this right here. Let's take a look at it. Okay guys, look right here what I have on the bed. This is my brand new Canon R5C. It's new to me at least, and I have been wanting the R5C for a really long time. At least 2 years I've been searching for an R5C with lenses and everything else for a good price. This one did come up in Winter Garden, Florida. I went ahead and zipped down there with Joe and we picked up this Canon R5C. And as you can see, the R5C has a lot of extra gadgets with it. It has a small rig cage around it, as you can see here. It's got the trigger pistol grips there. It has a manual focus control, which we are going to be removing. That is for doing movies where you follow somebody with the handle and you focus with this hand. I will not be needing that. It has an anamorphic 35mm lens with a 1.33 aspect ratio right there on the front. It does have a couple of the small rig batteries, and those are awesome for charging the camera up. They give you way more battery life than just the internal battery. What they do literally is hook up just like this to the camera and they charge the internal battery and the camera runs off the internal battery. So this is the R5C. This is a hybrid camera. It is one of the cinema cameras from Canon. It is made specifically for doing both video and photos, and it is a full frame camera, meaning it has a full frame CMOS, no cropping. It does 8K, no problem, and it does have a 512 gigabyte CF Express card that came with it as well, and it's a genuine one also. It's not a clone CF card. Here's a good look at the back of the R5C. The small rig battery is sitting so fly right there. It is at 84% and it did charge the internal battery up all the way. It does have a screen right there with all of the data on it. I will show you guys later. And the viewfinder itself is covered up by the small rig batteries. That is why you don't see the viewfinder. I will not be using the real viewfinder, most likely just the screen, as I will be doing a lot of video work with this. You do see the small rig cage on here with the handle on the top. That also is pretty cool for doing video. I ordered some other things that are in this box as well. We're gonna have to take a look at those right after this message from our sponsor. Now this is a quick word from our sponsor. Shungite World is new to Supercar Street Racing. They reached out to me and asked me if I would mind taking a look at some of their cool little decorative products. I said, of course, I would love for you guys to sponsor one of our videos. So right behind me here on the table, we have some cool little products from Shungite World. Let's take a look at these. Okay guys, right in front of me we have all kinds of cool little products from Shungite World sitting right here. For example, this tall pyramid right here, it is polished. It looks pretty cool. These guys can sit anywhere in your house. This one right here is called the tall pyramid. These are the cubes. That is a regular pyramid that has not been polished. This one has been polished. So you can get these guys in two different forms here, either polished or non-polished. They also have spheres, as you can see right here on the screen. I am going to go ahead and put a link to 5 or 6 of these guys in the description so you guys can check it out. They also have the powder available for doing arts and crafts, and then the powder can also be used for a pigment for paint, so that's pretty cool. And then they did also include these cool little stick-on dots, which are very interesting. They have 3M on the back, and you can stick these anywhere as a cool little decoration. Shungite World was very kind to go ahead and send out a sample box to us. Please support them by buying the links in the description. Get your Shungite cool little decorative products from Supercar Street Racing, from Shungite World. Now let's get back to the video. All right, you guys just heard from Shungite World. Very kind of them to go ahead and sponsor Supercar Street Racing. But now there's some goodies in this box right in front of me. We need to get this thing opened up and see everything that I bought for the new Canon R5C. That's new to me, but it's not brand new. Let's get this box opened right now and see what all is inside of it. This box sitting so fresh and fly in front of me is full of stuff that we need for the Canon R5C. We have our patented knife here is having problems. So also with the R5C, we did get this awesome lens. It is a 24 to 105 RF lens. Yeah, there is the lens right there for $12.99 with much better reviews. A lot of times people get sent out foreign lenses instead of US versions. So yeah, this is a 24 to 105 lens right here, f4. And inside of the box, we do have a tripod from Small Rig. So now I have a lot of the Small Rig gadgets. This is supposed to be compatible with the cage here. We'll see if it actually does work or not. We also have a triple charger with 3 extra camera batteries. Not that I'll ever need extra batteries, but it wasn't that much more to go ahead and get that, so I did get that. And then we have a battery adapter. What this does is allows you to power the camera directly from AC. It's a fake battery that you put in, and you can plug your camera in and use it for any length of time, such as things like time lapse, or if you're going to be shooting in one spot for a long time and you don't need portability, this is what you do. Let's get all this stuff opened up. There'll be links in the description for all this and the Canon R5C and all these lenses. Let's get busy. This is the battery adapter. It's a fake battery that allows you to go ahead and power up your camera, and this little cord right here will jet out of the door. There is instructions on how to assemble this and put it into the camera, but basically this goes in the camera and powers up the camera so that you can work on the camera all the time with AC power. They had this cool little felt bag right here. Inside the bag, we do see the actual power adapter right there. So that plugs into this part right here, and then of course the power cable goes to the adapter right there. So that's the battery AC kind of hack for powering up the camera all the time. This should be a battery charger and 3 batteries. And here are the 3 extra batteries that fit a lot of the Canon products. This is one of the aftermarket batteries, LP E6NH. It does have a USB cable with it, and it is a USB Type-C to our existing USB power, and it did come on. It has a cool little display showing all the batteries charging. This is awesome. So that is the triple battery charger. Link will be in the description for that. All right guys, now that we have our R5C right in front of us, I'd like to go ahead with you guys and try to remove this manual focus. Let's get this thing up on the desk. Okay, so the first thing is that just turned, this little lever turned, and then this manual focus did come right off. And then we should just be able to pull the rod out like this. And then for this next step, we will need Allen screwdriver. Definitely was tight, very tight. So that is that. That came directly out, so no problem whatsoever. I will store all these. I'm gonna live with that just for now because I'm gonna be changing lenses anyway. gonna go ahead and leave on this pistol grip. It might make it a little bit easier to do video with for now. Here's a look at the small rig battery pack on the back. You can see it is up to 84%. It charges with USB-C and it has USB type A and C outputs. It's connected directly to the side of the R5C. This mount protector right here, basically what that does is it tightens down on your cables and prevents them from bending, because there's a big problem with this camera and using these side ports. They get bent, and there's a small USB-C and a small HDMI mini, I believe it is, on the side, and they're notorious for getting damaged. So that is a look at the back of the R5C and the top of it right there. And there's the 35mm anamorphic lens. We're gonna go ahead and shoot a segment with that right now, and I'll show you guys in post-production how we take that anamorphic 1.33 image and then we de-squeeze it in post. And what that does is allow much more data to be added to the view. So it basically has a much wider field of view. This is now the small rig tripod unboxing. So let's get this tripod directly out of the box here. Let's see what's inside the bag, and let's see if it actually does work with the small rig cage. All right, we got the small rig tripod undone. Really cool packaging. It was packaged very nicely. No issues at all with that. It's pretty cool. It has red anodized rings and some red anodized clamps right here. Okay, it was pretty simple. I watched the video here. What you do is unscrew this part on the tripod a lot. This little piece that goes right here comes out, and then that piece screws directly to the bottom of the camera, just like that. Pretty easy. Now the camera should just sit on top of here and be screwed back down to tighten it up. And there we have it. It is ready to go on the tripod now. Super easy. Just of note here, it also did come with this cool clamp for like a phone or a tablet. So if you want to use it for that, you have the ability to do that as well. Okay, before the battery dies in the GoPro, we have a mission now to transfer the DJI mic to the R5C, and it looks like there's an audio input right here. I was able to use the same shoe to attach the DJI mic to the camera. Now all I have to do is tighten down this little clamp right here. So I will go ahead and connect the mic right there, and I'll be done with the mic part. We went ahead and put the tripod on the stand. There is a leveling system right here. There is bubbles on it also to show you that it is not level right now. You can fix this by just opening up these screws and then adjusting the camera till it is level. We're gonna shoot some video with just a tiny bit of light. We only have the light in this room and the light from this big lamp pointing at us. So this is what it's gonna look like next. You're gonna see us shooting from the R5C, the first video ever shot from it. I'm gonna try to shoot at 4K, 24 frames per second. Let's see if I can figure out how to do that. All right, guys, so I poked around a little bit inside the Canon R5C menu and watched a couple of videos. I went ahead and changed the lens out to the 24 to 105. You're looking at this lens right now zoomed all the way out. It is shooting in 4K at 24 frames per second. I want to see how that looks in DaVinci Resolve as well. So that is the first look at the Canon R5C at 24 frames per second, 4K with no light except for just available light right inside of this room. Now let's take a look at how you can get your own Canon R5C on Amazon. All right, we are right in front of Amazon right now, and we are actually using the Canon R5C as we speak. And here is a good example of a refurbished R5C with lenses and memory and things like that. Beware of some of these though, because they are also sometimes foreign cameras, which may not have a warranty. So sometimes these good deals come with the caveat that you got a foreign camera, so it's not a US-based camera. There is a body right here for $29.99 available. That is no lens. That is what the camera is going for right now. $29.99. You would have to buy your lenses completely separately. So the 24 to 105 is what we are shooting on right now. That is a good lens for a starter lens. I am going to buy a 15mm wide angle lens too to do vlogging on. Go ahead and check the link in the description. I'll have some options for you for the R5C. And we want to thank you guys for 108,000 subscribers now. Very cool. This is so amazing of you guys to help us and support the channel. Go ahead and go down in the description and order a Canon R5C if you would like to try one out. Grab a lens. And thank you so much for supporting Supercar Street Racing. Order anything you want also when you go down in the description. You don't have to get the Canon. You can buy anything you want, and it does help us out so greatly. And we got to get out of here, guys, because we have to go to lunch soon. Let's go. Hello, Mr. Binks. How are you today? Baby Black Panther chilling on the driveway floor like he always does. He's just like, I just roll over and be in the dirt because that's what I like to do. Guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. We are so happy that you joined us today. If you're a first-time watcher or you're a second or third or permanent watcher, we really appreciate your patronage. Please like and subscribe, and today we have something special for you. We have the Signature Elite ES60 tower speaker for the Supercar Street Racing home theater room, and this is the Polk audio tower speaker we're going to be looking at today, and I think there might be something on the ground. That's right, we also have the Signature Elite ES90 Dolby Atmos speaker, front height speaker that goes with the ES60, a perfectly matched pair. So let's get to work on these today and see what these look like on Supercar Street Racing. We are back in the Supercar Street Racing awesome home theater room today with some upgrades. You saw before that we upgraded our receiver to the Marantz Cinema 50, which is a super high-end upgrade for Supercar Street Racing Studio right here that you see in this room. And now today in front of me, we do have the Polk Audio Signature Elite series. We have the ES90 Dolby Atmos speakers up here on top. They match the ES60 on the bottom here, the Signature Elite tower speakers. These are a huge upgrade for the room. It will also add Atmos front height speakers to the Supercar Street Racing Theater. And these are awesome speakers and will replace the old JBL monitors that I've had for about 20 years. It's about time we got something new in here. We need some updated technology, and we got it right here inside both of these boxes to take a look at. Now, going along with these two guys right here, we also do have some pre-made wiring with banana plugs. It was supposed to be flat, and we also have some Amazon Basics banana plugs right here. These are the best. The ones that I have now are junk, so these will be replacing them as well if we need them. And I got both of these on sale for Black Friday. I don't recall the price, but this was around $300 and this was around $300, a little bit more possibly, but about around $350 on Black Friday. Got both of these at the same time and did the Amazon payment plan with 0% interest. Look into that if you've never done it. They will allow you to pay with your credit card on monthly payments, and they charge you 0 interest. There will be a link in the description to both of these, but now let's get busy getting these things unboxed. All right, first on the chopping block to be unboxed today is the ES90 Signature Elite Dolby Atmos speaker here. None of these are sponsored. I did pay full price for these from Amazon, so please help me out by ordering a set in the description and giving me a few dollars back to make my money back from this purchase. And these do just fit directly on top of the ES60 tower speakers. And right on top inside of the box, we have the owner's manual here for the ES90, packaged so nice. We have a big chunk of foam. We don't need that where we're going. And then inside the box, we have the ES90s. Let's get those down and out. And we just knocked over the old speakers. Fortunately, those are going away. Okay, right on top of the box here, we got the ES90 Dolby Atmos speaker getting unboxed here. And there it is sitting so fly and fresh. And it is angled and molded for the Polk Audio ES60. It has a angled back here, as you can see. It has a cutout to sit straight on top of these. But that is a look at the ES90 Dolby Atmos height speakers. There's the way it looks with the Polk Audio badge up. This guy does feature a Terraline tweeter and a mica polypropylene woofer for a two-way experience on Dolby Atmos. So these sit just like this on top of these tower speakers, and the sound does go up to height. And then they do have speaker connectors right on the back for you. So yeah, these are the Polk Audio Height Atmos speakers. Now let's get this tower speaker unboxed. All right guys, we do have the Polk Signature Elite ES60 tower speakers sitting right here, so fresh. The box is very heavy. Remember, these are not sponsored. Please go down into the description to buy your pair to help the channel out just a little bit. Please like and subscribe also. When you have a moment, that would help us out greatly, as we do not make any money on this channel at all. All the money goes back into the channel to pay for the things that you are seeing right now. We don't need that where we're going. Okay, we did get the Polk Audio speakers unboxed here, and inside the box it did come with this owner's manual right here. Now this is the ES60 right here, and on the back of it, which I'll show you in a moment, it does have bi-amp capability. We'll explain that in a minute. So there are jumpers in place basically if you want to bi-amp these speakers, and you will see on the back that you have that capability if you have separate amplifiers for your highs and lows here on this guy. Checking out the bottom there, you can see the double binding posts right there, and they are jumpered by gold plated jumpers. We get our other speaker, we'll be able to show more of that, but let's show you how the Dolby Atmos speaker fits right on top. Just like that. Perfect fit. Just like that. That is how you pair the ES60 and ES90 speakers together, and that's how they will sit on this wall. We will be removing this JBL speaker permanently. Taking its place will be a delicious Polk Audio tower speaker, which we can go ahead and move into position now. This whole area here is getting redone. We have a runner to put down when we get our audio shelf, which will be here about the same time as the second speaker. Second speaker was a little bit back ordered. I'm going to go ahead and use the existing wiring even though it is shot. And there is a jumper here that allows you to not bi-amp. Okay, the caps come off here to expose the banana plugs, and if you screw them all the way in, it does help that process. And there we go. This banana plug has seen better days. All this wiring will be replaced, but for now, we got our pre-made connectors here for our front height speakers. These are the same way. They have caps over the banana plugs. Look right here. All you have to do is pry these out. So if you screw them down all the way, the caps are exposed a little bit. Take a small screwdriver and then just pop these off. They come right out just like that, these little caps. And then your banana plugs go in super easy. So there's just plug in like that. Those are very stiff. And then the speaker does sit just like so. Pretty cool, dude. Okay, while we're waiting for our other tower speaker to come in, we can go ahead and put this Atmos speaker on our JBL over here. I'm gonna go ahead and hook up the Atmos front height speakers. Go ahead and get the banana plugs connected. So we have to pry out the caps right here. Just like that. Here's our other set of pre-made 10-foot speaker wire. Comes with the ends already on. All you have to do is just twist them to tighten them up. I don't know why they don't do that from the factory, but they do not. A lot of questions here today are not being answered, but yeah. They're a little difficult to get in. Take a little bit of pressure. That's the way they're designed to work. And obviously this is not going to be perfect until we get our tower. And then we'll go through our setup and figure out how we connect these. All right, we have set up the Dolby part of the speaker system. Now we are good to go. Once that second tower speaker comes in, we'll get the rest of it set up and we'll give you guys another video with the full setup. Let's send it into the studio now with Brad to show you how to buy these online. Okay guys, we are in the Supercar Street Racing office now, editing the latest video. I wanted to drop in here instead of in the studio so I could go ahead and show you guys what we ordered. Now these are the ES60s. You can see right here they have three 6.5-inch woofers there, and then they also have a tweeter up top. These are bi-ampable, and if you look right here, it says they have a 2.5-way cascading crossover, a Terraline tweeter, and three 6.5-inch woofers for the tower speakers on the ES60s here. And if we go to the next tab here, we have the ES90 height speakers. These guys right here have a nice set of drivers, two-way, a 1-inch Terraline dome tweeter, and a 5.25-inch mica fortified polypropylene mid-range woofer with 75% more surface area than typical 4-inch drivers do. And then I also did order the center channel, the ES35 here, which has six of them, now count it, 6 3-inch woofers, and it does have a 1-inch Terraline tweeter as well, and they are slimline. And so these are all actually on the way right now. The second tower speaker will be here shortly. It will be here, I think, between, I don't know, in the next week and a half or so. And then this center channel will actually be here on Friday, I believe. So we'll have something to show you guys on Friday when we go ahead and look at the center channel Elite. These are all Bolt Signature Elite speakers. They're all part of the same family. Now, of course, I don't have any of the other ones because I have in-ceiling speakers for the rears, and also that we don't need. So we just have these. We've got the Atmos. These are the ES90 Atmos speakers that fit right nicely on top of the ES60s here. They're form fitted to fit right on top. And guys, that is going to do it. Please like and subscribe and order these from the affiliate links down in the description. It helps out Supercar Street Racing so much when you support the channel, and we really appreciate you guys tuning in. Like, subscribe, and we will see you when we get the center channel speaker in for a nice unboxing and review. All right, guys, today we got the second M.2. The Sabrent, there's already one in there. I bought another Sabrent rocket, 1 terabyte, and it is a NVMe 4.0. It's a very extremely fast drive. We're going to take a look at it here and unbox it and get it installed. Here we go with the unboxing of the Sabrent rocket, which costs a little bit more than the other drives, but apparently it is worth it. Support this underneath this little tray with some 4x4 blocks because it was severely tilted to the left. It still is a little bit, but not nearly as bad. I probably can, I don't know, there's not much room to get anything else into there. I kind of like hit a rubber mallet to get the existing blocks in there. It's not going anywhere now, but it looked like it was going to eventually fall over to the left, which would be a disaster. Could even like put some zip ties through here and pull this to the left a little bit up at the top, or actually put something on the underneath the PC here to kind of kick it up to more to the right, because it's still kind of lopsided. But I hope you guys enjoyed this video. That's going to do it for today. That was an ordeal that scared the absolute crap out of me, and I don't want to do it again if I don't have to. But we did get the Sabrent, the rocket, installed, and now we got some more VGA, which I'm stoked about. And the board's supposed to have VGA, but I don't see most of it on. Must be off on the board. I don't know. I gotta check. Thanks guys for watching. Have a good day. Alright, this is day 9 of no pool pump turned on. You can see it's starting to look crazy now. Look how green it is. And then it's gonna get worse, but oh my god, that scared. We just came outside and these cute little duckies are swimming in the pool. Falling, Mom? They're all just attached to her. It's so cute. We're trying to figure out what to do with them, but honestly, we can't put them.
There you go.
Ready?
Yes.
If nobody pulls out in front of us, oh, there's somebody behind us.
There's another one coming, turning right from right behind him. So hold on.
Okay. All right, so I have to hold the brake and the accelerator. Oh fuck! There's more people coming. Somebody probably gonna want to turn on you.
Yep.
Motherfucker.
In the middle. But now you can get over.
I can?
Yeah, just do it.
I gotta stop. Is it ready?
Yeah. Stay in the left lane. Stay in the left lane. Stay in the left lane. Just do it.
All right, ready?
Yep.
Wait, it says both pedals pressed. What did I do wrong? It said both pedals pressed. What do I do? Hold down the brake?
Yeah, you hold the brake down.
Wait.
And then you push both down at the same time, all the way.
I did.
And you let it.
Wait. Firmly hold the brake down with your left foot. Fully press and hold the accelerator pedal down while holding the brake pedal. Okay,
yeah.
Let's try that. All right. Still?
Yep.
Okay.
You're good. Got a car coming, but.
Car coming?
Yep.
Oh, there's an old lady right there. I don't want to be calling the cops.
No, they ain't gonna call the cops. She won't even hear it. She won't even hear it, dude. Come on.
All right, here we go.
Yeah,
there's another car coming.
That's okay. They're gonna be in the right hand lane.
Fully depress and hold the brake.
Okay, hold the brake
Fully
down.
Press and hold.
Now hold the gas all the way down, and then let off the brake when it's ready. Right?
Here we go. You ready?
Yep.
Preparing for launch. It's squatting. Ready to launch. Now what do I do?
Just let off the brake.
Pedal.
Yeah, foot down. Oh shit!
Oh fuck!
Jesus
Make sure
Christ!
up in front of you, dude.
Holy shit! Oh shit! That's crazy.
Woo! Oh my God! Lieutenant Mitchell, Maverick. Zero noise, and it was just, dude.
On it.
That was insane.
Nice car. What's the retail on one of those?
More than you can afford, pal.
Lamborghini.
Smoke. Yep, it's gone. Oh shit. Dude, it's a Murcielago. They're both Murcielagos. Shit out of me. Fucking going low, right? Are they pulling over? Oh shit, dude.
What are you smiling about?
Dude, I almost had you.
You almost had me? You never had me. You never had your car.
put me on YouTube, you're gonna lose viewers.
This slaughter is literally just from here down.
I'm saying you're gonna lose viewers.
I might gain.
All right, we got our Samsung A7 Lite tablet here right now. We got our magnetic mount already mounted in the dash. I hot glued it to the back of the dash. Now I have to take this little metal plate here and put it right in the center, and that will be how the magnet works. Let me do that now and I'll let you guys know how it comes out. Got the magnetic mount on the back of the tablet, and so this thing should just literally magnet to the dash now, right here. So let's see how it works. And they are, oh, it's so good. Like, perfect. Look at this, guys. It looks like it was meant to be there. This is awesome. Look at the tablet. And it sticks perfect. Okay. Maybe not. Maybe that's not gonna work. I mean, honestly, a good bump might send that. I might have to get another one for the bottom. Yeah. I mean, it's pretty strong, but I'm going to have to put another one on the bottom for sure. Yep, one's going right there too. But that's pretty cool, look. Yeah, it's going to have to take two. Good morning, guys. It is Sunday morning. Jaguars won last night. Everybody was freaking out. So cool. So just a little update. So we got a lot done yesterday. This is the current state of the amp rack. We've got the 12-volt inverter here. We've got the Rockville amp here. We got the voltage reducer here. We've got the fuse for the amp here. 12 volts going over to the voltage reducer. All these 12 volt wires are ready for whatever they need to power. We've got a 48 volt wire ready here to power the voltage reducer, and actually on this side it's going to the master switch. So I haven't figured out where I'm going to mount this yet, how I'm going to do this. This switch is going somewhere under the seat to turn off all the 12 volt accessories if I want to when I stop the cart. You know, that way just so the amp and everything else turns off. This stays on all the time, and this will actually turn off with the cart. I'm thinking somewhere in here. I just don't know yet. Not sure. There's not a great place for it. Maybe there. That kind of would work right there. But it's got to have 48 volts going to it. My wire's only that long. I'm going to end up running out of red wire, it looks like. I don't know how much I have. Yeah, I don't have that much left. Unfortunately, I got all that. One of these 12 volts goes to this Invertec. We just weren't sure about the seat rails yet, so we didn't do that. Sorry, I'm like half asleep, but it's like 5 in the morning. And the most important thing is I got the magnet system and the tablet. So let me show you the tablet first. So this is the Samsung A7 Lite. And the reason I got the Lite is because it has cellular. If I wanted to do cellular, I could do that. The A7 doesn't. It's bigger, 10-inch, but honestly, I want to show you how perfect this is. So the tablet sits right there with the magnet. Now I ordered a second magnet for the bottom because this isn't going to hold when we hit a big bump. It can slide out pretty easy, but I don't think it will once a second magnet is on the bottom. And if that doesn't work, I'll do a third and a fourth on the sides. But I think a second one's going to hold it, if not a third one. But check out how good that is. It just came out absolutely perfect. I've got a ton of video from yesterday. So much video that I'm going to have to edit it down. The camera ran for hours and hours while we worked. We got the rear speakers installed here and the rear quick charge USB port, however, and the front quick charge USB port. However, we were drinking at the time and I didn't even think about it, but we didn't wire them up, so now they're really hard to get wiring to. Yeah, so that's the current state. I have a lot of work to do here. I'm actually going to have to probably pull a couple of these batteries so I can work right there and get the fuse block in. This fuse block is what is going to drive everything that doesn't have a fuse. And so if we want 12 volts, we got to put 12 volts here and ground here. So that's what I'm doing today. I am working on all this today, and I'll keep you guys updated as I go. I don't even know what to do first, honestly. The hard part is once this seat is up, it's going to be almost impossible to get to the controls here, which I'm kind of worried about. Our RCA contraption is a little bit haggard. I don't like it, but it's all we had. We have come out of our Bluetooth adapter and we had to split that to feed 3 channels, so we did Y adapters, and we'll just crank the gain up on the amp if we have to make that work. But yeah, that's our current state, and I will keep you guys posted as we go.
Bye.